because
So
you can't
can
even
you measure
acknowledge
this
what you're
effect on that
looking at.
picture, please? On the black swan image, can you measure the effect, please?
I mean, if you look at the image, George, can we both acknowledge at least that the crane are blurry and the crooked? The crane, the
distance
oil
to the
rigs does
horizon.
not.
Listen, what is the distance?
Why would I listen to you, George? There's no reason for me to listen to you.
What is the distance between the observer and these cranes that you're talking about?
I don't care. I want to just acknowledge that the image are blurry.
But you should care because those cranes are there for a distance demarcation. So we know the distance to these cranes. We also know that the horizon on a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles should be at 1.225 times the observer height in feet. Guess what? This observation was at 1 foot. So the horizon should be just there, 1.225 miles away from the observer, not at 10 miles.
Okay, sure. But why is the cranes
so there
blurry?
is no sphere then. Welcome to flat Earth.
You ignore like a huge part of the image. Ignore the part where it's those
part
two
of
images
what? Geometry, straight line, 10 miles long.
So you're just...
Let's draw
George,
a radius on this 10 miles long. It doesn't fit your sphere.
I asked you a really simple question. Does the oil rig look like that in reality, like they look in the image I took?
What this has to do with the argument? Distance
it has to do with the atmospheric
Which part
conditions.
Of distance to the horizon? And distance to the cranes.
I swear it would lead somewhere.
What is the distance to the cranes?
I swear it would lead somewhere. I promise you. But we need to acknowledge
the horizon is not Earth curvature. Let me see the picture that you posted. Let me see the picture that you posted.
Now you're looking at it. It's from your GIF. It's from your GIF.
Can you see?
I posted 2 images.
Can you see the same cranes on this other picture? You cannot, because the horizon is blocking the cranes, isn't it? But on the other one, you can see below the cranes. You can see the horizon on the back beyond the second platform.
And which one of those images? In which one of those 2 images? In which one of those 2 images are the oil rigs clearer, like less distorted? I mean, you can see the waves much clearer, the weather much clearer. The horizon is much more crisp and clear.
And it's still the same distance, though.
Why won't you acknowledge that?
The what? They are still on the same distance. Yeah, they are at the same distance. You can see better in one picture than the other. And what's your point?
George?
Can you see the video that I posted?
My point is that you don't answer the question.
Can you see the video? Not the picture. I posted the video.
You're living in like an alternate reality if you can't accept these facts about the image.
The fact that I posted a video, not a picture, not a still image, a video.
Yeah, but I took a still image from your GIF.
Yeah, and you are analyzing to a still picture of a video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can do that.
You are analyzing to a still picture of a video.
Yeah.
Do you see any distortion on the video?
Yes, I see the distortion on the video.
Can you see the horizon behind it?
It's blurry. It's very difficult to see it.
But can you see the horizon behind the second platform?
It's very blurry. Maybe I could. That could be the horizon, but it's not clear.
Is it beyond the second platform, or is it blocking the second platform?
It could happen. It could be that line which is behind it, but I'm not sure.
It's behind it. Welcome to Flat Earth.
You see how I'm honest and answering your question honestly, rather than being in denial and just rejecting the answers when you ask me.
I'm not rejecting anything.
Yes, you are.
I just asked you the questions. You give me
which of the cranes in those 2 images are most distorted? Which of the oil rigs are most distorted? In your GIF or in my image?
They are more distorted on the picture that I posted there. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. That's all I wanted.
Yeah, but they are still on the same distance.
Yeah, I know. There is something.
To the cranes is still the same.
But then there is something different. Those 2 days, right?
And guess what? And guess what? The bottom of the cranes, the pillars that support the cranes, they're not visible at all, are they? Not on your image, but you can see it perfectly on the video that I posted. Can you?
Yeah, that second image. I don't know what that is. It's
no
not
curvature
the same.
then.
No, but
curvature then.
That's
an illusion.
No, but that's not the same taken from the same place because the oil rigs are.
It is from the same place. It's an illusion that you are observing. Phenomenal.
How can it be when the oil rigs are positioned differently in relation to each other? It cannot be taken from the same place. That's literally impossible. The oil rig in the background is on the right side of the oil rig in the front. It's not taken from the same place. Otherwise, unless
it's
they
still
move
the same
to
distance,
the oil rig.
though. It's the same distance.
I doubt that because they took it from a different place. I know they wrote it here.
You doubt that. So what's, hold on. So how far off you think it is?
I have no idea because they obviously lied about it because they said it was taken from the same place.
How far off needs to be in order to match your globe?
That doesn't make any sense.
Oh, it doesn't make any sense.
Oh, I can try to respond.
The sense is the distance to the platforms. The platforms measure demarcations on the sea. If it was just a boat passing there, you say, "Oh, you cannot know for sure the distance to the boat because it's moving. Yeah. It's not fixed to the ground, which that is solid, fixed to the seabed. So we know the distance to those platforms.
But why don't you mention behind them? But why don't you mention refraction in any of these cases?
Because there is no such thing in there is no such a thing as refraction in geometry. A sphere with a radius of 3959, it stays the same size. It doesn't stay bigger or smaller.
No, the geometrical shape is the same, but it appears to look different, right? Because everything is refracted.
No. If I hide myself behind of a physical wall or behind of a mountain, no amount of refraction is going to bring me back into view.
It depends if it's a very slight curvature.
No, it doesn't depend on anything. Yeah, you would like to think that. Yeah, to support your globe, you'd like to think that. It doesn't exist as a thing.
Globe, non-refracted globe. That's all you've debunked now.
You debunked the globe, which has you just didn't take the P without the P and the Q. You didn't even take into account atmospheric conditions. That's the problem, right?
You're arguing our globe has to be geometrical and with bendy cranes that are not geometrical.
Obviously there is an issue with the atmospheric condition in this image, right? But the problem is here. Obviously, there
geometry. That's it. That's a big problem.
Yeah, but in obviously there is a problem with this image because you see the oil rigs how they are bent, so they are very strong reactive conditions in this image.
And what is the argument again?
Look how much more.
What is the argument again?
You have atmospheric conditions.
What is the argument again?
The back one is fucked.
Yeah.
What is the argument again?
You have atmospheric conditions.
No, the argument is distance to the horizon. Your sphere edge that blocks boats and buildings, which is not existent. We don't see it. It should be there 1.225 miles, but it's not.
I don't know why you would say that, because it would be refracted.
Well, you just agreed with me a few minutes ago. Now you're telling me I don't know why you say that.
What's he saying now?
Come on.
The hell? It's a 1 mile horizon. Who's got that?
Yeah.
Even the first platform should be obstructed by the horizon. It's not.
6 foot. 1 mile. What's he talking about? 1 mile. What has a 1 mile horizon?
I think he is like putting the camera like very close to the ground in the image.
Okay.
I don't know if he did or not, but it actually doesn't matter because with those with the oil rigs looking like that, we already know that he took it at one of the worst time of the day.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's the morning or the evening or whatever, but it seems like
if you want to do 1 to 2
miles, it was enough to see the distance to the horizon to be greater than 1.225 miles.
Yeah. Why didn't he take the image when the oil rigs were clear? He could do that. Why didn't he do that?
I'm sure because this picture wasn't taken on purpose for the Black Swan. Yeah.
Okay, so people have taken images.
Was taken many years ago. Taken many years ago. Yeah, it was just surfaced, and once that you know the distance to these places, to these
okay, so I'll ask differently.
Water,
why is the image, which is so blurry, used as an example? Why is the image
calculation?
why is the image, which is so blurry, used as the example? Why don't you take an image which is less blurry? There are images of the oil rigs.
Because the interest is to know the measurement, a physical measurement from your location to target.
Yeah, but
the target
wouldn't you want a clear picture, right?
The target is greater than a known distance.
But why don't you take a
Would you agree that the target in this case, the horizon,
yeah, the distance,
the
but I wouldn't take
greater, the target is greater than the known location.
But why don't you take a picture which is clear? You can take it at time of day when the oil rigs are much clearer.
Listen, that is the demolition of your argument, because you're not rebuttaling for a sphere anymore.
I want to take the image which is closest to reality. So if I want to see reality the best, I want the oil rigs, and I want to see the oil rigs as clear as possible. Because if I don't see them, I see them very distorted and blurry. Then there are a lot of atmospheric. Like if you want to take a picture of the oil rigs, I wouldn't take image of the oil rigs on a day when there is fog. Obviously, I want to do it when it's clearer. And in
it's
this
very clear on this picture. If you have to draw a straight line, to the horizon, 10 miles away,
the oil rigs are distorted. So you're going back on your point.
Large radius.
George,
you're just ignoring your point earlier.
To the horizon.
You just ignored your earlier
point. Gives you a radius of 10 miles.
Hold them up. If these memes didn't exist, what would be your proof that we're living on a flat Earth? Forget everything that Quantum Eraser says. What is your main thing? Deep in your soul.
You need to repeat the question again. It lost me there. I think it's a connection of mine.
Okay. If these memes, which are propagated by Nathan Oakley and Quantum Eraser, did not exist, how would you convince yourself that you live on a flat Earth?
I don't think the memes have anything to do with them. I don't know which memes you're talking about. The Black Swan, probably.
Yeah, Black Swan.
It's gas pressure without a container. Gas. Yeah, but not only that. What really brought me to flat Earth is the fact that water is level. Yeah, and we know that sea level, what it means. And we know that we measure elevation from sea level.
Why don't you argue that?
If you know the definition of level, and if you use these devices, these tools, you know what level means. Because you need us as constructors or builders, whatever you want to call, needs to represent physically what an architect and an engineer calculated in a paper.
But you know that the definition
of our jobs
hold on a second.
Our jobs are inspected.
You know that when you look it up, there are two definitions of level. So you can't use that either. You need your own thing.
Can you tell me the two definitions of level, please?
Right. One is not having any point higher than the other, and the other one is conforming to the water parts of the Earth.
Conforming to the shape of the Earth.
Right.
It's not contradictory, because we know that water level, the surface of the water is level, no parts higher than the other.
Right,
but like we were talking about here before, water conforms to the shape of the container that it's in. That's how we do ice cream and many other things. So it doesn't mean sphere.
Nobody's going to buy that, though.
What do you mean no one is going to buy that? It's on the definition.
Yeah, but a globehead's going to say, no, that's not what it means.
Have you ever seen a puddle? Have you ever seen a puddle on the ground? Everyone's seen a puddle on the ground. Yeah, the water is conforming to the shape of the Earth.
That's not how they see it.
It's on the definition of it. You just said it. To conform to the shape of the Earth.
The definition is contradictory.
But the first one is the most important one. Level. Meaning no parts higher than the other.
Nobody cares.
No part's higher than the other. Of course, he should care. Because if you have a level surface and you put a sphere on top of that level surface, the sphere doesn't move.
Well, I care, but I mean, people who are arguing from the globe side, they don't.
I understand that.
Right, they're always.
They need to explain how we calibrate the snooker table. In order for the balls to be stopped, not moving, not deviating from straight and things like that, it needs to be level, a level surface.
I get it.
I know that you get it, but and they get it too. They're not that dumb.
Right, but the thing is you know, it's going to go back and forth in circles until you have a conviction that you can't, that nobody could like deny. And
it's
when you
I think the reason. Oh, sorry.
Well, these things are undeniable.
I think
when you look at memes all day, you're never going to find the truth.
But these are definitions we are talking about.
I knew the truth. I knew the truth before I came about to Nathan and later on Quantum Eraser.
Yeah.
Way before I came across with them. So, yeah, they just made it stronger. It's not a belief; it's a know. Once that you know, you don't believe it anymore. It just increases your knowledge about anything, isn't it? More you study a field of any field, more aware and more wise you'll become. You get more information from different. That's why you have different teachers. Yeah, you get more information.
These are your best Earth proofs for flat Earth. I wrote them down. Water is horizontal. You believe it. You know it. You see too far. You see too far. So you've seen examples of people seeing too far.
Yeah.
And you don't believe in refraction enough. Even refraction can't account for it. And surveying in general, you think treats Earth as flat.
Yeah. I just want to ask him about like definition stuff. Do you have a definition of level, George? You have definitions of level, and many definitions of level, depending on whatever, right? We can agree on that. And if I take another word and I replace it, and I ask you, for example, I took just a random word, like I used the word sterile. So you have the definition of sterile, and you have one definition, which is failing to bear or incapable of producing fruit or spores. And then you have also unproductive of education. You have like 6 different definitions. You have also definition, which is basically like making something sterile is free of germs, right? So you have different kind of. You can make a person sterile, and you can also sterilize something, right? So you have different definitions. And how would you know which one is right to use? What's the correct one?
Yeah, because now you're diverting to your field, which is germs and so on. Now, on my field, we work with levels and plums, and this is exactly on my field. That's why.
I asked you, when I talk to you and I use the word sterile, you understand what it means. Which of this definition do you use when I say the word sterile? Because you know what that means.
Why are you deviating this to a different subject?
Because I want to use it as an example. And if you can agree on the word sterile.
Definition of level.
A definition of sterile.
Sterile?
Yes.
I don't know the definition of sterile. Tell me.
So you have failing to bear or incapable of producing fruit or spore, failing to produce or incapable of producing an offspring. Like if somebody is sterile, you can't like have an offspring. Then you have neither perfect nor pistillate in terms of flowers. Unproductive vegetation if you have vegetation which is sterile. And you can also have like
it has to do with infertility then. It has to do
no, it's not only that.
Incapability of reproducing.
lacking of stimulation, emotional and intellectual quality, which has nothing to do with, you can say, a sterile work of art, which means that it's lacking emotion and intellectual quality. You can use it that sense also.
Lovely. What does this have to do with the definition of level?
So what is the best one or the correct one in this case? The definition
of level. The definition of level means no parts higher than the other.
I didn't ask for level. I was talking about sterile now. What's the correct definition for sterile?
I don't know. You tell me. It's not my field. I already said that.
Well, you have many.
Why are you asking?
Different definitions.
I didn't make any, and I didn't make any claims in that field.
When I speak to you and use the word sterile, how do you know what definition?
I can claim on my field. I already said that. You brought up your
field. You don't know what sterile means?
You brought up your field, which is good. I understand that. I appreciate that.
It's not a field. It's just like language. It's English.
Yes.
You know English.
Yes, it's language, but it's the language that I'm using here is a precise language. Level and plumb, it's precise.
Well, sterile is.
There is no reason for interpretation.
Sterile is when I use the word sterile. And what does that mean to you? You have a meaning to sterile, right?
I already defined it for you on my view. Is you're not capable or don't have the ability of reproducing or recreate. That's my definition.
Okay, so nobody can say a lacking. This work of art is sterile. You can't say that.
Sterile is reducing in one word what it is. The same thing that when I say level is reducing to one word the definition of it, meaning no parts higher than the other. A level plane.
Why did you pick one definition over the other when you used it for sterile?
I didn't pick one over the other. The definition of level means no part higher than the other.
No, I'm talking about sterile now. Why did you pick that it's meaning being like
that's
incapable
my interpretation
of
that's my interpretation of what you said. I might be wrong, and I might. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
No, I'm just saying. If I'm saying this person is sterile, or if I'm saying a work of art is sterile, do you think that I mean that the art is incapable of producing offspring?
No, I would say that it has nothing to do with sterile at all.
But that's like it's actually a word which people use, right?
You said art.
Yeah, it's a sentence you can use.
Yeah, but it's
English.
Yeah, I understand it's English, but it's colloquially. Art cannot be sterile, can it?
Here is like a
sterilization. That's not what sterilization means, isn't it? Sterilization is to stop of.
They use that in art all the time. Art is used because it's.
What about surgeon's tools?
Sterile.
Punk, can surgeon's tools be sterile?
Yes, they can also be sterile. Surgeon's tool, surgeon tools. If I say this, I sterilized this tool. Do you think the tool can't produce offspring now, George?
No, what you sterilize the tool means that you killed all the bacteria. You're not going to have bacteria to develop in there because you removed it.
Okay, so now we have to. Okay, so earlier you said. So if I say this person is sterile, does that mean that you killed all the bacteria on the persons? You said earlier that meant that person can, right? Context, okay.
Yeah. What is the context of level?
The context, right? So can you can have different definitions of sterile depending on context.
What's the definition of level again?
I want to ask you, can you have like so you can have different.
What is the definition of level?
I'm not trying to trap you. I just want to come into an agreement.
Find me a different definition of level.
I want to come to an agreement first before we move on. So, like, what you're saying is that we can have different definition of sterile depending on context. Right, George? Or that was what you said, so I just want to confirm you.
What is the context of level?
Oh my God.
What does it have to do with level?
Why are you afraid of asking this?
I'm not afraid of anything.
Why aren't you not answering the question?
This is a straw man you are building up here, man.
No, it's very simple. If it's a flaw in your logic, then that's on you. I'm just trying to establish some kind of common ground.
There is no flaw in my logic. I already said that this is not my field, it's not my department.
Then you shouldn't.
But level and plumb is my department. Can you please, because you are talking about levels and plumbs. We're talking about how flat or how curved is the world that we live in. Yeah?
If you have if you think there are no flaws in your logic, then you should not be afraid of explaining this. You should be very comfortable with this.
You should show us a definition of level. If you have a different definition of level,
you should be very comfortable with explaining this.
A definition of level that shows curve.
George, you should be very comfortable with talking about this if you think there are no flaws in your logic.
Can you show me a definition of level, please?
So the fruit has to do with plum. What does to do with level? What does a plum have to do with level? Plum is a pitted fruit.
Yeah. So when you have sterile, and you said that depending on the context, right? You can have different definitions of sterile. Like it can mean two different things. You just have to interpret the context.
But what are you sterilizing? What are you sterilizing?
You're sterilizing a person, then you have one context, right? Or if
are you sterilizing the person or sterilizing the environment that the person is in?
You're sterilizing a person. I sterilize George, for example. George is sterilized.
So what do you sterilize? You sterilize the person or part of the person?
When I said earlier, I sterilize George, for example, you said, oh, that means that person can produce offspring. You said that earlier. We don't have to go back on that.
Is it? That's not specific, is it?
You said it, you interpreted it correctly before.
It's like going to the doctor and the doctor tell you you don't have a broken bone. Yeah, well, that's good that you know that you don't have.
Why are you going back on this? We already agreed on this. Now you're
not being specific. Because you're not being specific, are you?
I was being specific enough for you
earlier.
You're not. Yes.
When you say you sterilize someone, what do you mean? You sterilize what?
I said George is sterile.
Okay.
What does that mean?
What makes George being sterile?
No, when I say that, what's the first thing?
Yeah, what does it mean? When you say that, what do you mean?
You interpreted correctly earlier. I don't know why I have to interpret it.
What do you mean when you say that? I am asking you, what do you mean when you say
that? I can repeat what you said, George. You said, when I said that, you said, oh, that means that the person cannot produce offspring. You said that earlier. That was your interpretation of it.
And what are you doing on the person not to have any more offspring?
You're sterilizing him somehow. That's irrelevant.
By doing what? By causing what?
By he has become sterile in the past for some reason.
What is the process for it? Gonna break a leg or an arm, pull a ear? What are you gonna do in order to achieve that?
Sometimes people just get sterile. You don't have to do anything.
Yeah, and what is the process? What you actually doing in order to achieve that?
You just wait. You just lived for a while, and suddenly you were sterile.
George, why does it matter? Don't you know what sterile?
It's irrelevant, but he does this all the time. I don't know why. It's kind of stupid.
He's not being precise. When
I was precise enough for you earlier.
When I say this,
in a certain way, and that was the correct interpretation. Why are you saying now you're confused? Why are you confused?
When I say that something is level, you get confused, don't you?
Yeah. Did you mean George is senile? Because he forgets that he knew what sterile meant.
Yeah. It seemed like that. You remembered everything earlier, and now you're confused about the word when you interpreted it correctly before.
It's not precise, is it?
Are you saying
how did you get there? Okay. Can't you,
George,
like... Sorry.
Are you saying context matters, George?
Yeah, of course. That's why when I say level, it's exactly in context.
Or sorry, not Geo. Shit. Funk.
Yeah.
Do you know that context matters, Funk?
Yes, I know that context matters. And George I've managed to actually perfectly interpret my context because I was talking about the person being sterile and not the thing. And if a person is sterile, what we normally mean is that the person is incapable of producing offspring.
You're gonna sterilize a thing in a person. Yeah.
You just admitted the context matters.
This exactly. This is I don't know how, but this is the connection that you try to make with level, because we need to have a definition for level. And I asked you already for your definition of level. Please.
I want to talk about the context, right?
So what is your context of level?
The context, then you have to give me a context. I don't know.
You don't know. So if I would ask you to level a surface, could you do it?
If you want me to level a surface, I would think that you would want me to use a like a what you call it, like a short level. I don't know what you call that. Not the water level, but this other type of level. And you want to put them on the surface and make it level. That's what I would think.
Okay, so it would depend on the size of the surface. That's pretty much what you're saying. Depending which level you're going to use, depending on the size of the surface.
Of course,
you're trying to do this.
But when you ask me,
so now you level this surface.
My immediate image in my head is asking me to level like a picture on the wall, for example. Because that's what
I'm talking about. I'm talking about the proper surface. Let's say you have a table and you need to level it.
Yeah, then I do the same thing. That
table. Let's say it's a snooker table. Yeah, you're going to play snooker on top, or American pool, or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, it's a snooker table. We're going to level it.
Yeah.
Can you explain to me how would you do it?
When you say that, in my interpretation of it, taking into the context at hand, I would say that means that you would use some kind of tool to level to make sure that the snooker table is level.
If a pool table was flat, on the globe, wouldn't all the balls want to roll to the middle?
Let's not derail the conversation now, please.
Oh, I thought we were talking about pool tables. My bad.
Now, if the table is leveled, what is the behavior of a ball that is stationary on the table? What's the behavior? If you just leave a ball on top of the table,
it would be still.
Is it going to roll?
No.
It'll be still.
Yeah.
So you agree that the definition of level is no parts higher than the other, otherwise the ball would roll.
I didn't say that because now you changed the context.
No, but you would agree. I'm asking you, would you agree that the definition of level, meaning no parts higher than the other, would fit here like a glove in this context?
No, it depends.
It depends. The ball is not moving like you just said it.
It depends on the context. If you're asking on the snooker table, then I would say yes, because the snooker table is so small. The difference in height is
so minuscule. Level has to do with diameters now.
No, I'm saying it's
long the snooker table needs to be.
It's still a tiny curve. I think you've heard this before, but I'm just going to say it. So when you ask me questions and you're asking me where it's related to, and you ask me to level something, I don't assume like the most extreme consequence of that. Like when asking me to level a snooker table, you're asking me to make something level over like something that is like 2-3 meters long. That is different
what if
than
it's
leveling
20 or 50?
A bridge, for example. Huh?
What if it's 20 meters long or 50 meters long? Would it make a difference?
Then it could make a difference, right? Now it could make a difference.
It could make a difference.
Yeah.
What do you mean? So you couldn't play snooker anymore.
If it doesn't matter if it's tiny bit of unlevel, like if it's a tiny bit of deviation, then it doesn't matter. But for example, if that was like if you were to put like a fine film of water over that, then you maybe could see a tiny bit of difference.
So it wouldn't be matching the definition of level anymore.
No, as I said, with context, you have to apply context. Because I'm not going to say
level, meaning no part higher than the other. That's why the ball
why are you saying that?
Stationary. Because that's why the ball is stationary. If you have one part of the table higher than the other, the ball is not going to be stationary, is it?
And I would use that definition for small things, but I would never use that definition
for the ball not to roll either way, it needs to be no parts higher than the other.
No, I would say when you use no parts higher than the other, I would say that you can
if the table
you can just take
one side
level
is higher than the other, the ball wouldn't stay stationary, would it?
I would say if you take a level on the snooker table, it doesn't matter where you put it, you're not going to see any difference at either end because the instrument isn't far enough. So you can use that definition.
Oh, you wouldn't see
for the snooker table.
So we could do a table that long, but not a level, not a tool to level it.
You can use a tool to level it. You don't need to be within like. I said you could.
But the balls would be the proof of it if it's leveled or not. No, wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, you can use that as well. But normally you would to get even more precision than to like put a ball down.
Have you ever played pool?
Level on it. Yes.
Have you ever played pool or snooker?
Yes. Yes.
So what happens when the ball's starting to deviate? What's the reason?
Well, if it's not level, then it would deviate.
If it's not level, so you see what the problem is.
The ground
level means no parts higher than the other.
Yeah, but
that's what level means. Not curve.
I would use that definition for smaller scales. I don't disagree with you there, but I would never use that definition for longer scales.
So if we do a bigger table, we just did this. If we do a bigger table and wider table, don't you agree the balls would be a way of checking if the table is leveled or not?
No, I don't think you can use the ball for that.
So once that you're playing, the balls start deviating because it's not level anymore. You wouldn't notice that.
I would use a different definition for level, and using a ball would only confirm that if the ball would never roll anyway. So you can't use that as a tool to establish if something isn't level over a long distance anyway.
If the ball doesn't roll,
or if level is curving, if level is curving, you wouldn't notice that anyway.
Level is not curved.
No, you can say.
Level
I don't know why you say
that. We just read it here, the definition of level.
No, you created the definition.
No part higher than the other.
You're just strawmanning me over and over again.
Sea level, conforming to the shape of the Earth.
Are you going to ask me what I think?
It's simple.
Or are you going to ask me what I actually think, or are you going to strawman me, George?
No, he just admitted it.
No, he's just...
Sea level is context matters when we're talking about sea level, because the Earth is a sphere.
Yeah, context matters, right?
Not because Earth is a sphere. Conforming, listen, sea level, conforming to the shape of the Earth. We know that water conforms to the shape of the container that it's in.
Yes, we do.
Hello?
Yeah. Yes, and if the Earth is a sphere, it will conform.
Not a sphere. A sphere doesn't contain water, man. A paddle does. If you look at a paddle outside, on a rainy day, you'll see the water conforming to the shape of the Earth. Exactly as it says on the definition of sea level.
There is several definitions of sea level, and there is several definitions.
No, sea level means conforming to the shape of the Earth. No sphere.
No, it depends.
Merriam-Webster there?
Listen, the continents are connected with the seabed. Don't be silly to think otherwise. The oceans are connecting the continents. Yeah? The water is conforming to the shape of the Earth.
Actually, George, you're reading that incorrectly. It says conforming to the curvature of the Earth in the definition.
No, it doesn't say curvature on that definition.
Actually, it does. Here it is.
You guys have a curvature on that definition? Wow.
Okay.
You see, George? I told you. I was going to go round and round in circles. Oh, no, it means this, it means that. It's nonsense. Forget it.
So the problem here comes now.
Forget it. No.
You will still...
These people are educators. That's the problem.
But the thing here now...
At least they say they are educators.
George, the thing here now is that you will reject this definition, right? Because it's not reality, in your opinion, right? C conforms to the curvature of the Earth. You think that definition?
No, it doesn't conform to the curve of the Earth. It conforms to the shape of the Earth.
But the definition says so. Definition says so.
You changed a word in the definition.
Is that one?
That's really dishonest. You changed a word in the definition.
I changed the word of the definition? No, I didn't change the word of the definition.
All right, post which one you're reading from then.
Say it with your high voice, George.
Say what? Level means no part higher than the other. Sea level, conforming to the shape of the Earth.
Post it.
Really?
Yeah, you're lying.
I'm lying. Wow. So water doesn't conform to the shape of the container that it's in.
George, post which one you're looking at.
Are you denying that water doesn't conform to the shape of the container that it's in?
Nope.
So, of course, you cannot deny that because that's the definition of... That's the definition of sea level.
Yeah, but you don't think context matters, right? You're using it for different contexts.
Context, it does matter. We're talking about water. Yeah. It's very specific. Yeah,
no,
it's a liquid.
You used it a different...
It's a liquid and conforms to the shape of whatever the water is in.
Well, you used it in different contexts earlier, and you applied that first context.
What do you mean different contexts? No. Level means no part higher than the other. That's the first one.
That's one context I would use over shorter scales. Sea level. And I wouldn't use that on the scientific level over longer distance.
Sea level means to conform to the shape of the Earth.
If I use
like a basin or a swimming pool, yeah, the water conforms to the container that it's in. The surface of the water, though, is level, meaning no parts higher than the other.
I've heard that probably 100 times now. You don't have to repeat the definition.
Wow.
You can write it down.
You didn't have enough. You're still saying that level is curved.
It's still a definition. It's still just a definition. And you need context to apply it.
Just a definition. Context, yeah. Plenty of context.
It doesn't mean anything without the context to have meaning, right? You need to apply it in a sentence.
You just agreed with me with the snooker table what level meant.
That was one context, and you're applying it to everything.
Why
are you doing that?
Level has a specific vector.
Why are you misrepresenting my
I'm not misrepresenting you. Level has a specific vector, yeah? Horizontal.
No, you're applying that.
That's the vector for level.
That definition.
And the level surface, yeah,
George,
like we just
why are you applying?
If you place a sphere on top of a level surface, the sphere doesn't move anywhere.
Why are you applying that to all contexts?
Because that's what level means.
No, you can't say that.
Level doesn't mean curve.
You can say that reality is dictated by your definition.
Yeah, if you have a curved surface, if you place a sphere on top of it, yeah.
If somebody changed the dictionary, there's reality change.
Yeah.
You
know that you cannot...
You don't hear what I'm saying now, so I think I'm going to leave now.
You cannot quote Wikipedia for a school exam, and you want to bring it here? Come on, man, grow up.
Well, you can't use definitions to define reality. You use definition to describe reality.
You use a dictionary to find out the meaning of words.
Yeah, and the meaning of words could still be wrong about reality.
Oh, really?
You could say, you could say if you change the definition, of a globe to meaning something which is concave, is the Earth concave? If you change the definition of Earth to concave, the Earth isn't concave.
No, you tell me. It says on the definition of sea level to conform to the shape of the Earth.
I say the only way...
It's up to you, to your interpretation, what you think that means.
Holy shit. Oh my God,
Easy,
it's so
George.
fucking
Your
dumb.
interpretation, what you think that means, to conform to the shape of the Earth, like
This
a
is so
swimming
dumb,
pool.
George.
Yeah,
That's the whole point here, is that you can't use the dictionary. I can't open up a dictionary and assume that's reality. To know what reality is, we have to measure it. And if the dictionary
and we
says
do measure, that's why we define these instruments are very defined. They're called levels for a reason.
So the instrument dictates reality, right? The instrument dictates reality, and you use
the instrument
the dictionary.
Is what we use. The instrument is what we use in order to represent geometry from a piece of paper into reality.
What? But you measure when you measure the Earth, right? When we measure the Earth, that's the way you measure the Earth. That's the only reality. That's reality, right? You don't open up a dictionary and decide what reality is. To know what reality is, you have to observe nature. You have to measure nature. You can't just open up a dictionary. And the dictionary is something we use when we're going to write stuff down. It's to write down what reality is. Then we open up a dictionary and it says, oh, curve means this. And then you can use the word curve in a paper, which is the curvature you measured, but the measurement is the one dictates, not what the dictionary is saying, right?
Oh, that's good. Measurement. Can you define that for me?
Oh, that's good. Is what you're responding in. Okay, fuck off.
Can you define measurement for me? Oh, he's gone. He's talking about measuring a sphere. How do you measure a sphere? That would be my next question.
Level. It's a good way to say level is horizontal, and just say ground level debunks topography. So if you see a mountain, it's not there because it's actually horizontal.
George, I had
ground
to wait
level. What if you -3?
George, I just had to wait for a break in my driving, but I just posted the evidence that you were lying and you were significantly changing one of the words from shape, curve to shape in the definition you were reading. So, George, stop lying.
But these are even better than mine. Let me copy this. Hold on a second. Where is it? Let me read it.
George, notice how
having no part higher than another.
George, notice how you were lying about the second definition.
Parallel with the plane of the horizontal. No curvature there.
George, notice how in the first definition,
let's see, even. That's another one.
I'll leave that
no curve.
You're rolling around in your shit.
Even also means no curve.
He lied, and you know that he lied, so he has to steamroll you.
Equal in distance, progression, and that's all proof of level. No curve though. You guys introduced curvature there. I don't know why.
Scroll up a little bit. Take a look at mine. Same thing.
Yeah, that's what George read, but he forgot the conforming to the curvature of the liquid part of the Earth's surface.
Yeah, he actually intentionally changed a word and said conform to the shape of the Earth rather than the curvature. And so
the shape of the Earth, yeah, that's what liquids do. Yeah, they conform to the shape of the containers that they are in. Yeah, we know that.
Rolling here. Stop lying.
No, not stop lying. Not stop lying. You can go, for example, to your Google Earth and see the Earth profile. You know, the seabed.
Yeah, to the
you can
surface
see
of the liquid,
the surface of the water. You
so
can see the level line of the surface of the water and the topography of the seabed.
So while George is spiraling here, does everybody else see how George changed that one word so he can make his argument, and now his argument isn't there
Didn't
anymore.
change any word, my friend.
Yeah, he keeps
Level,
lying.
no parts higher than the other. Sea level to conform to the shape of the earth.
Where did you read that
Where are
from?
you seeing that, George?
Oh, nowhere. See,
Where
you
did
need
you
to
see
stop
that,
lying.
George, you can have your stupid ideas. That's fine. That's your right.
So
but don't
you
lie
guys don't agree that the water conforms to the shape of the container that is in.
George, don't lie and say you're not lying.
How do you contain water?
With your mom.
How do you contain water, please?
With your mom. If you're not going to have a serious...
Really?
You gotcha on that one.
How do you contain water?
I mean, your mom.
I mean, if
if I pour water...
but Jeremy, if George isn't going to have a honest conversation, why would he expect...
My mom is not a container.
What
do you use for to contain water?
George, they said you changed the word. Let's see your definition that you posted or that you got.
Yeah,
no, I didn't put anything. I didn't post anything.
Oh yeah, because you changed the word.
Yeah, posted in a thing. Here we go. Also, let's slow down a little bit and try to let everyone get their words out. I know it's tough. People, each side has got the other side thinking they're saying wrong shit. I know every time RC talks or one of us talks, the other side thinks that they're completely wrong and it's dumb, and you want to interrupt them right away, but just let them get all the nonsense out. That way, it'll just go much smoother, and then you can yell at them after that they're an idiot and they're dumb and they're wrong.
I was also being true when I said your mom, because Jeremy, you answered the question that I've never had a flat earther answer. Is there such thing as a natural container? You said human bodies are, and that's actually a really good
I almost went in on George just now for that. Yeah,
you should have, because you were 100% correct.
The humans are natural. Now, if humans make something, that's not natural. That's called man-made. But it's a whole nother story.
Now that's where we're getting into bullshit again. But Jeremy, you had the first part right.
Yeah, I know, Artsy. I know.
So a container for water is my mom.
I know, but let's see your. Yes, your mom's holding. We're all holding a lot of water, but let's see your definition, because RC says you're full of shit, and that's not even a definition. I mean, did you make it up, or if you made it up, that's cool.
Make it up? No.
Yeah. Oh, then post
water conforms to the container that is in. We all been in school, no? Water conforms. Water conforms to the container. Water conforms to the container that is in. You need a citation for that?
No, if the container's not. If the container's
does
not
anyone
full,
need a citation that water conforms to its container?
Listen, if the container's not full, water. Hold on, guys.
Can we all agree on
George, you
that
gotta let somebody
conforms?
respond to you eventually, George. Now the top of the water. If the container's not full, then the top doesn't conform to the shape of the container. Right? What if I put
what do you mean the top of the water?
What if I put a pyramid
when you say the top of the water, what do you mean?
Container, I'm going to fill it halfway with water, and I'm going to have a pyramid top on it.
Yeah, and the water is not conforming to the shape of the container that it's in.
No, it's not going to be. If it's only halfway full, no, it's not going to be a pyramid-shaped.
Yeah, but isn't that taking it too far? Like, we're just talking about where the water is, the level of the line, wherever it's at, it's going to conform to not part of the container. Correct.
But isn't that really what Jeremy's saying to me sounds absolutely crucial, which is, are we talking about the bottom, the sides, or the top?
Correct.
We're talking about water.
That the water is in. Have you guys ever?
If we're talking about, I'm sorry, George, I'm not done yet. If we're talking,
have you ever made ice cream
not
in your
about
life?
The bottom or the sides, but we are talking about the top, and as Jeremy rightly points out, the top doesn't conform to the container it's in. Virtually never have I seen water.
The
top of the water. Okay,
fill it up.
George. Fill
it up.
Yeah, we all know the sides. We all know the sides are going to conform. Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
and the bottom
And the bottom, yup. The top is the part that's in contention here, though.
Exactly. So more you feel of the container, yeah, the water will conform to all of it.
To the top?
Sure, if you fill it,
if you fill it till the top, it will go until the top. It will overflow.
Have you ever seen that? I've just never filled something to the top. The most I've ever done it is when it's a syringe and it doesn't have a top.
You never fill up a glass of water or a cup.
It doesn't conform to the top. No, it doesn't conform to the top.
It doesn't conform to the container that is in. Wow.
The top of it doesn't, no.
The sides,
crucial bit we're talking about. The sides, the bottom, the rest of it does, but the top is the one bit that doesn't.
If you were to fill a pyramid completely full, now you can't do that.
I've just never done that. Exactly, you can't do that.
What about the sphere?
How do you do that?
That you can do that, I'm sure, but you don't have the ability at your home to do that right now. But if you filled a container full,
we're talking about make believe.
Full, then you're talking about it would form to all sides.
And
I don't know. I've just never seen it. I've never seen. Never seen water contained in something that doesn't have
to a sphere, though.
Air, and the air gets to the top, and the air forms this kind of curved surface. I just don't know what George is talking about.
You're right, writing, because there usually is air of some sort that's left in a container. Even if you buy a jug of water, sometimes there's air still left in that container.
Yeah, never seen
so
it not
if you can find no air in a container, then it would probably conform to all sides. You know what I mean?
And
possibly, I just haven't seen it. And if it's something I haven't seen and can't go there and touch it myself, why would I trust that? You know, like I would need to say, no, it doesn't conform to the container. It conforms to the bottom and the sides.
Can anybody find a video on it that you could actually make no air in the container? You know?
And incidentally, George is trying to make an argument from level based on the part that's not touching the container.
Exactly. The one bit that's in contention is the one bit that doesn't agree with his assertion. It's a really
normally I'm on your guys' side here, but I mean this is crazy. George,
sort of imagine this snow globe with no air in it.
If you have a puddle of water on the ground, don't you agree that the water is conforming to the container that it's in?
The bottom and the sides, 100% it is.
The bottom and the sides, of course. The rest of it is not a container, is it? It's not containing anything.
Exactly. Yeah, the top doesn't seem to contain it, so it doesn't appear to be conforming.
The water.
No, I was almost done. I was almost done, George. I was almost
done. The part that is containing the water is conforming to the water is conforming to the shape.
George.
I mean, honestly, guys, I don't think we can actually find something right now that you can put no air at all inside of a container that we've done with cold liquid. I don't think we're going to find it. But if you could do it, I could see that happening. But in reality, I don't know if that's happening because we don't do it.
No. We can fill a container up with and get no air in it, and it will conform to the whole thing. But that's not the point, though. The point is that there's no top on Earth that touching the water. You know what I mean? It's just in an open bowl. Essentially, you have a bowl of water. So this is all I don't see where this is going, George.
Yeah, it's just a bad analogy. If the one bit in contention,
water
conforms to the shape of the container. Okay, yes, we know this. When it has a top and you fill it up all the way, it'll conform to the top too. There's no top touching the water, the oceans, the lakes. Where are we going with this, George?
Really? No sphere.
And then, George, you're going to turn around and make an argument about the top of the water being level, right, George?
Yeah, I mean, so we're arguing about the top of the water, right? Not the bottom or the sides, right?
Correct.
Okay, so what does water conforming to the shape of the container have to do with the top of it?
No, that was the second definition of water, the definition of level and sea level.
No, the second definition of water level or level is conforming to the shape of the curvature of the earth is what it says. And you change the word to shape in a dishonest attempt to try to change the definition in order to make an argument, a crappy argument at that, but then even got that definition wrong and lied about getting it wrong and changing the word.
Doesn't matter. That water has to conform to your balls all around the ball, around a ball.
Stacey, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the fact that George is being dishonest and then expects honest answers from people. when he wants
Hey,
you guys are being dishonest. Yeah,
he's just saying
because
that
what's curving the water on your model is gravity, as we all know. You don't have a center of mass. Water doesn't curve.
Ah, so okay, we can go away from the conforming business. That's all right.
Yeah,
that's good. That's fine. I think it's a good. I think it's a good idea for you to leave that one alone for a bit, George. Because
what do you mean alone for a bit? It's all about the same thing. Level, flat. Yeah, it's all about the same thing. No curvature.
Yeah, we're not finding water, curving to your ball. We're finding what, guys? Level. That's the point, right?
Yeah. I mean, it is an important point. What was also interesting to me was that QE even admits that water curves. He told me the other day that there's a hump of tide, which is explaining the black swan, the second photo on the black swan. So it seems some of you seem to accept that water can curve sometimes.
If you got waves and shit going on, sure.
Yeah, I think
surface tension. You could have surface tension. I mean, there's a whole bunch of ways water could curve.
It won't conform into a sphere, though.
Well, no, maybe not a perfect sphere. That's absolutely correct. You're right. You're absolutely right. I mean, there's water droplets, though. They're
no sphere whatsoever.
Sphere-ish. They're kind of spherical, a bit sphery, sort of spheroidal.
You guys dream with spheres every day, I'm sure.
They've got some sphericity to them.
That's that Witzer shit, sphericity.
Sphericity is a great fun word to say, isn't it? You don't want to say it while drunk, though, do you?
If I could just go back real quick, the problem with what QE said about the black swan is that he has no proof. He can interpret what he sees that way, but
it could be shoaling.
Yeah, but the problem with that, Jeremy, is that we have, at least I have, so many observations with that phenomenon. And I can't attribute shoaling every single time to that, I don't think, because I've got it on the Chesapeake Bay, I've got it on the California coast.
What's shoaling?
That's the term, Harry, that's the term that QE was describing. That is that there is a particular current that would hit because of the landscape underneath it. The current hitting that landscape would then force the water up, almost like a river. Like if you're watching, like if you look at a river and you see that there's actually a hump of water on the surface of the river, but the cause of that is that there's a rock below the surface, and the flow of the volume of water gets pushed up so that it becomes an elevated surface. That's the same idea in shoaling.
Okay, so shoaling seems to then call into question this idea that water always finds its level, or sort of finds its level, but then gets pushed out of its level sometime by the forces acting on it, I guess we could say.
Yeah, but you're forgetting the argument. The argument is distance to the horizon.
Which is true, right. So
hang on, why is the argument distance to the horizon? We were just having this very extended discussion about where the water conforms to the shape of its container.
The black swan argument.
Optical effect.
The black swan argument.
Distance to the horizons?
Distance to the horizon and distance to the platform. You can see the horizon behind the platform.
It kind of seems like changing the topic rather than staying on it, but sure.
I don't think so, but go ahead, RC.
Hey, Travis,
can I also ask you when you're done, RC, one question? By the way, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I apologize. I want to ask I'm your a question in a second. Go ahead, though.
So, Travis, did QE say shoaling? Because that is just like fantastically stupid if he did. But did he actually say that?
Why? I don't know if he said that, but what's the surface?
Right.
What's the land underneath the water look like in that region? Do you know, RC? You must know.
I have no clue, but I'm asking Travis.
Well, then why is it stupid?
Hold on, Jeremy. Hold on, Jeremy.
For the same reason. Hold up. For the same reason that Travis just said. You can't say, "Oh, shoaling is happening at all times." And like every freaking time that you take this picture, there's shoaling happening when it looks like there's curvature. Like that's.
It depends the position.
RC, what are you doing, bro? RC, what are you doing? let him say the shoaling thing. Let him dig in a bit. Let him dig a couple of trenches and
put up hold up. Travis is being honest here in calling QE out. Yeah. I actually just want to confirm QE actually tried to use that argument as to why it looks curved.
What Harry said, so you're going to have to appeal to Harry.
To the horizon.
Yeah. He said to me it was a hump of tide. But yeah, let him put some sandbags on that hill.
Of tide on the other pictures that you guys presented.
I'm just joking.
There is no curvature. There is no curvature on that picture. No,
except when there's shoaling, except there's water droplets,
regardless of what the sea is doing or not.
Curved. I guess
regardless of whatever the sea is doing, the distance to the horizon.
Travis, I have newfound respect
to the horizon is the question.
Travis, I have newfound respect for you for actually recognizing how dumb of an argument that is, and saying, definitely not an explanation.
We can't rule it out though. It could be shoaling.
Right.
Something to do with the water hump.
Right. Shoaling, and it depends where you're at taking these pictures, right? Because can't that happen in many different places on this earth?
Yeah, but I would say, again, because I've never been in a situation where I felt like I had to interpret it as shoaling. Okay. So for instance, if you have a stream and it has what I described with a rock underneath the surface and that's always going to happen at that level. Mm-hmm. Now, if there's less water in the stream, then you're going to see the rock exposed. And if there's more water in the stream, you're not going to get shoaling because of the volume of water covers that, and so you're always going to get this variation. However, if you're talking about the oceans, I would say that you're going to have. Well, I guess you're going to deal with tides. Tides could deal with
Absolutely.
that. But like Jeremy said, do we know what the landscape is in that area?
Exactly.
But I just don't think that it's an easy answer for it.
But we know the distance to the horizon.
Even if it's a normal kind of shore coming in. Hold on a second, George. Even if it's a normal kind of shore coming in, you still have an influx of water. Wouldn't that create a bulge or a hump of water there because of the you now have this influx of water?
So here's what we're talking about. The same thing that we're saying. That when you're looking along the x-axis, that is directly in front of you, you're not going to see curvature going that way because it's so slight. So the reason why you would possibly see shoaling in a river is because you're looking at it orthographically. You're looking at it from a side-on view, and it's only going to be raised at that point, so it's going to be obvious. So if we're looking at the Black Swan image, there should be, if you changed your location on that, you should see a raised hump of water from some angle, but you're not seeing it straight on because that's a huge swath of space. You know what I'm saying? I think you would almost see like a camel's hump. You wouldn't see the entire. You wouldn't see the entire frame.
Mm-hmm. There's times where we see. Where it does look like there's a wall. Remember, I was saying this to you the other day. With the times where it looks like there's a wall of water coming right up. Like it doesn't look like the flat or the globe water. It looks like literally a wall of water.
Yeah, but sometimes. Right. But in my opinion, I can demonstrate different levels of that wall. So I can show you 3 different pictures where. In the most extreme picture, that wall looks like it's right up in your face, and it looks like you're close up to the wall, and the level of that wall is higher in the frame. And then I'll show you another picture taken from the exact same location, exact same viewer height, but that wall is moved away from you and lower, and I'll show you another photograph where that wall is even farther away and almost indistinct. That, to me, is demonstrable stuff that we have to talk about.
I mean, I personally also think it's an optical thing because you just can't attribute it to shoaling every time. What about the mountains, mountain to mountain when there's no water in between? You know what I mean? Like, I think it's an optical effect. Yo, you're falling off the bed.
So it seems that we'd all agree that at times water curves. whether it be conforming to a container or conforming to the forces acting upon it, or shoaling, running over a rock in a stream.
Now, what it confirms is that the horizon is not the leading edge of a sphere. There is no curvature. It should be there and is not.
I mean, indeed, that sounds like a topic, but possibly a different one.
For me, it's verified by just flying. I mean, I seriously just flew for I don't know how long, and you flying, you can see for a fact that we ain't no damn spinning ball. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I grew up with a pilot as a dad, so I've spent plenty of hours in a plane. I'm fairly convinced of the opposite. So,
how is that possible? I mean, being sincere, I'm asking because when I flew, it was just like it was so liberating for me. Because, I mean, I flew for what, a total of 8 hours one way, 3.5 another way. This is all in one day. So you're talking about 13 hours in a plane. When you're 13 hours in a plane and you're flying over the United States, then you fly over oceans, then you fly over another country, you start realizing that I don't see any curvature whatsoever. Not even out my window that's supposedly curved, and I've taken pictures of that. So the window's curved, but nothing else is curved that I looked out. And I'm going to tell you, I'm seeing like bridges and, you know, roadways that are for how long? Straight as can be when you're flying over. You don't see any curvature. Now you see land.
Well, I guess, what is interesting is two bits about this. One is, I used to fly back and forth to and from the UK to Australia 5 times a year, maybe. So I'm not new to doing 24 hours and more on a plane in a go. Not in a go.
There we go. You want one of these?
I'm not calling you a liar, hun. By the way, I'm actually very I'm intrigued. You know what I mean? I want to know what you're actually seeing because I just flew and I'm twice, in the last 6 months that much. So I've flown for over 24 hours straight, and I didn't see any curvature the whole time. Now, if you want to look at the clouds and you want to imagine seeing curvature, you can kind of almost sometimes, but it's flat horizon the whole way.
Well,
I guess the interesting thing to me is that I was asking a question about a really particular thing, and a thing I notice happens with all people when a belief they have is kind of under threat, and that is they switch to talk about a very different thing.
Let me do this.
No, I think it's okay. A conversation flows. It just to me might be worth investigating.
Well, we're still on the same thing. I mean, what do you want to talk about? Eggshells. Eggshells. What do you want to talk
about? Planes.
RC was trying to get in real quick.
Go for it, RC.
Oh, I was just going to respond to Stacy here. I was just at the airport 45 minutes ago getting an airplane ready that I'm getting ready to fly. And funny enough, I spun up the gyro, and I left it sit there for quite a few minutes. And it started. I had the holes on the tubes plugged up, and it started processing.
Holes on the tubes? What does that mean? I don't know about any tubes or holes.
The pendulous veins on them.
Sounding kind of sexual. What are pendulous veins? I don't know anything about gyros.
They help you. So anytime a gyro will process, it'll always make sure, you have to basically create a vacuum inside of that puts a little bit of pressure on it to make sure that it stays upright on artificial horizons, or attitude indicators, as we call them, in airplanes. And if those pendulous veins are clogged, then you can't get that pressure to keep it upright, and it will process just like a regular gyroscope will. And mine was messed up, and it was because one of the pendulous veins was clogged in it, and it just kept processing all the time. And so I took the thing out and I spun it up to make sure that, what I thought was happening. I'm actually going back to the airport right now because I had to go home and get some tools. And hot damn, there's rotation staring right in my face.
What? So that's measuring the rotation of the Earth.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
No, you all you have is precession. That's all you have.
Yes,
right, but I'm trying to see what RC is saying about it.
Yes, precession, which is caused by angular displacement, which if the thing is sitting on my hangar workbench, not moving relative to the workbench, then the workbench must be moving, but it's not moving relative to the building, and the building's not moving relative to the ground. Well, shit, what must be moving then? So yeah, Stacy, we pilots, yeah, we know that the Earth freaking rotates.
Yeah, I'm sure you were, dipping the whole time, shit, to account for that, right? The whole flight.
Stacy,
what would dipping look like? What would dipping the nose look like?
I mean, you'd feel that.
No, you
wouldn't.
Would you? I'm pretty sure you would.
What would it feel like?
Any turbulence whatsoever, and any adjustment or movement in a big, huge Boeing. I mean, when you're going from America to England, you're on a massive freaking plane. And let me tell you, every movement, I can actually feel that we're in the sky. Even if I walk backwards on the plane and stuff, you could feel the movement of that plane. Every little adjustment, left, right, up, down. You feel it in your stomach. You feel it.
No, you can't, Stacey. No, you can't.
There's a huge misconception on how much the. Hold on. Go ahead, Travis.
RC, why are you cutting Stacy off?
I didn't.
Well, you said thank you, Stacy. Like you're being snide. Like you're just.
I didn't say thank you, Stacy.
What did you say?
I said no, that's not true. After she was done, and then I went on mute.
No, that's not true. Okay, so you're telling Stacy that her direct experience, while she's trying to pay attention, right, like I do when I'm on planes now. So you're telling me that she's paying attention to things, and when the plane goes right or left or up or down, and she feels it, your statement, no, Stacy, that's not true, disqualifies her experience. Is that what you're telling us?
She cannot feel every little movement on that airplane, and in fact, you can be in a 30-degree bank turn on an airplane. Thanks, hey, hold on, here, Travis. You can be in a 30-degree bank turn on an airliner, and you can be walking to the back of the airplane, and you not even feel like you're in a 30-degree bank.
Oh my God! Sorry. But that's just literally taking my experience and calling me a liar, and I know what the heck I went through. I'm so sorry, but honey, that's not what happened. Yeah, Stacey, and everybody in that plane would tell you differently.
Stacey, I didn't deny you felt something. What I denied is that you felt every single movement. Because, Stacey, when I get to the airport here in a few seconds, I'll show you guys. It's about 45 minutes. I'll be there. I will show you guys exactly what freaking happens. I'll live stream it, okay? To a pilot, when they're in unusual attitude recovery, there's a ton of times that not even pilots who are at the freaking controls can feel what is happening to an airplane, and your vestibular system F's you up. Okay, so Stacy, I know for a fact that you didn't feel every movement on there. I didn't say that you didn't feel movement. What I said is that you didn't feel every one.
Okay, that's fine. That's your opinion. But you also can't live stream from a plane, by the way. It's illegal. So I don't know what the heck you're talking about, bro.
What are you talking about?
You have to have your stuff in airplane mode. You're not allowed to live stream from a plane. It's illegal. I was just told this on a plane from them that I was not allowed to live stream. You can record and upload it later. You're not allowed to live stream.
Stacey, it's a general aviation aircraft. I'm the one flying it. I'm the only person on the airplane.
Up to the pilot. My dad regularly used to make phone calls from the plane. It's totally up to the pilot. It's well recorded on safety things that there's no reason to not use phones. For some reason, the FAA and CASA in Australia just haven't woken up to it. But that's 100% up to the pilot.
And we're allowed to use phones and stuff when I was flying, but no live streaming. None of that was allowed to happen. But yeah, if you're your own plane, you can kind of do whatever the heck you want to. You're right on that.
Stacey, was it your airplane that you were flying?
Like did I not just say it wasn't mine? I was on a plane. If it's your own, then you can make your own decisions. And then you just said it was your own, so I get it. Did I not just say that, RC?
I think there's a huge misconception going on about how much a plane would have to dip going over the ball, because I've heard a lot of crazy fucking numbers thrown out around.
Well,
I never even hear the Globers give the I've actually had Globers argue with me over the actual numbers that, you know.
Sure, just test it as an idea, Jeremy. And test it as an idea. Could a plane fly to 400,000 feet? Yes or no, do you reckon? Or would the air get so thin that it would fail to make thrust at a certain point?
I don't think he's going to 400,000 feet. I was only at 40.
Okay, so a plane won't get to 400,000 feet. So what we would accept is, even if it was max thrust, full balls to the wall, which is an expression my understanding is from aviation, where you go all sticks forward and you've got full rich mixture and you're trying to get as much as you can out of the engine. There is a point you're going to get to no matter what attitude your plane is pointing at, how much it's pitched up or down or whatever, that it's going to be able to get any more lift. So could we accept there that you could have a plane that's pointing upwards but actually going downwards?
Absolutely.
Or that it could get to a certain point where it's going to get to an equilibrium.
Can a plane reduce its speed or something and drop?
Yeah, absolutely.
Sure.
Yeah. The point is, how much
reduce its speed and drop. I've been in an aircraft.
How much do you guys even think drop? You know what, eggshells? I think you got people turned down or something. Are you doing your show right now?
No.
Yeah, I think you got people like turned down a little bit, maybe.
Sorry.
How much do you guys think that planes even need to drop on the Globe model?
Generally, they don't. Generally, a plane going. RC Micey is going to correct me on this.
You mean they don't?
My understanding is a passenger plane actually is pitched up for most of its flight. Its standard attitude is slightly nose up by about 1 degree because it gets a bit of lift across its fuselage, even though it's maintaining steady level flight. Is that right, RC?
Yeah, but you realize going over the Globe Earth.
Right. Fair enough.
You realize going over the Globe Earth, the plane would have to drop.
No, it wouldn't, Jeremy. So it's actually on the definition of what drop means in aerodynamics. Okay, so number one, descent or drop, okay, is defined as weight being more than lift. Okay, so there are 4 forces acting on an airplane: weight, lift, thrust, and drag. Okay, descent is when the vector of weight is more than the vector of lift. So on a globe in general. Okay, the vector of weight is not changing. The direction of weight is changing, but not the magnitude of weight.
All right, I'm talking about dropping from.
Jeremy, can I finish my sentence, please?
My bad. Others.
My bad. Because that magnitude of weight is not changing in comparison to the lift, then you're not going to get a descent. Okay.
Yeah, I wish you would have let me cut you off earlier. I'm talking about drop from horizontal. Obviously, the plane has to drop from horizontal, so you can't fly straight. It needs to drop from going straight horizontal.
That's incorrect.
Yeah. Can I add something to that?
What do you mean that's incorrect? RC just said that. Go ahead, Arakia.
Yeah, we can't be told that if something has those pokey, pointy things called wings and thrust that it overcomes gravity, and then be told that it's being pulled around a sphere by the gravity that it overcomes with the thrust. What Jeremy's saying is the plane creates a horizontal plane over a curved surface, and if it doesn't adjust, it would fly off into space, in your own words.
What? Who would say that?
That's just incorrect about that, because again, if it were to fly up into space,
I'm fine with that. What would pull it around the ball like an orbit?
Why are you talking over me, Rakia?
No, so, you said it's incorrect. You said it's incorrect.
Oh my gosh! Can I respond?
Yeah, you said it's incorrect. So now I'm asking you:
is anybody going to mod in here?
Yeah, I'm going to mod.
Calm down. It's actually fine in here if people just calm down. Rakia hasn't spoken at all hardly, so can Rakia finish too, please?
Simple question, RC. If it's incorrect, then what is pulling or whatever holding the airplane at a constant altitude without adjusting? What force is acting on it to hold it in its so-called orbit?
Weight.
Yeah, so gravity. So gravity.
So if the vector or the magnitude of weight becomes greater than that of lift, it will descend. If it doesn't, then the weight and the lift will keep it right where it is.
No, planes fly in a horizontal plane unless they adjust.
Well,
You're
that's just
saying
not true.
So let's test that idea. That's not possible.
Let's just test that idea, Rakia. Let's test it most simply. Has anybody here seen physically with their eyeballs or a video of a plane landing? Which way is it pointing when it lands? Is it pointing nose down or nose up?
Nose up and nose down doesn't have anything to do with it. You can ascend and descend with nose orientation being up or down. You don't know anything about flying. I'm talking about the horizontal flight of an airplane, and it's flying around in a sphere.
Right.
I know.
So if the plane can go, okay.
Yeah. Can I please respond?
Hey, hold on, just real quick.
The problem with the way you're saying this is, oh my gosh, The problem
listen.
Why are I would like to respond to Rakia, then you can talk. So here's the point. Rakia, if you want to gain more altitude than the equilibrium of weight and lift that you are at there, you have to create more thrust to create more lift. If you are not creating more thrust to create more lift, you will not gain altitude.
We're talking about constant lift.
Rakia, why did you cut me off? If
You're avoiding the question.
Less lift. Oh my gosh.
RCB heard you and you paused, for heaven's sakes, and please don't be rude to a mod.
You gotta quit doing that.
And you really told him you're going to see what I mean?
Why is everyone
just talk?
Why?
You're avoiding the question, RC. That's why.
Damn.
Okay.
You asked why I'm cutting in. It's because you're avoiding the question. We're not talking about change in elevation. We're actually talking about it maintaining elevation. Horizontal flight. You're saying it's maintaining elevation because it's going around a sphere. That's not horizontal. That is Jeremy's question. That's my question.
Yeah, I don't care why. It doesn't matter why it has to drop. It would have to drop. We're not worried about the whys. It would have to drop from horizontal, right?
Going to maintain. It's going to get to an equilibrium. It sounds like RC's gone. But the point I'm making about a plane landing nose up is it doesn't have to tip nose down if it's whether it's nose up or nose down is somewhat irrelevant to.
That's awesome. That's landing on any. That's. I mean, I don't even know your point. We're talking about flying around a sphere. Okay, we're talking about flying in a horizontal path around a sphere.
Sure.
How is it adjusting? And if the plane isn't adjusting by using its elevators and wings and thrust and lift and all the things that we all know about airplanes, then what is acting on that plane?
Well, it doesn't have elevators. A plane doesn't have elevators.
Yeah. Okay. So.
Well, it's somewhat important to the conversation we're having about
aerodynamics. Okay, I said. So what is acting on the plane?
Sure.
To allow it to fly horizontally around a sphere.
So what is acting on the plane? Sound like what RC was saying. What were the 4 things he said? Thrust, lift, drag, and weight.
Oh my goodness!
Hey,
with all those remaining constant, what is acting on the plane with all those things you just mentioned, which anyone can read off of Google? Which you probably have, or just listen to RC.
No, I just heard what
Hold on, Harry. Hold on. Okay, so earlier, Harry, it sounded to me like you responded to this topic like you hadn't heard this argument before. So I just want to make sure you understand. Okay, so can you just reiterate what you think our position is?
I've heard it in a variety of different ways. The simplest one is which we started with when we were talking with Stacey, was why don't planes nose down?
Before anyone gets too far off, planes do have elevators. They're on the tail of the plane. They help the plane go up and down.
Yeah,
which is
elevators or ailerons?
Okay, eggshells.
Planes have what?
I didn't want anyone to walk away thinking that planes.
Beg your pardon. Okay, if I'm wrong about that, beg your pardon.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, you're probably, that's why I went because I'm talking to someone who doesn't know. But that's all right. A plane can do a loop, right? Fly in a sphere. No one's doubting that. Right, but it has to adjust its ailerons to do so, and its elevators and thrust. If it's not doing that, flying around a sphere in the opposite direction, then what is causing it to keep its constant elevation around a sphere, sir? That is the question.
So the question I asked before, and I don't mean to answer your question with a question, but I think you already know the answer, which is why I'm going to answer it as with a question, which is, can a plane go to 400,000 feet? Can an ordinary commercial airline like a 737 or something, can it get to 400,000 feet? Why not? What happens when it gets close to 400,000 feet?
So you're saying the pressure differences, the pressure differences that we have at different altitudes is holding the plane in a certain pocket of air. What about thrust, sir? You've mentioned thrust several times. You don't think thrust overcomes that?
Well, what I think is, what I think, as admittedly a non-pilot, is that these things reach an equilibrium. right? You can get thrust, but thrust on a jet engine, anything short of a rocket, loses thrust as the air gets more rarefied. So as the air gets thinner, you're losing thrust and you're losing lift. So you're going to get to a certain point where those things reach an equilibrium and you cannot get any higher.
Oh, okay. So at what altitude does a plane have to fly to go around a sphere?
Well, all of them have to do. So all of them have different ceilings. Every aircraft has a different ceiling, doesn't it?
Okay, so the plane that you mentioned, what altitude does it have to get to maintain that constant altitude to fly around a sphere without adjusting its ailerons?
It can adjust at any height. What do you mean without having to adjust?
I'm not sure why you're avoiding the question.
All different planes have different ceiling. I'm not sure.
We all know that. Exactly. Very good. We all know that. But to adjust its elevation, it either will adjust its elevators or ailerons or thrust or pitch of its nose in some cases of an airplane. That depends on how it's designed, its wing angle according to its fuselage. It can maintain elevation at a certain thrust vector.
Okay.
It would have to change that to change its elevation.
Okay, I guess I am actually a bit confused. What is it you think happens? Like the
Can I jump in?
Kind of.
Well, he asked me. I'll answer.
Okay.
What do I think happens to an airplane? I think it uses its lift and thrust to gain altitude or to lose altitude, and it can maintain altitude flying over a flat plane using the same thrust and lift capability.
Right.
That it's not being held in lockstep to the Earth's gravitational pull while it's flying in level flight around the sphere. That's what I think.
Jump in real quick, please. Can I jump in real quick, Harry? Because okay. When I asked you what's our argument, you said, why doesn't an airplane have to nose down? But that's not exactly the whole thing. So let me try to paint a picture in a very basic way. I know that this is going to break down, but just bear with me. Okay. Let's say you and I are out in the desert and there's just miles and miles of nothing in front of us. You know, we don't have to worry about running into mountains. We're in a little a little two-man plane, and we take off. We get off now. I'm not going to say anything specific. We take off. We're off the ground, and we level out, and we just stay there flying for 10 miles. If we are flying over the surface of a curved Earth, that ground will drop away from us because we are maintaining that same horizontal. That's the idea.
That's not.
Yeah, that's. I don't think that's very different to what I was saying. Your argument was you would have to nose down to maintain level flight. Was what I was saying. It sounds like you've used more words to say the same thing. It sounds to me very similar. It just sounds fundamentally wrong.
Okay, but the thing is that as we're doing this conceptually, for us, we're always flying over that level ground. So
yeah, I can see why it makes more sense to you.
However, in our minds, as we think about the model that we're flying over a surface that curves, as I said, again, I didn't tell you what the elevation was. I just said we got off the ground and started flying level. Okay, if we did that for 10 miles on your model, we would have to be higher from the ground at the end of that stretch.
I would agree. What I would agree with is if you started and you were flying dead level with one point of the ground and you flew exactly in a dead straight line.
That's what I described.
Yeah. Not level as pilots talk about it, where they talk about maintaining altitude.
Right.
But if you flew dead straight, sure, that makes sense.
Yes.
But sort of, I guess I would say, but planes could lose altitude with their nose pointed up. As we watch them when they land, and they're not bolted to rails, so they are constantly playing with all of these forces acting on them, trying to keep them in equilibrium.
Okay, can I say something to that too then? Because I just flew. When you're flying, you can actually look right on your screen, and it tells you how many, 39,000 feet, 40,000 feet. It tells you where you're at, right? If you're going, it'll keep changing and tell you. It'll even tell you how many miles that you're going. We had to keep flying around Boston. We went like 150 miles away from the place and then back again. Let me tell you, 50 miles goes quick in a plane. Even 150. So when you're talking about, you're staying at 39,000 feet, it ain't moving, and it shows you the numbers and all that. And you look like you're flying straight the whole way, and you're going for how many miles? Like 300 plus, by the way.
Could I ask, did you, when you were looking at those ground readings of speed and the bearing and where you are on the map, and you looked out the window and matched up with the ground underneath, did you believe that both of those were telling you the same thing? Did you believe that what was on the seat back screen was?
And this is the point. I don't believe that screen is correct, but you can feel that the screen is quite correct. It was even showing people when I was going through turbulence. It's, oh wow, WhatsApp went on. Are you going through turbulence right now? Because it shows it on the screen. Absolutely am right now. You can even see the plane moving on the screen through turbulence. So yes, it is partly linked. I might be getting a delay, but it can still show you the whole time what's going on.
So what do you think it's, when you don't think it's showing you something correct, when it's showing airspeed and relative ground speed and those kind of things?
Yeah, it's saying it's the same speeds and shit. Showing you for how many miles you're staying at the same speed, and you're at 39,000 feet. Nothing's changing for I don't know how long.
Sure, yeah, I've been on many flights. I'm well aware of the phenomena.
Right. So hundreds of miles we go through like that. How is that possible?
Sure. How's it possible? I mean, I think that a pilot would be better suited to explain it to you. But as I'm saying, your plane's pitched up most of the time that it's flying, is my understanding. Plane is pointed nose in the air by 1 or 2 degrees for its entire flight. While it's in level flight, it spends almost all of its flight nose up. If it's nosing down,
that has nothing to do with anything. That's the design of the aircraft, sir. And the pilot that was here said, "Wait." That was his answer. Wait. So gravity. So do you agree? A while ago you said pressure. Now you're saying gravity. You seem to be confused.
Well, if you look at it that way, I guess it might sound confusing. But weight's going one way. Pressure is helping you with both thrust and lift, which is generally helping you in 2 different vectors, which amount to an average of up and forwards. And when that up and forwards becomes, when the up particularly becomes less than the down, you descend. So yes, gravity is pulling you down. What do you mean?
The altitude, the altimeter. Do you not get it? We're flying at a constant 30,000 feet, right?
Sure.
And you're saying at that 30,000 feet, we're constantly, keeping the same altitude around the center of a sphere.
Sure.
What is keeping us there? Happening. You've said pressure. You said the pilot
thrust mostly. It's the force of thrust is keeping you there mostly. Thrust is giving you lift by sending enough wind over the airfoil of the plane to give it enough lift to hold you in an equilibrium above at a sort of set height above sea level. That's at least my understanding. RC will correct me.
Yeah. Thrust is just moving the plane forward, so air moves under the wings and creates lift. It has nothing to do with being.
Right. So then we would say, "Welcome to Flat Earth, Harry. You're describing exactly what it's like to fly over a stationary plane."
I get why it makes sense. Why it makes sense to you that planes flying flat over a plane makes more sense. I just don't think that it's quite the sort of argument you think it is. Particularly given this is one of the key arguments that I think, if this was true, Flat Earth would be full of pilots, just chock full of them, absolutely ram-packed, bursting out the ears with them. But so far, all I've met are 2 people who claim to be pilots, both of whom didn't even actually get their pilot's license.
So you need to go out and eat more, and pilots are very they're controlled, so they come out and say it. They lose their jobs. No one wants to do that.
My dad was a pilot. He owned his own planes. He didn't have a job flying planes. He did his job so he could have his own planes, and he was the leader of a union of personal pilots, people who flew their own planes for fun.
But that doesn't mean that your father, right? Right? A lot of pilots, if you're told that you're on a globe and all this stuff, and they start flying, A lot of them don't even think about it. Okay, they could care less.
He doesn't think about it. He regularly flew from London to Sydney in a prop plane. It's like 20 stops from Sydney, from London to Sydney.
Or caring about if we're on a ball? Was he actually thinking about those things? That's the question.
Well, of this argument, can he equalize his thrust and lift such that he maintains a constant altitude? Yes, he was thinking about that regularly, I hope. Was he following a particular bearing to get to a particular landmass across a curved Earth? Yes, I think he was regularly thinking about that. Far more than you were sitting in the passenger seat looking at a screen.
You can't verify what I was feeling, what I was thinking. Trust me, that whole flight.
I'm guessing
literally and paying attention and being aware the entire flight.
Right. I just think he, in control of a small twin prop plane, was probably doing a little bit more than you were. As a guess.
But at the same time, I really hope he is, because he is the one flying the damn plane. So I hope he's paying attention at every little movement. But I'm just saying, if your mind isn't thinking about it in that aspect, he's just doing his job. A lot of people don't even think about a model or a spinning ball.
He was spending exorbitant amounts of his own money to do so. He wasn't paid to do so and given somebody else's map, which I don't even think commercial pilots are. But that's your assertion about commercial pilots. He wasn't. He would take off the plane. He would sometimes change his mind about where he's flying in the middle of his flight. Actually, do you want to go here? He'd be like, yeah, okay, and we'd go there. Like it's. I think that many of these arguments rely on.
And I keep the same, 39,000 some whatever feet. You don't see it change. We're going at a certain speed and everything. I'm sorry, it doesn't work for me.
Okay, so let me ask you a question in a different way then. Would it give you more confidence in Flat Earth if it was chock full of pilots? So if Flat Earth was like overflowing with commercial and recreational pilots, would that give you more confidence in Flat Earth? Would you look at all these fucking pilots telling you it's flat?
No, it wouldn't. I could care less, because I've seen things on my own eyes. I've seen 54 miles. I've seen Isle of Wight. I've literally seen the water hitting the shore, and it's like 20 miles plus away from me. Impossible. This is what I'm saying. I've seen things that you can't take from me. I could care less what a pilot says, or my next door neighbor says, or even if 100,000 people in this world say I'm wrong. Because at the end of the day, you cannot take away what I've seen.
Yeah, I don't want to take away what you're saying. What I'm asking is when I hold a position and then I find out that experts or people who I would expect to know hold that same position, that makes me kind of chuffed. I'm like, yeah. Would you? So you're saying if there was a large number of flat Earth people who were pilots, or a large number of pilots who are flat earthers, that wouldn't at all change your confidence one way or another?
Oh, I think it would change. I don't need more confidence, so I'm very, very firm, and I know in my heart and soul what I'm standing on. So for me, I don't need anyone to tell me anything different. But would it be great to have some pilots come out and to back us up and not worried about losing their jobs and all those things? Absolutely. We need that. And it would give more confidence to a lot of people to talk about it more and stuff, and especially that exact topic and subject, flying.
Yeah.
But in reality, it doesn't change my mind one bit.
Yeah, I don't mean it would change your mind. I was just curious about whether it would change. Like you said, would it be good to have it?
Oh, absolutely. I think anything that we have more to gain on our side, it needs to be there. Everybody.
When I was a 9/11 truther, and I still remember when I first found them. I think they came out when I was a truther, which was sort of back in 2005 or something. And architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth formed as an organisation. I was like, finally, fuck yes. Not just me trying to guess at how a building collapses, but it is actual engineers saying this doesn't look right. It really bolstered for me, strengthened for me my position. Because
I will tell you too, I don't know much about planes. I'm just giving my experience, and that's the end of it. I'm not saying people believe me, but when I'm sitting there truly trying to be aware, like Travis is saying, every little thing that's going on, even the movement, I'm like, oh man, just walking to the bathroom and stuff. I'm like, okay, I could feel a lot, but we're not even changing. Look out that window and we look steady as can be. I mean, you almost feel like you're just staying there forever. I mean, hours went by and we barely even moved from 39,098 to maybe 39,089. I mean, you don't adjust much. There's a flight that goes and doesn't even move for I don't know how long, and you stay at the same speed. Now that does change depending on weather, whatever's happening. He's got to adjust. He might drop, right? He might go a little higher. Might even have to turn. All those things you're going to go through. But in reality, when you have perfect weather and everything's going well, no, it's not changing. It stays the whole way, because why would he? Doesn't need to. Or her.
Cool.
My bad. This is not like a gender thing, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, this has been explained to you, Stacey, but like in aerodynamics, it's about weight, lift, thrust, and drag, because the magnitude of gravity, aka the weight, is not changing. Then in order to go higher, you need to create more lift, so you need more thrust and you need more power. If you don't create more thrust or more lift, you're not going to go up. And if you don't reduce that power, you're not going to go down. It's that simple. No, I get it. I'm a freaking pilot. I'm getting ready to go fly an airplane here in about 20 minutes. Right? I get it.
Well, why don't you stay at the same speed, same altitude and all that? Just keep going, right? Don't adjust. Keep going straight. And then you tell me how the hell you did that.
Yeah, it's by making my weight equal my lift and my thrust equal my drag. That's straight and level flight.
Okay. If your plane stays that way for how long, how many miles, right?
As long as my weight equals my lift and my thrust equals my drag, I will stay that way forever. But the moment my lift is less than my weight, I will go down. The moment my lift is more than my weight, I will go up. And
okay, but when you're having no adjustments for how many miles, how can you explain that?
You don't have to make any adjustments as long as the weight stays the same. You're not going to make an adjustment.
And my expression to you is, if you don't make any adjustments for over 30, 40 miles, how do you explain that?
Because the freaking weight of the airplane is relatively the same, minus fuel burn.
Like an equal. That's what I was saying while you weren't here. RC was it just reaches an equilibrium.
Yeah, exactly. That's what straight and level flight means. Weight equals lift, thrust equals drag. It's an equilibrium. It's not. It's called dynamic equilibrium, aerodynamic equilibrium specifically.
Okay.
So it just all sits. It's all the numbers. You manage to magically get all of the numbers to match, and it will just keep going and maintain the same altitude
and
over a curve.
Curves around this ball, clear to England, right?
Yes.
Because if it kept going up, it would go through rarefied thing, which would no longer be in equilibrium, right? Suddenly you're getting free lift out of somewhere.
And I would need more and more thrust to create more and more lift.
Right. So, okay. Yeah. And I completely understand everything that we're saying right now. So we're at a zero. We're at a what's the term I'm looking for?
Aerodynamic equilibrium. Weight equals lift, thrust equals drag.
Okay. Thanks. We're both at zero right now because we're both experiencing what our models tell us. The flat Earth model is the same thing as your model. You're just inserting globe. So we have to have a different argument here, right? And the argument that we are still trying to get you guys to do are physical measurements drop from horizontal.
Yes. Because we know that the distances that we know between all points show us that it is not a horizontal surface or even parallel lines to a common datum.
Okay, and again, I would say that there are certain avenues to approach this where we would need to have someone like you who inserts globe into his equation and a flat earther who will do the same, either it's engineering or piloting or whatever, and we don't use any equation with globe at all, and we both get the same result.
I think the result would still work on a flat Earth. The idea of if there was a flat Earth with a column of air, what do you call it? A pressure differential, like change in pressure. I still think you wouldn't struggle to maintain straight and level flight. And I would guess, RC Meisty might correct this, it would be somewhat difficult to distinguish from flying over a curved Earth. Most of the thing you would recognize about flying over a curved Earth, at least I think, is in things like bearings. What direction do you head? Nothing to do with altitude.
Well,
but
yeah,
like what bearing are you heading in?
Hey, RC, can I just say something, please? It's not about, you guys can continue on. I just don't want someone's camera on if they don't want it on. I'm pretty sure he doesn't. It may not be noticeable. New perspective, you came in, your camera's on, sweetheart. Just so you know, we can't see you. I have to make sure you don't, if you don't want it, babe. That's all.
To be real
specific, I put it in my pocket.
To be real specific, the freaking distances alone, we don't have to put any globe equation in. The problem I have with bearings is actually the one that Travis said, is like, you have to like create some type of like assumption as to what the Earth looks like, or like what magnetic fields are and all those types of things. With distances, when it comes to bearings, with distances, you don't have to make any assumption other than, freaking distance equals speed over time, and we already know that is true, right? So you don't have to make any assumptions. And the distances alone between points show you that they are not on a flat surface.
So you're saying that when you go a far distance over multiple latitudes, you never have to adjust for Coriolis?
That's not what I said.
Oh, okay. So you do adjust.
Say that?
So you do adjust for Coriolis.
Did you hear me say anything about Coriolis?
I'm wondering if you do.
Are you okay?
It's a new topic.
You have to correct for Coriolis.
It's a new topic. Okay. All right. I gotta go to bed, but I'll come back for the Coriolis discussion tomorrow.
We're going to stay on the topic for a second here. This idea that distances alone, to respond to what Travis was saying, distances alone between known points, get 5 of them, you know that they are not on a horizontal plane.
You don't even need a plane for that. Like, you can just do that. Go up a mountain and just do trig. Just start with one measurement, you do trust, and do trig, and you can work out 4 others. And even with those, the differences might be somewhat small, but you'll be able to say yay or nay to globe.
Lots of pilots swear it's flat.
No, they don't. No, they don't. There is a video. There is a video where somebody's door-stopping pilots, but here's a few things I know. Of the 2 flat earthers I've met who claim to be pilots, both of them didn't actually ever get their CPL or even their PPL. Of the many pilots, I beg your pardon, I did meet one chopper pilot, somebody who claimed to be a chopper pilot. What do choppers fly, 300 clicks or something? Of the many pilots I've known in my life personally, none of them are flat earthers.
I'm going to be with 35 pilots here in about 2 minutes. We're all going to go fly together today.
They're all flat earthers.
And I've spoken with every one of them. We've all joked about flat Earth before and seen it, and not one of them think that the Earth is flat. And every one of them, without any prompting, I was able to ask, "Hey, how do you know the Earth's not flat?" And every one of them were able to give me a different answer, and all of them.
Can you get that on video?
I bet every one of them.
Give that to us, by the way.
I bet every one of them.
Do that.
Yeah, I bet every one of them also treats every runway, and every time they land, they treat every landing strip the same, no matter which direction or angle it's faced. Yeah, I bet they do that, don't they?
Perspective, I would love to know. I'm going to go to bed now, but next time we chat, I would love to hear more about these flat Earth pilots that you know of.
Oh, that's like fun, dude. You just have a look.
Sure, yeah, just like some names or something.
Perspective. Do you personally know at least one flat Earth pilot?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And what does he fly? Or she fly?
She's from Alaska. Cessnas. She got fired from her job, actually, for talking about flat Earth.
Oh, yeah?
What does she fly Cessnas doing?
She's in Alaska. She's a Native American.
She's the one I was talking about. She's the only one I was talking about. I thought she was a chopper pilot. I thought she...
Oh, maybe both. She did all kinds of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, she's the only one flat earther I was talking about. But yeah, if it's a Native American one I've met on the 24/7 server, when I spoke to her, she flew choppers. Possibly both. I mean, to get rated from one to the other.
What about the F-16 pilot that Bob interviewed on GloBuster? Did you see that?
That is an interesting interview. Yeah, that is an interesting. I haven't actually watched that one yet. That could be interesting.
It's a good one.
So there could be two.
Yeah.
Good.
We'll there's a long list of them that they have in the archives. I'll dig it up for you.
Okay. I mean, that's cool.
People, but the fact that they would be fired from their job for talking about flat Earth is kind of ridiculous, don't you think?
I promise you, with the shortage of pilots these days, nobody's getting fired from the job because they have a stupid belief. They're getting fired from the job because they're incompetent.
You can't say that, RC.
But I mean, if you had a belief that distances and bearings were out by that much, that does make you shit at your job.
But like I said, they're not gonna. You can say I don't believe in north. But then if you use your compass correctly and you don't kill someone or get close to killing someone, I doubt you're going to lose your job.
But you don't find it suspicious at all. You don't find it suspicious at all that all the pilot manuals say to treat the Earth as if it were stationary.
They don't. No pilot manual says that.
They do.
No, they don't. Give me one.
It wouldn't surprise me even if they did.
Just one of them.
All of them do. All practical use manuals do that.
Simulator once. There's one in a NASA simulator once, but no, there's no pilot manual that says treat it as flat and stationary. No.
That's bullshit. You don't know what you're talking about.
All right, go ahead and post it.
All right, well. And there's lots of other things that...
There's a NASA simulator that I saw once that asserts that.
All flight simulators, in fact, assume a stationary plane, right? So that doesn't make any sense.
That's a pilot manual to you?
No, I said on top of that, all of the flight simulators assume a stationary plane.
Oh, cool beans! A computer game does it.
Wait, RC, that's how you practice.
Training.
Simulation, right?
No,
so
that's not how we practice. That's not how we practice. We get in our airplanes and we fly. That's how
you do that too. Okay, good for you.
But you know what? It's hard to take your word for it, Meisty. I'm sorry.
You don't have to take my word. You're the one making the claim that pilots' manuals say this.
Okay, I'll post it. There's lots of them.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, and if he does, that's fine. You may claim too, right? 35 different people that you just said who all say that the Earth is.
I can post that video. Yeah.
Let's see 35 different people say from you that pilots going, and they don't have to be on video, audio. Then 35 of them saying right now to you.
Stacey,
flat, y'all crazy.
I got a bunch of old guys and gals from Central Indiana really want to be put on the freaking internet. With
Indiana?
Talking
Did you say
about
Indiana? Because I'm in Indiana right now.
I'm from Indiana, yeah.
Hey, I am too. I'm right here in Indianapolis, sweetheart. We can even meet up. I'd love to meet you.
Cool. Come on in.
Indianapolis Airport. I know a ton of them.
Stacey, I'm down in North Vernon today. 35 of us together.
North Vernon? Where's that exactly at?
I said I'm heading down to North Vernon today.
Where's North Vernon?
It's down 65. That's 60 miles.
Okay, 60 miles isn't too bad, really. It's not too far.
I live. I'll tell you what. I can tell you in a message where I live, but I work right downtown in Indy.
Okay, that's cool, sweetheart. I mean, like I said, I've met up with quite a few people, even flat earthers. I don't mind meeting up. This isn't for me about bullshit. This is actually, I want to get to information. I love to meet up and do shit together. So if you're in Indiana, we'll see what we can do then.
Listen, Stacey, I fly every freaking week. You want to come out and see how an airplane actually works? I'm happy to take you.
RC. Can we do that? Can we actually do that? Absolutely. Let's do this. Okay, look, I'm still under quarantine. I can't leave today. I'm actually no joke. So I have to be under 14 days quarantine when you fly. So give me a few more days. And let's see if we can do something. Because you're in Indiana, you live here. You're not going to be leaving, right? So we can meet up here very soon. Okay, let's make that happen then, hon, if we can.
That's fine. But yeah, perspective, go ahead. If you think that there's an actual pilot manual that says this, post it. But I've seen the one that you guys pedal over at 24/7, and every one of them that you guys pedal at 24/7 is based in a NASA simulator from the 70s or 60s.
Post a few things here. Some of them may be official, some of them may just be excerpts.
Yeah, I know. There's no pilot manual, FAA pilot manual that says the Earth is flat.
So you're saying that the pilot manuals actually talk about Coriolis and the displacement that
would you like me to post it for you? Yeah, absolutely.
Sure. Would you like that'd be great. That'd be great. Yeah, I'd like to have that source.
I'm getting ready to stop here at a gas station. I'll post it for you.
All right.
And I'm just saying, obviously it's wrong, by the way.
I mean, perspective, for as interested in pilot manuals as you seem to be, you seem to have read none of them that are on the FAA website.
You can attack me if you want, but it's not going to work.
I'm not attacking you.
Can I say something on this? Because RC, I'm not saying you're wrong at all. Please don't take this has nothing to do with you, okay? But when you talk about these manuals, it's almost like for me the same thing when it comes to the whole Coriolis snipers and stuff. Now, are they taught this stuff? Yes, they're taught it, but do they actually apply it in the field? No. So that's the problem. Is even if it is in your manual that it's, we're spinning ball. It doesn't matter because at the end of the day, are these people, these pilots actually doing what it's saying? That's the issue. We don't know.
So you do have to correct for Coriolis, is what you're saying, and that's how do you do that? Is it an in-plane thing, Meisty, or is it something that you have to like kind of know? Okay, I would be here, but I'm going to plot it so I go here, and I'm going to have it stay on course. How's that work? Can anyone hear me?
Sorry, I'm trying to get your pilot's manual that you say you're fascinated with, but haven't looked up basics.
Can you fly me to England? How much money?
You don't want to know.
I don't even think I can go back right now because it's terrorism, right? Because the whole Afghanistan thing. Can't fly back because of terrorism. I mean, come on, I just came from over there. There ain't no terrorism going on. But I'm just, whatever. Are we actually allowed to talk about stuff like that on this server? I'm not actually sure about the thing that's going on with Afghanistan and how it's turned over to now terrorism and people can't fly and all this other stuff that they're stopping us on. In other ways, another illusion that they've created, because I'm not saying shit ain't going down, but it was all by design. And this has been going on design for many, many years since the whole 9/11 thing happened. All part of what's happening to keep control, keep your minds focused on, hey, we need war again, right? Look what's happening over here. In reality, we let go of that Taliban guy and the leader of him for another soldier back in Obama's time. That was done on purpose. Why did we let him out? For one soldier that was not supposed to be where he's supposed to be on his base and then went missing? Come on, guys. You don't do that. You don't release one soldier exchange for a highly target, a high target you want to get rid of, supposedly? Taliban leader. Come on. Same time you put in basic income for during a pandemic. Same time a lot of shit happened too. 2008, 9, something like that, or maybe it was 10 actually when it went into play, the actual law. During Obama's time. All linked though, the Afghanistan thing, 9/11, the pull out of it. Even the Brits, had every chance to make sure that they designed a plan, knew about it, didn't do nothing about it. For how long? Then they want to sit back and go, oh, no, we didn't know, I'm sorry. Come on, you guys. They all knew. And one more thing, too. The fact that Biden even blamed our military for his decision. It was the military's decision. He took the military's decision to do the best thing, and that's what they did, was pull out the way they did. First of all, no, military would never even make that decision. That's insanity.
What happened?
I don't know. There we go. I see you're roboting. Yeah, you got a bad connection, RC. You may want to go back in and out, or maybe just wait a second because maybe you're moving around and stuff and traveling. What's even more interesting is when you pay for trying to have communication over a flight, over a massive ocean. You get to one point, then why'd you even pay for it? Because you don't have any service, you can't, because you're flying over different countries too that don't allow us certain things. And as well, you just can't even make any connections for I don't know how long over that flight, hours. But what about the satellites, man? Why am I not still getting service?
Yeah, doesn't the plane have like some kind of satellite receiver or something on it? Like, can't they get yeah.
I want to know why for hours over certain parts of that sea, I can't get shit. Hours, because yeah, you're not near anything.
You can get satellite. You can get internet service when you from a satellite dish. So,
right, that's why I want to know why it makes no sense. When I'm flying every single time, it happened both ways, by the way, same area, same time, long flight. And then I'm thinking, well, you're saying we could be flying over countries that don't allow certain things to happen, so you may not get certain functions. Well, I'm sorry, WhatsApp and all these things that you can use that you're paying for do not work for like 3 hours of that flight. And I'm not near any land. I'm over ocean.
All right, there you go. Perspective, flight, actual FAA flight manuals, how to adjust for Coriolis. There you go.
Hey, RC, do you know anything? I don't know if you fly that long though. Yeah, you said something earlier like though, but why I would fly over, going to England and stuff, fly over the ocean, and I for like 3 hours or more, so I don't get any signal whatsoever. We can't use WhatsApp, we can't do any of our services, and then boom, they'll pick back up again when you start getting closer to land. Why don't I have any services? Where's the satellites?
On your phone?
Anything that you use, yeah, on a plane.
No, because you probably don't have any satellite receptor capabilities on any of the devices that you have.
What are you talking about? I'm getting it the whole way, and then boom, it stops.
You're only going to get it when you have things like, so if, for example, if you are on an airplane that has Wi-Fi,
yep,
it has a satellite receptor to be able to get internet to people, and then it just has a Wi-Fi signal that it uses. But you're not going to be able to get satellite reception on any phone that you have unless you have a GPS phone, which I doubt you do. And none of your other devices have satellite reception. They always use tower ground-based reception for your phones.
But isn't the Wi-Fi the one that needs to get it, and then it's sending it to us from the plane?
Yeah, the airplane has a satellite reception for Wi-Fi.
So it's collecting the information, then feeding it to the plane.
Yes.
So then why isn't the plane getting the reception for over 3 hours?
It might not be within like a reception range or have a satellite connection to be able to do it.
Well, it's said they got a satellite connection because after that, for the next 5 hours of the flight, or before that even, it's because it's sectioned off. In the beginning of the flight, I'm over land. Towards the end of the flight, I'm near land. But it's why I'm flying over the ocean for all those hours. I don't have a signal. So what happens to the plane during that time that it's not receiving a satellite signal for the Wi-Fi to us?
Okay, which airline were you flying? Like every single airline uses different systems for the Wi-Fi. Which airline were you flying?
It was Delta, then Virgin Atlantic. It was actually 3 different ones, and then I was on 3 or 4 different planes, honey.
Well, and that's two different times. Virgin Atlantic will use a different system than Delta does. So Virgin Atlantic might just use ground-based ones to get their Wi-Fi, and Delta. I know, for example, Lufthansa, it has an international satellite network that it has a subscription to. So you can get.
Yeah, so does Delta. So there's no excuse for that.
Hey, Meisty, real quick question before I go. Is there any time that you ever observed? Can you hear me? You're roboting
at all times. but I've been on plenty of Delta flights to Europe where I don't have it. Whereas that's why I like flying Lufthansa, because I always get reception no matter what, because they have a satellite subscription.
Hey, Meisty, can you hear me right now? I gotta go, but I gotta ask you.
Sorry,
I was gonna ask you a question before I go. Is there ever a time when you're flying that the ground doesn't seem stationary to you relative to your plane?
Yeah, when you're going like 700 miles an hour.
And then you can see the actual spin of the Earth. Take a picture. Take some good video of that.
Not see it.
Oh, okay.
That's when you have to adjust. I mean, I gave you the table.
Yeah, like say, like instead of adjusting, if you adjust for Coriolis, instead of doing that, go against the spin of the Earth. You know, don't adjust for it. You know, try to get out of the. You know, to try to break the whole Earth seeming stationary relative to your plane. Just try to break it and get some good footage of it. That'd be fucking great. If the Earth was moving separately, if the Earth's moving separately from your plane, which is what the Coriolis effect is. The Earth moves underneath your plane separately, independently.
That's not what that is.
Yes, it is. Well, if you don't know that, then I don't trust your opinion on much.
All right.
Okay. Good night, guys.
Well, thank you for the conversation, real quick. By the way, I'm sorry, Travis. I'm so sorry. I just want to say thank you for everybody. Okay. I'm not like bouncing out or anything, but I got a bunch of phone calls I got to make, and I'd love to have that conversation later. And RC, we'll hit up each other here soon and see what we can meet up. Thanks, guys. Have a beautiful day.
See you, Stacy. Hey, Meisty, is there a ceiling for, the small planes that you fly, so that there's a certain...
Yeah, they're all different.
Yeah. So let's say that there's an altitude where you don't have to adjust for air pressure, right? So going back to
that doesn't exist.
Okay, that's what I meant by ceiling, right? So is there...
That's not what a ceiling is.
Okay. So
you always have to adjust for air pressure, because air pressure is how we fly. It's also how all of our pedostatic system work.
Was he breaking up for everybody or just me? That's me. Mic check, anybody? Mic check.
Yeah, your mic's working. Travis, maybe you can enlighten me on what happened.
What happened where?
To Brandon's server.
He had to go offline last week. He said something came up, so he wasn't going to be able to do anything all last week. And so right there at that time, Geo started up this server. So everybody's just been here the whole time. So we're still waiting to hear from. I haven't heard anything from Brandon. He hasn't posted anything. He hasn't updated anybody. So I don't know.
Just as simple as that. Okay. Maybe, but I thought because Ranty wanted his channel back is what I thought. Not that. I caught the last moment of the McCoon discussion. He's such a plonker, isn't he? Beyond.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure I annoy a lot of people, but he just annoys me.
Oh, goodness me.
Hey, Meisty, are you there? My phone took a dump while I was trying to follow up.
Yeah, sorry.
What up,
I was
Chemo?
going to a rural area.
Okay, so I was trying to go back to what you had talked about before. So if I misspoke about how air flight happens, we're talking about dynamic aerodynamic equilibrium. Okay.
Yep.
So my question had to do with: is there a certain limit that, let's say, a Cessna doesn't have to worry about aerodynamic equilibrium? Like it can fly at a certain altitude and stay there. Because you said that pressure changes all the time. So is it air pressure that screws with your altitude or what?
Yeah, the reason that a Cessna, for example, can't go above, let's just say like 18,000 feet, that's the ceiling on one of the Cessnas that I fly. It's because the air pressure, well, it's two reasons actually. Number one, the camber of the airplane wing will not generate enough lift based on the least pressure that exists up there. And then secondly, the engines on those things won't have enough oxygen. They don't have turbochargers on them or turbo normalizers on them to be able to actually combust all of the fuel that they have in there. So there's two reasons. There's two reasons that,
I understand.
They assess they can't fly that high, and both of them do with the fact that there's not enough pressure up there.
Okay, great. That's why I gave the example to Harry, where I didn't qualify the elevation, or I didn't qualify the altitude. I meant, again, like, let's say 500 feet. We're out in the middle of the desert, and we're at 500 feet. And so now you're telling me that I have over 17,000 feet not to worry about air pressure changing and screwing with me.
No, that's not what I said. In fact, air pressure has to do with everything that's happening in the weather, has to do with, for example, your weight and balance. A good example is a good friend of mine died because he was at max gross weight for his airplane, and he tried to take off in an airport in the Salt Lake Valley, but the air pressure altitude that day was over 8,000 feet, and the performance of his airplane at 8,000 feet was not going to allow for the amount of runway that he had to be able to take off. So it's not just about a ceiling. It's actually about performance at almost any altitude, and even at 8,000 feet, you're going to get diminished performance, especially for really critical phases of flight like takeoff. And you can kill yourself very easily if you don't watch the hell what you're doing.
I get that. I think I'm hearing again that this is a zero end game with this discussion, because there's so many factors that go into it, and the only factor that comes from the ball side is that the Earth is curving, and you don't have to change anything about the way you fly, because everything's based on all of the contingencies that you just outlined. The only thing that, RC, that you never, ever, 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 ever have to worry about ever is worried about Earth curve. You never have to worry about that. Ever.
Never.
I mean, you just said kind of the key of everything here is like, oh yeah, we do all of this flying based off the fact that we know that gravity exists and the Earth is a sphere and all that kind of stuff. Yet we fly airplanes based on that idea, and we get to where we're going, and we never die based on that. And there are hundreds of thousands of people who know how to do this, and you're acting as if it's like, oh, we're just at an impasse, no one will ever know. It's like, no, dude, there's hundreds of thousands of us who know how to do this, and that's the point.
You're just following the compass, man. That's all. That's describing the circle.
Yes, Dodo. That's all you have to do to get a pilot's license is learn how to follow.
I'm not saying that. Once you do have a pilot's license and you're up in the air, you follow the compass. The compass leads you in a circular path.
No, Dodo.
You do,
on the ground, I can go out here and test it. That a compass will lead me in a circular path. What's wrong with you? I'd say east is east and west is west. Never the twain shall meet. That's where the grid-like coordinate system comes for a flat and stationary plane. East is to the right, like a chessboard, and west is to the east. It's as simple as that.
So what do you got, like a Pac-Man kind of map thing going on?
Yeah. I mean,
no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying these are the true easts. When you have a grid-like coordinate system for a flat plane, your east is to the right of the screen, your west is to the left. Of course, there is still circular motion involved, but that's because the compass is central, plays a central role. Why can't RC Micey appreciate that, or at least admit that?
Saying, Pete, if east and west never meet, then that's what's that look like?
Pac-Man. It's Pac-Man.
No. That's an expression. Have you heard that expression, Jeremy? East is east and west is west, and never the twain shall meet. That doesn't work on a ball, does it? It works in reality, though. I'm not saying that it's a Pac-Man model. I'm just saying that, like a chessboard, if you put that chessboard down over the flat Earth, right, centered at the north center, then east would be everything to the right of the chessboard, and west would be everything to the left of the chessboard. Understand? It's a designation, man. I mean, what's difficult about this, for goodness sake?
Yes, Dodo. I think it's cute that you think that all of this is not difficult.
Okay, what problem do you have with what I just said there? For goodness sake.
That you seem to think navigation is all about following a compass. Like I said, that's
no, I don't think that. But that's the primary instrument that you follow when you're in your plane, right?
No.
It's not?
No. I would use the radio.
I mean, shit. Like, do you really want to go through ILS systems, VORs, NDBs, GPSs?
No. I want you
to. You really want to go through all those things?
Like the simplest plane possible. Go back to the early days of navigation, right? What is the most vital instrument that you have on your plane? It's a compass, is it not?
No, I'd probably say the throttle is one of the most vital instruments that I have on my
So, okay, you have the throttle, but you have no compass. How are you going to find out where you are? Where you're going to?
Look down.
Look down. Oh, so you're over the ocean. You're over the ocean, and you're looking down, so you know where you are.
Well, I mean, nice goalpost move there.
No,
yeah,
you said
Dodo,
look down.
Dodo, if you're over the ocean and you have a compass, where are you?
Well, let your compass tell you. Your compass will tell you. You'll follow you. You have a direction, right, that you're heading in, your destination heading, right, and the compass will tell you. So you'll follow the instructions. Is that not right? You just travel in a circle because the compass is effectively tethered to the north center. If you go east, if you follow east, right, all the way according to the compass around equidistant point from the north center, you will describe a circle over a flat plane. Simple as that. But if you follow east from your starting position and you point in a straight line to where east points and you follow that heading, then you will veer from east every time, right? Fair enough? You seem to have difficulty with this. Is it because it's so simple? Anyway, I know you don't like talking to me. I'll go on mute.
Bring it up. I think that it's going to be something again that's that needs to be demonstrable. If we can get engineers, pilots, and whatever else, professionals, to perform these functions and these events without having to take any of the ball earth mechanics into account, I think that that's going to be a step forward. So one of the things I've said before is, when did the last scientist die? When did the last mariner die? Because the point that Pete brought up is apropos, right? So if we go back to the 1930s, when they didn't have any GPS or even use a gyroscope, right? As long as they never did that, eliminate all of these contraptions that allegedly depend upon the rotation of the Earth or spherical excess or whatever. Get rid of all of those things and go back to when that happened, when they didn't use that. That's going to be a step forward. So rewrite science with level not referencing the center of the Earth. Right?
They did fly without the instruments that we have now. They did crash a lot because...
Well, yeah, but you'd have to then pinpoint the cause. I don't take it. I don't think that the Wright brothers didn't crash a lot before they finally got off the ground. But it wasn't because they weren't taking the curvature of the Earth into account.
I mean, sure, but that has nothing to do with the curvature.
Okay. Again, my point is, when we have professionals who can do what professionals do without having to take into account any equation or mathematical expression for gravity or Earth curve, that just will, I suppose, be a black swan. Look, I don't have to take gravity into account, and I can still build this building or build this bridge. There's no curvature. I didn't account for curvature here. I just built a bridge a mile long, 10 miles long.
You still account for gravity over there. I mean, that's
no,
weight.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You can tell me that I will have to account for it. I'm saying I don't think you will. And if we can get to the point to where we have a professional who will build this building or this bridge without taking gravity or curvature into account, that's all we'll need to show you, look, you don't need to take that into account because it's not there.
Sure, but then I can say that I can build a building without taking relative density or magnetism into account, so it doesn't exist. Also, I don't have to take into account.
So let me ask you a question. Does building a building take magnetism into account?
Nope.
Okay, so then your objection is irrelevant.
Sure, magnetism doesn't exist.
Okay, if that's the way that you reason, I don't think I can explain why your reasoning is faulty.
Well, I mean, I would mainly go for relative density. That doesn't exist because I don't take that into account when I build a building. I don't measure the volume of anything.
Okay, listen very carefully. I would like you to find any amount of engineering that says they have to take gravity into account or the curvature of the Earth. Find me any engineering event that says you have to take gravity into account or curvature. I'm telling you, I would like to have someone do the same thing without taking that into account. And if it's a success, then that shows that that aspect of your equation doesn't matter.
Okay, sure. Anytime someone talks about weight and takes weight into account, they are taking gravity into account.
Okay, great. I understand that. When did the last engineer die? Because I'm going to suggest that there was a time in history when an engineer constructed something without G. I know that you and everyone else today defines weight as relating to gravity, but at some point in the past, I'm telling you, no one did.
Sure. I mean, there's a lot of things that people have not taken into account in the past and succeeded. I mean, the Egyptians didn't know what temperature was. Doesn't tell that temperature doesn't exist, but they just didn't have to take it into account.
Again, does temperature come into account when you're building a bridge? Because if it's not a variable, then your example again is fallacious. And if you don't understand that, I don't think I can help you.
If you don't take temperature into account, you don't know how much heat will change the shape of. I think bridge builders take into account temperatures over here because it's changing from -30 to +30. So there's a 60-degree temperature variation within a year.
Okay, that's
really
fair.
So how about that? I don't want to steal this away from you, Travis, but what kind of temperature swings we seeing on the ISS?
I don't know.
Probably some huge ones, more than what you just said. I'm wondering how they did that. Anyways, go ahead, Travis. My bad.
People who build airplanes, they have to take temperature into account also because, I mean, of course they do because it's -60 or 70 up there, and it can be 47, 50 down here.
Unless your airplane doesn't go that high, right? So I agree, and I concede that in certain climates, you do have to account, I think, for structural integrity, where you do take temperature into account. But if you're going to go to a place where you're not going to have those extremities, I don't think they have those equations.
I don't think there is a single airplane that is built to just one location on Earth. I think you can use all the planes everywhere. I don't think.
Okay, I'm not trying to isolate this discussion only to airplanes. I'm talking about anything you build, bridges,
sure.
Buildings.
Yep. You have to take weight into account. I haven't seen anyone build a building without taking weight into account.
Okay, again, I didn't say you don't have to take weight into account. I'm telling you that at some point in history, someone wasn't relating weight to gravity.
Sure.
So how about those temperature swings on ISS, huh? How did they design? I'd love to see the design plans for the expansion and compression you'd get from those fucking crazy temperature swings. It's amazing how they can even make it airtight. The thing must be a balloon.
Have you looked at it? Like, do research? Have you done it? On the temperature variation?
Yeah, I can't find nothing on the on how they account for the temperature variation.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. If you've done it, then sure.
Well, I mean, it might be out there. I just haven't found it. That's all I was asking.
You have been searching for it.
Oh, night and day, endlessly.
Obviously.
I mean, you could get away with saying the shell reflects with the silver part, but you get a serious problem with the solar panels. They're black, specifically designed like that, so they can, those are definitely gonna feel the temperature swings there. Massive temperature swings, when it's in the sunlight and out of the sunlight.
I heard there was some, was it, don't know, some kind of gas that they used to cool it down. Don't remember what it was. Yeah, I think if you take weight into account and then someone says that, yeah, but weight wasn't always because of gravity, then you have, it's kind of weird to say that, because then there is no way of ever knowing. I mean, no one's taking anything into account. There's nothing anyone ever takes into account, because I can just say, yeah, but in the past it wasn't that, so...
No, so if you think about someone in a rural area.
What are you doing? You're making it crazy. My bad.
Wasn't making noise.
You want to say something, Jeremy, or were you hot miking?
Hot mic.
Okay, so if we take a let's say a family out in the middle of the country, and they want to build a barn. They are going to take into consideration how to make that barn structurally sound, so that if they wanted to store, let's say, grain or hay or whatever in an upper loft, they are going to have to consider how to support that weight. I'm not saying that doesn't, but that farmer is not going to consider gravity. He's just going to consider how much hay he wants to put up there and how many beams or 2x4s or 8x8s that he's going to have to use. He's not going to use G. That's what I'm saying.
Sure, because G is built into weight. I mean, sure, it takes into account weight.
No, it's not. He's not doing that. He's thinking, I'm going to put up 10 bales of hay. These bales I know are weigh about this much, and I can't do that unless I have enough wood. That's got nothing to do with gravity.
Well, I mean, sure, if you, I mean, yeah, then there's no, like he doesn't take into account gravity or relative density or anything, and he doesn't take into account Earth being curved or flat. It doesn't matter to him. All he does is just build his barn. He doesn't take anything into account.
So at what point is someone going to have to come in and go, hey, wait, hold, buddy. I know that you weren't taking gravity into account before, but now you do.
Oh, I mean, sure, it's just weight.
Right.
I think you're cutting out.
No, I'm just saying right.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, sure. Sure, yeah, he just have to take the weight, or force, but yeah, weight into account. And the I don't know, not much, just that, I think. Dodo, you had a question about aviation. I was talking with my neighbor.
I mean, basically his issue is taking the instrumentation down to its barest necessities.
Yeah, what's the primary? Someone said that the throttle is the instrument that they would take, but that's part of the plane anyway. But yeah, I mean, is this not how it works? You follow the compass, and this prescribes a circular path around the north center. You say you're traveling in a straight line, but you can't travel in a straight line if you follow the compass. Right?
Yeah, I think the point is that people don't use compass anymore to navigate with an airplane.
Yeah, but all of the things that have replaced, in a sense, the compass, which they haven't really, they've just built on the basic structure and theory, right?
No, but the IFR navigation, you don't use compass. You just don't. You use GPS and VORs and NDBs. It's like radio navigation.
Right. So this goes back to what I was saying was, and I said it before with talking about air flight. Put someone in an airplane that has all of the bells and whistles, and put someone in an airplane that has just a compass. If the guy in the compass can get to the same location as the other guy, you don't need that other shit.
Yeah. Just for convenience, it makes things harder.
The guy with just a compass can't get where the other guys go.
How did Charles Lindbergh get to Ireland from America?
I don't know. Maybe he used compass and maps, I would say. That would help. With just a compass, you can't do anything. You need accurate maps, and that's what we have, and people can navigate all around the Earth.
Which came first, though? Which came first? They go hand in hand. Yes, you need a compass and a chart system, but fundamentally you're relying on the compass. You're following the compass, which adheres to the certain predetermined route that has been established. Obviously, a route would have to be established for the first time at some stage. But I don't see the difficulty here. I mean, have you used a compass yourself, Mailman?
Yes.
Yeah, we all have at some stage, right? If you stand at a particular spot and you want to head due east, right? It will point in a certain direction. Now, if you take a straight line from that indicator and you adhere to it, you will vary from the compass directions. You will vary from east if you adhere to that straight line as indicated from your starting position. So as you continually move, if you were to follow the compass, you will automatically describe a circular pathway. No other way around that, is there? Unless I'm missing something very, very basic here.
Well, it depends if the Earth is flat or a globe, but sure.
Right.
Where I'm at, east is not a straight line.
East is not a straight line. I'm not saying east is a straight line, but from any
I said that it. Yeah, I said that it isn't, just like you said. But if the Earth is a globe, then at the equator, east is just a straight line.
Forget about if the Earth is you should forget about if the Earth is a globe or not. Taking a real experience into account here with the compass. With the compass, if Earth is a globe, then you're doing a double curve. You have to be, right? By the very fact you're traveling around a sphere in the first place, but then because you're following the compass, you're also doing a curvilinear path as well.
Yeah,
so that seems a bit extraneous.
I'm in Finland, so if I go east, I will be curving left.
Yes, you will. So if you were so you're in Finland, right? If you followed the compass and you just headed east all the way, you would ultimately describe a circle around the North Pole, right? So let's say you're 1,000 miles from the North Center, and you just followed an eastern path, following the compass. Of course, in your experience, you'll be going over flat terrain. But if you, at the end of your journey, mapped out or saw the pathway you took, it would describe a circle around the North Center. Would you agree with that?
All the latitude lines are concentric circles. Yes.
Right.
Yep.
And I say they're concentric circles around over a flat plane, whereas you say they're concentric circles around. No, you say they're straight lines around a curved Earth.
Just one, the equator.
Well, I mean, this is the little sleight of hand, isn't it? Isn't it very?
Where's the sleight of hand?
No one's denying that there is curve. You do a curve, but you only do a curve on the Earth. If you didn't have the compass, you wouldn't do a curve. It's the compass because everything is centered at the north.
Right. So even if we were down on the equator right now, the alleged spot of the equator, and we took off with only a compass, we would be flying in a circle.
Yeah.
Yes, you would be flying in a circle.
Right. So your statement that only the equator is a straight line is false.
Yeah, it's straight in that it doesn't deviate left or right. It goes around the ball, but it is a.
But that's what that's what I just said we would have to do. You would have to deviate to the left if you're flying east.
No, not on a globe.
Okay, right. Then that's false. You'd have to demonstrate that there's no deviation. So again, if you go to the 70th degree, you're going to be deviating to the left. Is that on your model? Is that correct?
Yes, north is if you're going east, everything north of equator would turn left, and everything south would turn right.
Right. So so again, I'm not trying to challenge you. I would say I would have to experience or see something with a lot of veracity to it to demonstrate that someone flying along the alleged equator doesn't deviate to the left the same way you would at a different degree.
Sure. I mean, that's that would be something that someone should have to demonstrate. I could demonstrate to you, but I don't know how that would.
Yeah, and I wouldn't take it
happen.
for granted. Yeah, and I wouldn't take a computer simulation as evidence because, again, that could just be a simple model. So, whether or not...
I mean, you can just...
I'm just going to say whether or not someone has actually done this as a scientific demonstration, I don't know. But if no one has done this, I'd be very surprised because that would be a pretty damning evidence, in my opinion. If you didn't have to deviate to the left of the equator, I think that would be pretty interesting.
One thing that you can do is take 3 observers at the equator and follow the sun that travels on a straight line at the equinox. But obviously, we don't know what the sun is, so that can't be used, but it's still traveling on a straight line around the equator.
Sure, yeah.
Can I...
You don't know what the sun is? But the sun is a reflection.
Yeah, we can get into the sun too, but are you saying that great circle routes are straight lines?
Great circle routes?
I might be missing something here. Are you saying the great circle routes that they say fly around the globe, the sphere, are straight lines?
They are curving down, but they curve in one direction, not 2 directions.
Okay, but they're straight point to point, not deviating left or right.
Yeah, on the surface, those are straight lines.
Okay, that's just used for navigation. That's nonsense, right? I mean, you understand what I'm saying. I'm not saying nonsense where it doesn't work. I'm just saying it's not deviating left or right, so it's a straight line, right?
No, but if you take that definition for a straight line, then yes. You're wrong.
It's just an arc line then. Let me change my wording. It's just an arc. Okay, fair enough.
Sure, it's an arc, yeah.
Okay, so, and we're also told that arc really doesn't add that much to the distance. So what's the difference again?
What do you mean with that?
Well, their big thing is, fuel consumption, and we would need to know, pilots would die and blah, blah, blah. But I've also been told that arc from A to B on a flat surface or on a sphere with the radius given, because it's so big, that distance difference isn't that much. You would hardly be able to even calculate it. It definitely wouldn't calculate it in fuel consumption, right?
Depends on the distance. If you travel from North Pole to South Pole, it's quite longer distance.
Okay. Well, let's just take a typical flight. Let's take a 10-hour flight. What would be the distance difference over that, distance traveled if you're traveling in an arc, or if you're just gaining altitude over a flat plane and flying point A to point B? I mean, you see what I'm saying? You can't have it both ways.
I mean, I'm not having anything both ways. I mean,
well, I didn't mean, I meant you colloquially. I mean, people say that the distance is so much greater flying in an arc over a sphere than it would be over a flat plane, that pilots would need to know that because they would run out of fuel.
Yeah, I mean, I can't do the math, but I think there was Dr. Bob made a video about the difference between the arc distance and the straight line distance through the Earth, sort of.
One did it last week, just off the top of their, at the discussion, and they said something like the difference between driving across the United States and flying is like 30 miles.
I think that's not what Rocky is. Rocky is talking about, like, distance on the surface of a sphere, and the difference between that distance and the straight line distance through the sphere.
It's a massive difference when you think about it.
Yeah, that's the same. That's the same thing. We're talking. It seems to me that you're describing the difference between a chord and a sagitta, right? You're talking about the difference between the arc and a straight line. So driving across the that's what I'm saying too. I'm saying the exact same thing. The person
fundamentally. Go on, Travis. Yeah.
But yeah, just the person last week said the difference is just under 100 miles. So they would say it wasn't that significant to even be taken into account.
Fundamentally, it would work out as, in extreme cases, the difference between a diameter of a circle and half a circumference. Right? If you understand that, That's what it would fundamentally work out as. So it's not undetectable. It can be massive sometimes, the straight line versus the curved arc pathway.
I think also the thing would be that in the southern hemisphere, like the Buenos Aires Darwin flight that happened, that's kind of a different thing because of the distance from the north would be much greater. But that's just like if you don't zoom a map, sort of like the AE map or anything, so you just don't know the distance between those two places, then you can't really talk about the difference between the arc and the straight line distance because you don't know the straight line distance.
Anybody come up with the return flight info on that flight? I'm you know, I get skeptical every time someone brings up something because it's been debunked. Things have been debunked so many times. Why they wouldn't immediately post the return flight info?
I looked at it because it wasn't a return flight because it was Qantas flying from South America, so it was actually the QF-14 was the return flight. But I don't have a paid subscription because it was more than 7 days ago, so I don't have a paid subscription to FlightAware or the Flight Radar 24, so I can't view that.
You understand what I'm saying? They were quick to post, you know, whoever said, ha ha, you know, this flight proves a globe, which is basically ludicrous in itself. But if you're going to use flight times, you know, we don't know. I mean, you know, anyway, we can debate that, but weren't quick to give a return flight or the, you know, outgoing flight or whatever, both information, you know.
Sure, yeah. I mean,
it just seems strange.
You can get the information if you have a paid subscription to those, any of those.
No, my point is the person who got the information, right? It just seems strange that they wouldn't post both. You know, it's either like it doesn't fit their narrative, or you know, one's more flow-proof than the other. You know,
I think the thing with that is because it was they were getting Australians like back to Australia from South America, so it wasn't a commercial flight when they flew there. It was just a flight to get people back from there. So I think there was no passengers going there.
Plus the one who posted that was B-Ball. So there you go.
Yeah, I made a prediction on that flight, but I was like few hours ahead, so the weather was different. So I got 15 minutes off. Plus, I didn't know how many passengers there were. So I just used a flight planner.
Mailman, you've been in this arena a long time. Has anything any flat earther has said or any flat earth arguments put forward brought you to think twice or to change your point of view on anything?
Not really, because I mean, my main sort of evidence would be just the like people travel, and if there was like more sea between the continents, someone would have noticed it because there's a lot of people traveling there. So I mean, if someone says that and brings evidence for that, then sure, I mean that's evidence, but no one's done it.
Do you think we're all stupid? Do you think we're all just completely taken in by some psyop or other, and we've lost our sort of ability to think clearly? As flat earthers, I'm talking about.
Not all, some sure, but I mean, I don't know. I mean, you have some evidence for your position, so I mean.
Of course there is. Yeah, of course there is.
Yeah, sure. I mean, if there is no evidence, then no one would believe.
Yeah.
And wouldn't the evidence of a sphere model be more geared towards measuring the curved water? I mean, that to me, that is the most simplest. You know, it would happen everywhere. Why are we gaining altitude or looking up at altitude to measure the floor? It doesn't add up, man. When stories don't add up to me, I call, right? I think you're bluffing me.
But I mean, I don't like people say that show me measurements of curving water, and then I ask, how would you measure it? No one, up until I mean, no one's come up with a way to do it.
To measure curving water.
Doesn't that seem strange to you? We can measure the amount of whatever on Mars, but we can't measure a mile of curved water. You gotta be kidding. That's gotta ring true to you, right?
We can, but you won't accept the measurements. So that's.
I don't accept BS, brother. I measure things every day.
Sure.
So there's reasons we don't use these tools long distance. And then you further, hang on, give me 1 second. Then you further, add to it when you do it over water. We don't use the tools a half a mile over land, much less over water, where we know the refractive effects are worse. Come on, brother. This has got to start adding up to people.
Sure, but people are using different things now. Like we use satellites to get elevation profiles and altitude, or the elevations of mountains and shit. I mean, you can use those, but you would say no.
No one's ever experienced curved water on this scale when water is still. And if it's difficult, if we have difficulty measuring it, well, maybe it doesn't exist in the first place, and maybe you have to prove that it exists. It's like saying I can't measure the hind leg of a unicorn or something like that. You know, it must measure something, but we just can't do it. Well, we have to start considering whether the unicorn exists or not, right? Because no one can find it.
There's no way of measuring the distance from my location to Hong Kong, but the measurement exists, or the distance exists. There is a distance, but there's no way for me to measure it. It's impossible.
What do you mean? How do you mean by that?
That if you can't measure something, it doesn't tell you what it is or it isn't.
So you're telling me that no one knows the distance from your location to Hong Kong as a crow fly?
No one has never measured it. That's a fact.
Well, has someone measured the distance between your location and the next town, for instance?
No one's physically measured it. No, that's not true.
How do you know these measurements then?
Because those are from maps and things, so I just use those.
But you said no one measured it, so someone must have measured it at some point.
No one has physically measured it. No.
They do measure it.
You get a map, right? How do you get a map of something, even if it's scaled down without measurement?
Yeah,
you can take pictures from above.
There's data points around every country, man. Come on.
Hey, so just to go back, Mailman, you said when talking to Rakia, you said something about you measuring the drop of horizontal with water can be done, or has been done, or can be known. What was your methodology?
Yeah, I said that no one's given me a method to measure whether the water is curving without using water.
Yeah, but I thought you said, but it can be done. I thought you gave an affirmative to.
No.
I said no.
I just said that I don't have a method, and no one's come up with a method.
Okay. All right.
But we've never. Have you ever seen curved? Have you ever experienced still water to curve, Mailman?
Well, I mean, I don't know what it would look like. I mean,
you've never experienced it in your life. Everything that we're trying to find out has to be based on everything we've come to know, come to experience. So I've never experienced it. I don't know anyone who's experienced curved water at any scale when the water surface is still.
But then I can say that no one's experienced water being flat. How do you experience something being flat or curved?
Have you never been on a very still pond or a very still lake?
For goodness sake, or a puddle of water.
I have.
Well, there you go.
Oh.
And was it flat?
So because it's. I mean, I don't see the logic there. Like.
Okay, so one of the things again is that the elevation of the shoreline is equidistant all the way around. Right, so if you have a large lake like Lake Tahoe in California and Nevada, the widest part is 22 miles, and the narrowest is 11. So 22 by 11. And then if you go with Google Map on each of them, and you go to the shoreline, all of the shorelines are the same elevation. So that's what we're talking about in terms of level, because the surface of water can be disturbed by the simplest breeze. So we're not talking about ripples, right? We're talking about the elevation of the container.
Yeah.
Lake Tahoe is
if you take the Google Earth as your thing, use elevations from.
Right. Then this goes back to when the last surveyor died. The last surveyor who just used the sea level, that is the water on the shoreline, with no reference to the equipotential of Earth's gravitational mass, when he didn't take that into consideration and just started measuring elevation from the shoreline of the ocean, that's the guy I want to talk to, because he's going to have the same elevation to Lake Tahoe.
Sure. I mean, yeah, there's triangulations that have been done in the past. I mean, a lot of them, and I think they didn't take gravity into account. Like the arc of the parallel of the Americas or something, and then there was one that was done from all the way from Lapland in Finland to the Black Sea.
Said it didn't take gravity into account. What has gravity got to do with it?
Just Travis just said that the equipotential for the gravity of the Earth.
He's talking about elevation levels.
Well, isn't that what you were going to appeal to when you said, how does Google measure elevation? Wouldn't that have been what you appealed to, the equipotential toward the center of a gravitational mass?
So that's what Google uses. That's
right. That's why I said it. Right. That's why I referred to it.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. But once again, on a basic level, you are going against something that, well, you're going with something that you've never experienced. This is the whole point here. It's the whole point. You say, what do you mean by experiencing water is flat? At every stage we experience still water is flat. I mentioned still water.
I actually don't, because if I look at a ship at a distance, it's behind the water. So
that's
if I take my experience, that's an experience.
That's a ship on the water. So you're bringing another factor into consideration, and you're trying to decode something. Do you ever get an image that looks confusing? It looks like something to begin with, but when you adjust your eyes somewhat, something else jumps out at it. So you understand that, okay, it was an illusion to begin with, and then the reality of the situation emerged because you sort of changed your thinking, or maybe you knew that there was something concealed. Why would you bring that ship going over the horizon into a situation where that's perfectly explainable by other means? Water itself.
Sure. If I don't assume anything, it is behind water.
No,
and it's not sinking.
This is where Travis and myself, we talk about the real horizon extending far beyond the visible horizon or the illusory horizon in many cases. And as a flat earther, on flat Earth anyway, the horizon, real horizon, you have to clarify these terms as well, but it will always tend to rise to eye level. So where you notice a seeming dip from the horizontal with the illusory horizon, well, you can at least in your mind entertain the possibility that the water goes on beyond that point. We just can't see it because it's mirroring somehow, or some other effects are in play.
You're making a lot of assumptions there, though. We were talking about not taking things into account. As you assumed that the Earth is flat, you assumed that there's many horizons. There's a lot of things that you assume.
You have to assume something, bud. You just don't know the truth. Then this is what I'm saying.
Then I don't experience flat water.
This is what I'm saying, mailman. Everything flat Earth orientated revolves around everything we know, everything we can come to experience and apply to our thinking to work out maybe what actually is happening. Everything with a ball Earth, we're asked to believe 12 impossible things before breakfast. The first one being that we're moving at astronomical speeds. The second one being that the ground is contoured, the water curves, and so many other anomalies which are at variance to our everyday experience. Which would you rather start off at? Sure, you have your whole model to rely back on. In a true scientific mind, a sense, mailman, you can come to know the truth just as well as any other man can come to know the truth. I should think we've all been given similar capabilities. So the most important thing in this whole arena is the understanding that there's a possible intent to deceive. When there's a possible intent to deceive, then you have to reduce everything down to its basic core level and maybe rebuild from the bottom up. You know, but you're not going to do that. You won't even
but
see.
I'm just going with the observations, and we can use the known distances and things on Earth to navigate, and people have done it for hundreds of years.
Yeah, but again, a belief system. You're just a trust belief system. As I said, you don't take into account that there's a possible attempt to deceive, which is most uncanny considering all of the other deceptions that have been played out against us, being exposed. So what are you going to do there? We're talking a different language. We're thinking a different game. And you're the one that claims to be scientific, I'm guessing. Not me so much. But you.
I haven't talked about science. But I really have to go. My girlfriend just came home.
Okay.
Hey, enjoy your day, man.
Yeah, you too. Have a good one.
He's becoming one of my favorite, flat Earth skeptics, or however you want to say it, because he's honest. He's honest, but he just, he doesn't want to. He can't quite break that veil that it could be, right? If you ask him if he's ever seen Earth curve, I think he would be honest and say no. Have you measured it? No. Well, then why do you believe it? Well, I just trust the authority, right? That's so strange to me when the authorities are every day on the news, and every day of our lives, the authorities have been known to lie to us. And, even our teachers and things like that, they're human, right? They lie. I'm not saying they taught a lie on purpose, to deceive, but they are men and women. They do lie at some point in their life, and when people get caught up, especially when it comes to their income or their livelihood, the way they support their family and feed their kids, even if they were told, this isn't 100% truth, but it's our best guess type thing, you're probably deceiving in a way, but it's really not deceiving because it's science, blah, blah, blah. They would just do it. I mean, to me, that's human nature, right? They spend all this time and money and effort into getting their license to do whatever, right? Be an engineer, be a teacher. They're not going to just give that up really easily, and nor should they, right?
No. Nor did we, Rakia.
Yeah, nor did I. Yeah.
We were invested in the education system. I mean, when I came through all the different conspiracies, I'm sure the story is pretty common as well. When you come to flat Earth, you're going, no, come on, it can't extend that far, can it? Surely. So it took me ages to sort of light on. Even now, I've just changed my mind again in a certain way, but it took me ages.
I can give you a personal account of how money affected my decision and timing into coming out publicly about flat Earth. 3 years ago, I had huge contracts that were coming due, right? And I held off coming out public as a flat earther, even to my family and friends, because I knew they would post it on, their social media, which I really don't do except for this. But then if the guys that were making the decision with the state on those contracts would see that, maybe I would lose those contracts. So I see, right? I get it, right? I understand. But once I secured those contracts again, I went public, or came out of the closet, so to speak. I mean, because it wouldn't have a great effect. Now, did I have a lot to lose? Yeah, I have huge amounts of business that I do with people that if they don't like my belief or thinks it would affect my job that I do for them, they would not hire me, right? Well, luckily, these people have known me for years and years and years. They don't have any reason not to trust me. I've never given them any reason not to. So a lot of them are flat earthers now. That's the funny part. Matter of fact, I just picked up a check for my son and a check for me for from one of my contractors where one of my crews was working, and he's a flat earther. I mean,
nice one.
It's amazing how much it's growing around us, even if we don't know it. I've run into many people over the last couple of months that have been flat earthers longer than I have that I didn't even know, and I saw them on a daily or a weekly basis. Let's say, kind of crazy, but
it's amazing,
keep moving forward. Yeah, it's amazing.
Has it affected any contracts since you came out as a flat earther? Have you lost any business?
Not that I know of. The only relationship in business that I know that it affects is a guy that works for one of the concrete companies. He is totally against it. Like he is, space, he's just, every time we see each other, and we have conflicts, right? I don't really like dealing with him if I don't have to. And I'm sure he feels the same way. So it does cause conflicts. It has caused conflicts within the family and friend structure too, of course, because it's such a, especially 3 or 4 years ago, it was such a toxic subject. Now, those same people are coming back to me and saying, man, I might not still believe in it, but I understand what's going on, right? I now understand, what you're dealing with and how much time you put into it. I respect it. Some of the same people that helped me on the test over the lake, 2.7 miles, are not flat earthers, even though they saw the results, right? They can't give me a good reason why. They just choose to not believe that, to not go with what we did, or I'm saying, I just don't think they can handle the ridicule is the biggest thing. Or they have a lot to lose, like I did, so they're just not going to come out publicly. 2 of my contractors don't publicly. One of them's from Australia, lives here now, but doesn't really openly say he's a flat earther, except to me, right? But he doesn't like announce it and make it public because of the risk involved, and it's a shame. I've never been like that. If I believe something, I'm gonna, and you ask or we're talking and it comes up, I'm gonna tell you my belief.
Fair, more power to you, man. I guess the issue is, if it did start affecting your business, would you then learn to keep stum or to bottle up your thoughts because
at this point I wouldn't.
Livelihood?
No, I'm set basically. I hate, I'm not bragging on that. I'm just saying I've worked hard. I'm 51, so I don't really have to work right now. I enjoy my work, and my kids are grown and they're self-supportive. So, I would be bored to death if I didn't work, to be honest. I travel and hunt and fish and do all those things, but, I still like that daily process of having a list of things to do and accomplishing, that list. Basically, that's just how I'm a problem solver, a puzzle solver. I always have been, and I love that challenge of we need to get this done. What's your best way of getting this done, schedule wise, crew wise, logistics, all that. And I like putting all that together and having it work out. That's really the only thing I'm good at. I can solve puzzles.
I asked you that question as well because we know what's going on with the injections and the vaccinations regarding keeping your job.
Can't talk about that here. Like, don't say the words. We can talk about it, but just don't say the B word and all that. They're changing their mandates here on Discord, so Gio's asking us not to discuss it.
Okay. Well, without saying,
but I get what you're saying.
Yeah, people are being forced into blackmailed in a sense. Do this or you lose your job, etc. So I mean, under those, and people are doing that. People are doing that because they have no choice. So it's like your hand is forced. Your head is in a lock, and there's not many ways you can go. But I guess that's a test of all of us, then, isn't it, Dave? Because
it's an individual thing. I believe.
Yeah. The truth will set us free, and how far are we willing to persist in that search for truth?
Well, Kyrie Irving was on the news this morning, right? Kyrie Irving was the one that came out as a flat earther and then kind of went back on his, deal because he was losing contracts. Well, now he's fighting all of this current, dealings, and he's willing to risk like $17 million for the rest of the season because of his belief system. He doesn't think he needs to do what they're telling him to do. Well, they're saying he can't work unless he does it. So he's standing up for his belief. Whether he's right or wrong, right? That's not me to judge, but I do respect what he's doing. Me personally, I don't do it. I've never worn anything. I've never, taken anything. I don't take medicine. I don't go to the doctor for anything unless it's just, absolutely necessary. I don't take prescription drugs. I just don't need it. Right. But I think that fear and anxiety portion of my life that was taken away once I just made the mental, decision not to fear, right? I don't fear getting sick, or I don't fear, or have anxiety whether I'm making the right decision or not. I personally am a man of faith, so I let that faith guide me in my daily walk, and so I don't fear anything. People, you're jumping out of airplanes and you're scuba diving and you're fishing 200 miles offshore and you're flying all the time and you're doing this and doing that. Aren't you scared of it? No, I'm not at all, not one bit. So
excellent. You do it because you love these things, right?
And I just love life.
Yeah, and I'm thinking that attitude that you have also transfers to your children, Dave, because I'm taking it that they think along similar lines to you, and they're fit and healthy. They don't need anything extraneous to.
No, they don't take anything.
Fear. Brilliant.
Yeah, they're pretty woke, and my youngest is really world wise, like always has been. Never was really into the books. And my oldest son is really into books, like 4.0, got a scholarship for his master's. My daughter is somewhere in the middle, got a scholarship for her master's, but is kind of world-wise, kind of somewhere. It's weird how they're all three different. Yeah.
Are they all flat earthers, Ricky? Yeah?
I want to answer that. I'll tell you, they won't fight for the globe. I'll tell you that. But I would let them, answer that individually. They know, believe me, they're not going to go out into a group of their friends and go tell everyone the earth is flat. None of them are doing that.
Okay. I've always said to anyone, I don't meet too many people, but it's a pretty isolating experience. But I've always sort of, I don't like the term heart on my sleeve. That comes from Shakespeare play, and actually means to be deceptive. So don't be saying you wear your heart in your sleeve. You have your heart where it is. But I tell everyone who knows me, I'm a flat earther, and I tell everyone to look into it. I give the basic spiels. But I met someone recently, just briefly, and I was just buying a bit of weed, cannabis or whatever, and I just started talking to the girl who I hadn't met before. I'd met her brother usually, but yeah, I said, by the way, before you go, have you heard the idea that the earth might be flat and stationary? And she said, I have. She got it lit up. She said, I have. And she said, you never guess. My son is a flat earther. I said, no way. I said, what was the story there? She said, well, about 4 years ago, he sort of started into it first, and now he's so deep into it, so he's really passionate about it. And I was going, no way. She said, you should remember him, or maybe you should remember him. He lived around here maybe 4 years ago, and I'm going, no way. He's probably one of the kids, because I talked to everyone about it. He's probably one of the kids who I approached, or not who I approached, we just met along the way, and said the usual thing. And with that seed, then he took it. I'm taking it. He took it, and he took it further to where he's at now. So yeah, I do think there's a lot of hope. I think in a big way, the children will lead us home, but in the meantime, we have other things to be getting through. I think with this whatever the F is going on, right at the minute, whatever in this madness. I actually think I have great hope. By the way, I have great hope. Everything beforehand is a lie. The lie has to be done away with. And this is the process we're sort of going through at the minute. And these are the birthing pains into the Bible talks about it, right, Dave? The New Jerusalem, New Earth, I think we're a part of it. I think 2012. This is what it was ultimately about. But yeah, I understand the difficulties for everyone. I guess we got to do what our heart tells us. Let me say another thing. I was arrested a few months ago for just playing music, right? Just busking, just stupid attitude of the police and everything. But every one of those cops know that I'm a flat earther. The earth is flat. They also know about other things, other hoaxes, and everyone in that prison. I spent a week in prison. They know the same thing. They know the same thing. So in one way, you know, I think you just got to be yourself, say what you say, be proud of who you are, and well, have faith. There has to be a faith there as well. I think that's what I've come to find. As a heliocentrist, big banger, there was no faith. There was faith in fellow man, that's faith in love, but there was no faith beyond that. Life was already determined. We have a short spell here. Do what you can to get by, and you know nothing happened or nothing carries over before or after. But with coming to flat Earth, a new faith developed in me. And that's a faith in a higher power. We don't have to agree on anything. We don't know anything ultimately. But that faith in a higher power, that faith in a greater knowledge, and that faith in love, I think we have to sort of follow that and say what you have to say. Be who you are at any particular moment. Okay, if you're in a certain situation, obviously gauge your reaction or gauge what you will say. But ultimately, you know, be yourself and say what you have to say. I think that's the key. We wouldn't tell children to be any other way, would we? Difficult as that is, peer pressure is the biggest. Peer pressure, our school system is the biggest cause of fucking psychosis that there ever existed. It's the biggest root cause. But that's a different matter, you know. And let me just say this as well, you know, with the breakup of the family, it became all too easy for the influencers to what they know long term, that if you can control the women, the mind of the women, then you can control the mind of the men. And that's who they aimed everything at. And of course, with single families now, you have the women and the children mostly. So that's where the propaganda is aimed most at. But yeah, maybe hopefully those days are done. And I think we're coming to very pivotal times. I think actually, let me say this, 9/11, 2021, which is actually in this dating system, it's the 9th of November, 2021, is World Freedom Day. World Freedom Day. So I think everything has always been building up to this, to a massive transformation. I think lots of us have been waiting for this transformation, just this point in time where everything before differs from everything after. So I think, yeah, we're not out of all of this yet, is my thought. But yeah, listen, I know I can talk, so. By the way, Ricky, you mightn't have heard this. I'm sure you might have heard me say it as well. Or Ona is the light of heaven. That's what it translates as. The sea in front of it, see Or Ona, see the light of heaven. I've noticed since last year, I've been paying attention to it, looking out the window, there's been a green hue, a green color to the night sky where it shows up in contrast. Persistent since, well, I say, in my own memory, going back to 9/11, 2020, which was 9th of November 2020. This is when I started noticing it as a consistent aspect of my night sky here. When I look south, I see this green hue. It's like the aurora borealis, right? But I'm looking south, which is extended much further than what it was ever known to extend before. And funny enough, when I look north, I see a purple sky. And yeah, once again, just to say that I noticed that since the 9th of November, 9/11, last year, 2020, which is World Freedom Day. I wonder if everything is interconnected in some sort of way. But yeah. I wonder if anyone, have you noticed anything like that, Rikia, in your own night sky? I say in my own brain, I say to myself, these energies are here consistently all throughout day and night. They just show up at night because we have that contrast. But I also have found other evidence for these new energies as well, which is in the rain that falls, which is much more sort of imbued, full-bodied, energized, scintillating, all of these different adjectives attached to it. So I'm wondering if if anyone else has noticed what I've just been talking about there.
Wow, it's lively in here this morning.
Where'd everyone go?
Good question.
Pete, did you chase everyone off?
I got here and ain't nobody said a word.
Pete, you're suspect number one. Always deafened. It was popping in here a minute ago.
Guess everybody went to Nathan's show.
No, I don't. People still go to that?
Yeah, there's a bunch of people in there right now.
I never hear them on the show though. Were they just listen?
I popped in for a few seconds, realized it was a wrong move, so I left.
Why was it a wrong move?
Because Nathan is speaking.
You gotta go rep that globe, aren't you a Glober?
Yes, but I don't.
Yeah, you gotta go rep that globe, bro.
Won't talk to Nathan. I've already been down that road. Nathan, QE, don't speak to them. Besides, Nathan's voice makes it sound like to me like nails on a chalkboard. I just something about his voice I can't stand.
No, there's a few people in here like that where their voice is just so fucking annoying. I hear you. We had chemo in here a minute ago. That's the only thing I would even consider going back to Gems for. I miss chemo. A couple of them other guys I'm cool with too, but That won't leave. They won't leave though. Like Kosho and Shemkula Kosho. He'll come, he gets out, but some of them guys stay safe. It's easier if you got 20 people on your side ready to back you up as opposed to if you're just out here on your own, I would like to see Oakley do an actual, just a time debate. Just give everyone, 2 minutes or something.
You can't without jumping in, calling people numpty dipshits.
I mean, give everyone their time to talk, whether it's nonsense or not. At least let them finish their sentence, Unless they just have a debate, 45 seconds. I don't think you really need more than 45 seconds. Chemo used to put the timer on him in gyms, and he always did 45 seconds. It worked out pretty good. But yeah, I mean, I don't blame Oakley, though. He won't let the bullshit slide. It's his show. So, what are you going to do?
Not participate in his show.
I used to watch it every day. Now I only listen to it when he cuts clips out. If he does like a 20, 30, 40-minute clip or something.
Oh, so you like his numpty clips, as he calls them, I guess.
Oh, QEs, yeah. I was talking about Oakley, though.
Oh, Oakley's, yeah.
Bro, I'm in half the numpty clips. You don't recognize my voice?
What?
I said I'm in half. I'm in half the numpty clips at least.
I don't recognize. Like I said, I don't really pay attention to him anymore.
You don't listen to him?
No, I've tried to have conversations with them just straight up instead of listening to the show. Just go in straight to them and having conversations, and that never leads to anything productive. It just within minutes derails into ad hom bullshit. So
yeah, it's tough. But I mean, I'd like to give her. I had the idea a long time ago. I told Brandon, I'm like, yo, do a debate, but do that shit via YouTube. Put out a 2-minute video saying you're willing to debate on any of the flat Earth topics. Lay the groundwork down. Say I'm gonna, you make a 2-minute video with your argument, and I'll make a 2-minute video in response, and we'll keep going back and forth. I feel like that's probably the best way to have a debate because you don't even need a moderator at that point. You know what I mean? Like, yo, if your clip is over 2 minutes, we're not even watching it. Let that shit be 2 minutes and 1 second. We're not even watching it. You get 2 minutes.
yeah, right now I'm looking up other things besides flat Earth right now.
What are you looking up?
Trying to see what the true reason is for the backlog in the ocean, in both the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, of all the container ships that are waiting to get unloaded and can't.
Oh, you don't think it's the real reason because they don't have workers to unload it?
They say they don't have workers to unload it, and I don't think that's the issue. Because yesterday I was doing a little digging and found a forum of dock workers that were all saying like that's horse shit. We've got plenty of people, that they don't have enough trucks to unload. So like when they pull it off the boat, it needs to go on a truck so that it can be then shipped across the country. But they don't have enough trucks. And from what I'm finding here, at least for the case in California, it's a law that Newsom put in that says that these trucking companies have to have brand new vehicles, brand new 2021 trucks, all them trucking companies out of California. They're no longer allowed on the road. They have to be brand new trucks from here to then 2030, which then 2030 they have to get rid of all of their gas trucks and they have to go 100% electric trucks, which doesn't even exist yet. And they're already saying that by 2030, all shipping companies out of California have to switch over to electric trucks. So for now, they have to buy brand new vehicles, brand new trucks, 2021s, to ship everything around. And then by 2030, they have to get rid of all those trucks and switch to electric trucks. And right now, these companies are basically saying, fuck you. No, I'm not doing it.
Yeah, so the California legislation, this is basically the government's fault?
Yeah, it's the California government that has put the restrictions on the so far from what I'm finding out. So far from what I'm finding out, it's the restrictions that they've put out on the shipping companies that are causing the problem.
No, so they're lying to us. The news is lying to us when they tell us there's not enough workers or whatever.
Yep.
Why would they lie, though?
It's a good question. It's a really good question. Maybe it's the easiest way to explain it instead of saying that, the governments are fucking it up. Because, hell, they certainly don't want to talk about how the governments of California are fucking it up. They certainly don't want to talk about how they have that new policy for theft, right? Anything under $999 is considered a misdemeanor theft. And if you get caught, you just get a ticket and sent on your way.
Yeah, I'm honestly thinking about going to one of those places and just going on a crime spree. If I could walk into a store and just take $500 worth of shit, you could just go from store to store and fill up a fucking Mack truck or something.
It's what people are doing. It's actually why I've already seen news that Walgreens has pulled out all but one location in San Francisco.
Yeah, that's crazy. If I lived in that area, that's tempting. It's still a crime, so I probably wouldn't do it. But for people that were hurting or something, if you can just go take $500, $600, $700, $800 worth of shit, Jesus.
Yeah, and nobody can do shit to you about it. They can't stop you. Nothing.
Yeah, that's insane. You could make a lot of money like that.
Yeah, and this is just some of the things you don't really hear them talking a lot about it. Especially mainstream media talking about all the thefts. You have to look at alternative media sources to find all the thefts and the problems that the companies are trying to say that they have problems with. And
in one day, I could probably easily steal about, I don't know, $5,000 worth of shit in a day, in a short day, like a few hours.
Hell yeah. There's a
I don't know where you would sell it. I don't know where you'd sell it all, but
tell just to everybody else, dude, like they already do. I can't tell you how many times I used to work in the security industry, installing and maintaining security systems and camera systems. And the Family Dollar stores, I'm sure you know what those are. The Family Dollar and Dollar General stores, man, they would get hit up so often. And what people are stealing is laundry detergent. And they'll come in and freaking fill up a shopping cart and run of laundry detergent and run out the door with it.
Yeah, they're like $10 a piece or something. $10 a piece for each of those things. Yeah.
Yeah, and and then they're selling them around the corner, for $7 a piece.
You could probably take that, walk into a Walmart or a Target or something, and be like, "Hey, I just want to return this or whatever. Even if you only get store credit. I mean, store credit at Walmart is almost as good as cash.
Right. And it's what you see a lot of that, a lot of that happening too. That's been happening for years. So yeah, all these guys that, like, the newest video that I've seen surface was a guy who walked in to a pharmacy and walked behind the counter into the pharmacy area where they got all the pills and just started grabbing bottles. And he just started grabbing bottles of all kinds of different shit and just arm loaded him. He arm loaded himself and then just walked out the door. He didn't even run out the door. He just kind of casually walked back through the building, back out the door. No big deal.
If you get caught doing that, that's a felony though, because now you're in possession of a controlled substance. Well, maybe not in some of the states where all the drugs are legal, but so like Oregon or something, all the drugs are legal.
Yeah, and then
you can make a huge come up. Like if you wanted to go make 5, 10. I mean, could you sell that stuff on the internet? Could they even catch you? Like, how do they know which bottle of Tide or, which just little tiny product came from where? They would never know, right?
Nope. I mean, come on, they don't. You can easily buy guns on Facebook. So, I mean, it's one of them things. Like, you could easily sell the shit because it's the raffles that you find all the stuff in. So, like, people will do like raffles on different pages. There's different pages that Facebook you can go to that people have set up for raffles, and there'll be a picture of, like, say, some Nike shoes, and underneath those shoes will be like a Beretta or a Glock 17 or something like that. It'll be underneath the shoes, and you'll be raffling for the shoes, but what you're actually getting is the gun.
Yeah. I mean, no, I don't know if anyone's on tough times right now. That seems like too lucrative to pass up. I mean, I feel like that's just easy money.
Yeah. And then you hear about the nonsense. Let's go about midway through. All right, so we're talking California. Let's travel east a bit and go midway through the country, and and then head north. What's there? You got Chicago. Have you heard about what Chicago just recently did?
What did they do?
They released 5 people from jail with no charges that were arrested for a gunfight, a gang gunfight that left 2 people dead and 3 people injured. And let these people go without charges because it was a mutual combat.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, mutual combat will no longer be charged. If both parties are in a shootout with each other or whatever, it is mutual combat.
I could see like self-defense or something, not mutual combat. Is insane. You're telling me if me and you want to just go have a duel in the street, we could
have a duel in the street and
neither one of us
in trouble for it.
It's not even legal to discharge a firearm in city limits, though.
And they had a massive shootout.
Why didn't they get them on that? They can't brandish.
Nope.
There's so many laws that they could have charged them with.
Yes, exactly. But they didn't charge them with shit. They just
You could have hit him with brandishing a firearm. You could have hit him with discharging a firearm. Illegal? I'm sure they weren't legal if they were fucking gang members. They probably weren't legal firearms.
Yeah, the story was actually that the shootout happened between 2 rival gang factions. And it was all caught on video, a whole 9 yards. Cops were there, less than a minute later. They just happened to be around the corner.
Chicago's always been out of control they were one of the biggest crime cities in the country at one point in the 80s, I think.
And then my city beat them out, and we stayed the murder capital of the country for...
What are you in, D.C.?
Like 8 years. No, I'm in Memphis.
Memphis was the murder capital for a while? Wow.
Yeah, Memphis was the murder capital for like 8 years. It's bad here, dude. It's still bad here. Like I tell people all the time, it's not uncommon for even in my own neighborhood for me to hear a shooting twice a month in my own neighborhood.
Yeah.
it happens all the time. It's just another fact of life here. You could get your car stolen from you in broad daylight, just pulling up to a red light. If you're, in certain parts of town, you could just stop at a red light and all of a sudden somebody's going to come up and yank you out of your car and steal your car.
Yeah.
Broad daylight in front of everybody.
If you know where the chop shop is, that's another lucrative thing. If you know where the chop shop is, you just get a car, and if you can be at the chop shop within like a minute or two from where you steal the car, you're almost pretty much not going to get caught,
Yep. But yeah, I've found it just jaw-droppingly shocking, to hear that Chicago was doing that, just releasing people for mutual combatants.
Yeah, that's insane. You can't be letting people discharge firearms within city limits, brandishing firearms. There's got to be a whole list of felonies that come along with that. Possession of an illegal handgun or unlicensed handgun, something. I'm not even a cop or a lawyer, and I could have threw the book at these guys. Disturbing peace or something.
Seriously, man, y'all could have done something,
You should have hit them with something, yeah. Possession of an illegal firearm is like 5 years mandatory, I think.
I thought it was 10.
Something. You definitely don't just let them go.
Yeah, I thought it was 10 years mandatory. I was like,
it could be wrong. Yeah, it might be 10. I have no idea.
Like, what makes the firearm illegal?
If it's unlicensed or stolen or
unlicensed. Well, how's that a big deal? People are so scared of guns nowadays. They got you all scared of them, like you're not supposed to have them. You are supposed to have.
If you get caught with a pistol without your permit in New York, I think it's 5 years. I used to be scared. I lived in Vermont, right across the border for a little while, and it was legal for me to own firearms. You didn't need a permit at all for pistols. And I used to get scared that I had nightmares that I would be in New York with my guns. It's a pretty big crime.
It's weird how people with a little bit of money don't get in trouble for it, though, because they have constitutional lawyers.
Most of the people that have a little bit of money also
just get a permit
and want guns don't live in those areas that are the most restrictive of guns.
So true. So true. But for passing through, though, that happens a lot. Like Jeremy was saying, be passing through, trying to bring your stuff from one place to another. They try to give you the shakedown. You got a tag light out. We didn't check you through a metal detector on that last stop there. It was a tag light. Yeah. You can't get out and check it right now. We're going to go ahead and search your vehicle.
Well, you don't have to participate in that, actually. Since we're talking about following laws and all.
No, yeah, you don't have to participate in it unless they just shake you down with some sort of bullshit that you have to. You got to wait for the judge. You basically got to do whatever they say, even if it is unconstitutional at that time in a certain way. You can refuse in certain, verbally a little bit. Well, I wouldn't fight them. I wouldn't fight them on it. Wait for the judge.
Right, but what you can do is because they can't search your vehicle unless they have a lawful reason for searching your vehicle, and a tag light being out is not one of them.
Oh yeah.
The only other way is
one for pulling you over, and then they can go, "Oh, I saw your tag light out. Oh, and what does that smell? I feel like it smells like marijuana." You could have just farted,
Yeah.
So I don't even think that can be a reason for searking your car anymore in most places, because it's not even illegal.
Yeah.
Well, no, yeah, it's
before though, definitely. Which used to tell me people would be driving around with tons of weed in the car.
You got half
smoking a blunt. Now. It's like, yo, what are you, stupid?
Yeah, half the country now is already, pro pot. So you can already drive around with pot anyway in about half of the country. The other half is still trying to catch up to us.
Yeah, they're still
gripped.
But yeah, no, like like I was saying, Jeremy, I think I figured out what's going on in California with all of that, but I don't know if it's the same problem as what's happening on the East Coast, because we still have a backlog in the Atlantic Ocean as well. So I'm trying to see, like, what's causing the backlog over there. Is it the same rules, that are in California are being pushed over in New York? And is that why they're not able to unload?
Well, New York and California are the most communist states we have right now.
That's what I was just telling Jeremy, is like I was trying to see like what the real reason for the backlog of shipping containers is out in the oceans.
Artificial orchestrated shortages. That's all it is. Artificially orchestrated shortages. It's just running the stock market. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's what I was telling him, is like what we're being told is that there's not enough employees. Well, that's not what I'm finding out. What I'm finding
there's also a lot of people quitting,
changed,
or forced to quit because they won't take vaccines. And I'm talking about the military. It seems like what a really cool way to disassemble the U.S. military right underneath everyone's noses for something. Wonder what for. Oh, so that we could say, oh, we have a U.S. military shortage. We're going to have to bring some UN soldiers to help with this, situation.
There's nothing they could do. I mean, seriously, I've mentioned it before. Like, if the government ever tried to use the military against its citizens and had to weed out all of the military that isn't going to comply, and bring in the UN to fill in the blanks. Well,
they already did that. The ones who aren't going to comply are the ones who didn't want to take the vaccine. So they got rid of them before the fight. See, it's a trick. Get rid of the ones who aren't going to comply, the ones that are, right before all of that happens.
Well, you're under contract in the military. You can't really say you don't want to comply. You have no choice.
Well, what are all those thousands of military officers and stuff that are now being released because they will not comply with the vaccine?
Well, those have already run over their contracts, and they're just continuing past their enlistments.
No, I'm talking about people who have everything to lose. They're not doing it. You're just not hearing a lot about it, but there are testimonies, and people are speaking for them as well. They're out, and some of them themselves are speaking out. Look on BitChute, because you're not going to find a lot of stuff on YouTube. Even BitChute itself is getting censored.
Yeah, like I said, I'm trying to see what's causing this shortage, and from what I've seen so far, it's not an employment problem. As far as what I can tell, they have the employees. It's California in particular has changed its laws for the trucking industry, and they are mandating that the trucking companies in California, in order to continue operations, they have to upgrade their trucks from the ones they have to brand new 2021 trucks, that are, eco-friendly kind of things.
God.
But that in order for them to keep going, they have to upgrade their trucks to brand new 2021s. But then also in that rule is that by 2030, they have to get rid of all of those trucks that they just got and go for full electric vehicles. These, full electric, big tractor trailer trucks that doesn't even exist yet. Like, they still are working that technology out, and yet it's already in the bill that by 2030 they all have to go to this anyway. So right now, basically,
meanwhile,
the truck companies
not driving the climate. Yeah. Meanwhile, there's actual other climate data that's coming out showing that the solar particle, the forcing that was ignored, and the cloud coverage stuff that wasn't spoken of correctly ever, that they basically, they're making this shit up. This isn't something man has done to the planet. This is a cyclical thing that happens all the time here. And we're coming out of an ice age, and we're normally not in an ice age.
right? So normally the planet is hot on that for itself, you know, it's average. So
if I owned a trucking company and I knew that I had to buy a new truck now, if I had just bought new trucks a couple of years ago, and they're like, no, you got to buy new trucks now, and then I was going to have to replace them in another 9 years, and I had enough money to just go 9 years without working, I would just be like, yo, fuck it. I'm just not going to do it.
Watch this solution, Jeremy. What they're going to do is they're going to present a bunch of rental trucks for these drivers for that meantime to get you hooked on the renting and the leasing of the vehicles.
Yeah, because the part of the rules in California is there's no longer allowed to be any owner-operators of diesels anymore.
See?
Yeah, that's part of it.
It's that Klaus Schwab bullshit, dude, where the Great Reset, you don't own anything and you'll like it. You'll love it. You're not going to own shit and you're going to love it. That's what he told you. And that's true,
I'd
dude.
be cool with never owning anything if we got rid of money. If we just got rid of money and it was like a community, you know, societal based thing where like we just all share, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, they tried that. Look at Venezuela.
Well, the whole world would have to do it. You couldn't have one country doing it and one country not.
Well, the whole world would be Venezuela, dude.
Well, I don't know.
The government never runs. You don't let government run shit and delegate money, and they have the worst businesses.
Yeah, you have to change the way government runs. Absolutely, I agree. Yeah. You have to get rid of money, change the way government runs. You know, it'd have to run properly. You couldn't have it run and be nonsense. And allocating resources to places that don't really need it, or you know, in other words, you'd have to start having smart people in government instead of people that have charisma.
It's like it would seem like we just need to educate the population better, and you know, as kids, keep them off of TikTok and into, you know, life. I figured out why the Chinese call it TikTok, because they're laughing. They're going TikTok, TikTok, TikTok. You're wasting your life away.
Yeah.
That's the time. That's the sound of the clock going by. Tick tock, tick tock.
I posted the meme on Facebook that, you know, is related to TikTokers that I've gotten like the most reactions out of the things I post on Facebook, and it was a little meme. It was two parts. The top part showed a bunch of people going into a house, and it says, you know, we've gathered all the TikTokers into one house, and then the bottom frame shows some Air Force jets, you know, and they're going, understood.
Drones, understood. Well, it just goes to show you why these tech moguls and shit don't even let their own kids hold these damn cell phones. Didn't want them getting that habit of getting that immediate gratification, that twitch, I call it. When you just kind of have a twitch and you can't focus on anything, and you need to get to the punchline within like 2 sentences, or you're frustrated and you can't handle life, you know.
Yeah, it's the world of instant gratification, man. People, it's what people want now, and it's sad.
It's what people always wanted, but the reason we didn't give it to them is because of the value of life was shit when you ended up with everything you want immediately. And earning stuff became valuable, and that's what gave it, you know, value. The fact that you earned it. So I don't want a valueless life, you know. What's the point? It's like that robot on fucking Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy with the alternate perception gun or whatever they call it, and he shoots all those things, and they're all like, oh, why go on?
I guess we could put that on parents, though, then, couldn't we?
Yes, that's exactly right. That's where I'm going with this.
It's completely parents' fault.
same with the government. It's our fault, right? Because we let it happen. We fucking kept going and trying to get the rat race busy, stay, focused on the wrong shit all the time. And then I'll just let them handle that. Oh, I'll just let them handle that. Next thing you know, wait a minute, where the fuck do they think they're going with this?
Well, as a small business owner, I've always voted for whoever, I don't care which party you are, it's whoever is going to make my life easier as a small business owner is who I've always voted for.
Yep.
Like in this last election, I didn't vote for Trump nor Biden.
Yeah. Who was doing you any favors? Which Jesuit was helping you out this time?
Well, the one that was actually running that did have a good plan, just didn't get enough airtime. Like a lot of people didn't even realize she was running. Was Joe Jorgensen. And, a lot of people didn't even realize what she was about. Because they didn't give her any airtime, and that was one of the things that started to really piss me off too. Is in the debate stage, the presidential debate stages, where it was just Trump and Biden. And it's like, wait a minute, there's a third
ticket. They just
ticket.
set us up our dichotomy right there. Yeah.
It's like there's a third ticket. There's a third person on the ballot that is, the Green Party that is just right there waiting. They have enough support to get to where they're at right now, and you're not going to give them a podium on the stage for the debate.
Telling you.
Yeah, so I mean that was who I rather voted for. It's like, dude, no, the rest of it. Although when Trump was in office, certainly benefited me and my family. With the tax cuts and things that he did, absolutely benefited us. We have no problem with Trump in this house because he certainly proved himself to us. Not just his rhetoric or anything like that. We don't really pay attention to his rhetoric. Oh, he tweeted this, he tweeted that. I don't give a shit what he tweeted. What did he put into law? Because that's what affects me. His tweets don't affect me. What he puts into law does. And everybody wanted to focus on, oh, he's so mean. He tweets such bullshit. Who gives a shit? Did you ever pay attention to the bully in school? No. Come on.
All I paid attention to is the fact that he was pushing the vaccines and the bullshit harder than anybody.
And that's another
thing. Like he wasn't at first, and then he was.
Well, and I mean, he was. It was before, when the vaccine wasn't even a thing yet. It was when he was saying, hey, we gotta, just take care of this ourselves, and work out, eating right and taking care of ourselves at home, and that's what he was trying for. And then when Operation Warp Speed came through, of course, that was his baby, Operation Warp Speed. And it leads to what we have today, which is, a couple of vaccines that are being used worldwide, that had, only 9 months to go from nothing to an existence, and then pushed out amongst the population of the world, and now Pfizer in particular.
Yeah, you see that new Project Veritas video about the Pfizer guy?
I don't know if I believe that or not.
You don't know if you believe actual footage of the Pfizer
I don't know
executives talking and scientists talking with their.
That's not the footage you get. You get footage from the Project Veritas of a guy who claims that he is a scientist for Pfizer, but he showed no credentials. He didn't show any credentials in the video I was seeing. And as far as going off of his
look, Project Veritas is they win lawsuits, dude. They're not joking around. I don't know where you're getting this.
I'm just saying the videos
they're not
that
CGI
I saw,
and their shit's not fake, and that guy's not a fucking phony.
Well, that remains to be determined. Like
no, it doesn't. It doesn't. It's determined because it's not even in content. It's not even
okay. Well, what gave it away that this guy is actually a scientist for Pfizer?
Well, it's that particular guy. No, we're talking about like all of the work that Veritas has done. It's all been verified. like they've had the New York Times and all kinds of different magazines who have slandered or spoken out about them having misinformation or doing something. They've had to have them all sued and retract and apologize. Like these guys aren't bullshit. Like this is not. They're not sitting there trying to play with their name. You can see how serious what's going on with all of this. It's there's top officials that are coming to them right now. Like this isn't like a joke or something that you would want to even dismiss, like that. It needs to gain traction because it's legit the truth. You can hear these people the way they're talking about their own, science. It was rushed. It was way too fast, faster than anything else has ever been done, and I don't trust it. That's what the guy said.
Well, wasn't that the point though?
What was the point?
Wasn't the point to make it
skip
really
all
fast?
the science?
It was to make it really fast. That was the whole point.
The point was to sell a product really fast. Yeah, they call it Operation Warp Speed. It doesn't make it safe or better. It means that they collected data. They collected data on much too short a study. They couldn't have. You have to question that data. That data can't be. It's like, oh well, it's 95% effective, and the 17 people left in the study of the 2-month study. That's fucking ridiculous. It's not. You can't know what's going on there. How would you even know this person was even presented with corona after that? Like, how could you even know? It's not like you swabbed the motherfucker. It's false data, dude. They're telling you, right? The guys are telling you. Like, this is bullshit. Something's wrong here. Seriously wrong. This is not about health or safety. Obviously, if it was, then we wouldn't have done all the lockdowns and because all the suicides and all the bullshit and stuff that's gone on because of that, it's greater. It's it's really strange. People are getting real lazy with it too. Like, oh, we'll figure it out. No, I think it's a good idea to pay attention to these undercover videos where these people are speaking candidly and getting caught.
Oh, I forgot that it was this morning that William Shatner finally went to space.
Yeah, he was with a young female and he shat in her pants. Sorry, I just had to do it.
That's such a bad joke.
But you got it.
I did get it though. I did get it. Yeah.
Can you just see like he comes out with some shoes and they're Shatner shoes? It's just stupid.
Oh man, I got some good timing too. It's like 4 minutes to launch. Here it is.
Good morning, Governor.
Yo.
Are we watching something?
Yeah, William Shatner go to space.
Oh.
This morning was the launch for William Shatner to go to space on the Blue Origin rocket.
Was he like the only one, or is there a bunch of people?
There's 4 people on board.
Okay.
Most notably is William Shatner.
Gotcha.
Do you have to pay extra to get to go to space with the Star Trek guy?
Right.
Well, like, technically, it's $15,000 to say "Beam me up, Scotty" once you get to the outer echelon.
But seriously though, like that's the best freaking stunt that I've ever heard in my life. Is like, okay, send the space guy to space and then charge an extra, I don't know, $50,000 to go with the Star Trek guy. You go with William Shatner. I mean, shit.
Can you go dressed like Spock?
I mean, I would hope so. And kill Flat Earth all in one. You know, one launch is great.
That would be funny. I like the dream.
I mean, once I hit the $5 million net worth mark, that's definitely
look at that dog dick.
That's when I definitely am going to start sending flat earthers on my dime.
What if your junk looked like that?
You probably got bigger problems than whether the earth is flat or not.
It looks like somebody walked their junk into a wall, like straight into a wall. Where is this taking place at?
West Texas.
I was gonna say it looks pretty flat.
You ever been to West Texas?
Pretty flat.
Yeah.
Oh my god, the nipples are hard.
What if Ed Kirk had time to do it? The Green Girl.
Look at that. It's just magnificent, isn't it? Would you look at that? Just get a look at that. Isn't it precious?
Went up to 351,000.
Is Daiso coping now?
I have no idea.
Just look at that, guys.
This is, of course, it's Daiso.
Dissonance is a weird thing.
I could just stare at this all day long. This is just wonderful.
But you guys are interested in the horizon. You can see that.
I mean, Dicelo, what's it feel like to have your entire worldview smashed commercially?
I don't know. I just chimed in. I didn't get to see the actual best part of it all. Oh my God. Look at that, guys. Touchdown.
Yep. Read it. Of course, they CGI'd the whole thing, right?
I mean, William
Touchdown.
Shatner's dead.
2-point conversion.
William Shatner's dead. They actually CGI'd William Shatner, too.
Yeah, he's a hologram.
Did you fly your air?
I think William Shatner is going to say this was weird. The Star Wars was way more real.
The Star Wars, really?
His experience in Star Wars, space travel was.
This is why you're a flat earther.
Yeah, this is why you're a flat earther.
You guys know why I'm a flat earther? I'll tell you why.
His mom dropped on your head when you were little.
Because you don't know the difference between Star Trek and Star Wars. I don't even like either of them, per se. I've never watched Star Trek to any great degree, and, I mean, I still know the damn difference. I mean, shit.
Well, to be into Star Wars, you'd also have to be into incest, and that never did it for me, so I found other interests.
Your sister says different.
Well, I don't think that an American society should be uplifting incestual relationships.
Didn't know.
And they connected space incest.
What?
That was in the
Blue
script
orgy
later.
Yeah. Why do you think they're teaching kids about space incest? Go ahead. Don't you think that's
Blue orgy and Virgin Galactic?
It's disgusting. Quite frankly, I find it revolting. It's a sign of decline within. But you're laughing at it because you're an
only you would look at that movie and think of that.
Is it not a story about incestual love in
Well,
space?
were they not young enough for you or something?
Well, they could have been. I don't know how old they are.
Well, you say that a 10-year-old is good enough, right?
Well, I'm sure they would say, "Oh, in space there are no laws," so I wouldn't be surprised.
Wow.
Yeah. Left Lane, do you see how far they've taken us? They've taken us into La La Land where anything can happen.
Nobody thought of this
until one of the
until
things that happens there is disgusting forms of sexual interaction.
You have a very weird imagination.
Yeah.
No.
What's weird about telling you the storyline to Star Wars?
I have a question about rockets and birth control. I'm wondering if somebody's. Go ahead, RC.
I was going to say, Sin Cleanser, I don't know, I think it was about a year and a half ago, we realized the Earth is definitely a globe and just decided to keep going with it and decided to keep trolling. It's great. Sin Cleanser, I applaud you for your performance. It's pretty good.
All I ever get are these backhanded compliments. Oh, Sin Cleanser, you're so great. But you're a flat earther, you knucklehead or something.
That was actually pretty good, RC.
I've always said, even if the Earth wasn't flat, I'd still argue for it because I think it's fundamentally more true than the globe. You can be more honest if you are a flat earther than you are if you're a
Yeah,
Glober.
because you don't have to make shit up. Actually, you're not honest. You just
no. Pay nice chill. I was drilling fucking Globers' heads to the wall yesterday with this argument.
What?
I don't have to know anything about logic or anything about anything to see the sun move above me. You have to tell me a story for me to
I don't have
believe
to tell you
your
a story.
worldview. I don't need stories.
You have to observe. You have to observe it and use some science.
Just by
and the fact that the sunset doesn't work on a flat Earth, but that's another whole issue.
I don't need any reasons other than seeing the sun move.
I know. For thousands of years, people
didn't.
You need
stories. An imagination.
No, we need science. There's a difference. Yeah, we do need.
I don't use science. I don't use math.
Of course, you don't use science, but you're on a computer.
Logic.
You don't use logic. See, the problem with your logic is if you start off with a false premise, you end up with a false conclusion.
What's false about seeing the sun move? Nothing. That's just how God intended me to know what the sun's doing.
Why?
Okay, but then
you find out a story about everything moving and not moving relative
explain the Foucault pendulum. Explain Bob Noodle and his gyroscope.
What's there to explain? The pendulum does what it does.
Because the Earth moves.
No.
Yes.
You added that.
No, it's the only way to explain it. Sorry.
How come I can't say that I see the same thing you do, and that is what it is? You add the little special caveat that
because
it only works on a globe.
You see,
how could you possibly know that, dude?
Because you figure out how it works, and you know why it works, and you have put 1 and 1, and you end up with 2.
Oh my God!
You guys don't know how things work, though.
Yes, we do.
You guys say everything's a force here, a force everywhere, a force. You don't know what the fuck's going on. Everything's a force in your mind.
Well, if you knew anything about Newton, you would understand that yes, everything's a force. So what?
Your science, Dyslow.
I
want him to build a freaking car with his science.
Dude, I could build a better fucking spaceship than they have made.
No fucking problem, dude. I could
tell you how to do it, even.
No, you couldn't.
I could tell you how to do it.
No, you couldn't.
You want to know how to make a spaceship that's more efficient than rockets?
Oh, please tell me.
You take a very ultraviolet resistant material like silk, and you make a big Zeppelin. And inside the Zeppelin, you fill it with gas. And in the middle of the Zeppelin, you have a fan that's constantly spinning and moving the gas inside. Then you'll get a vector, and then you can get pretty much insane speeds because there's no resistance in space, right?
That's all bullshit.
Well, at least I've thought about something. You have no original ideas.
Well, you have an original idea that won't fucking work.
You've never had an original idea in your life.
You haven't had you have an idea that won't fucking work.
That idea he gave you, that idea he gave you has been theorized before, and I think it's been actually put to use, but it has to be outside of a terrestrial reference frame in order to have the proper trajectory that you're looking for.
Oh yeah, that might be right. I mean, I still haven't got the funding for this, so.
Yeah, you won't get the funding because it won't fucking work.
Is that can I ask? Is that what you call it? Not the linear velocity, or is it like is it vertical velocity?
It's linear, but the air balloon is just to help equalize its altitude.
It's Euclidean velocity.
Fun stuff. Thank you, Dyslow.
Euclidean velocity. You have any idea what the fuck you just said?
Straight lines and angles, bro.
Euclidean velocity.
You guys like that one? That one's pretty original too.
Now they are at
we'll get it. Yeah, original bullshit.
106 kilometers. They are in space now. Yay!
I think I just came up with a new method of rocket birth control.
Rocket birth control?
Yeah. Like if you're on your way, like the rocket took off, right, and you're experiencing like massive G's upon you, and you're having sex, can a woman still get pregnant if there's a downward bias there?
No, you got Newton's third law. I've looked up.
So can we call that Plan C?
I think you should go ask your dad to give you that little birds and bees talk.
Hey, Peyton, what's Newton's third law?
Newton's third law.
Yeah, you don't know it.
Every action has an equal opposite reaction.
Okay, wow.
Yeah, so I do know it's a fuck off.
Yeah, so that's why you can't thrust in space sexually.
No, that's not anything.
That's what NASA says. If you want a citation, I'll give you a citation. NASA claims sex is unlikely in space because of Newton's third law.
Yeah, bullshit.
Okay, well, you're asking for it. I will deliver the citation.
Oh, please give it to me. Newton's third law.
Well, it would be more difficult there.
I actually had a proposal back in the space shuttle days to film a porn movie in space in the big shuttle bay. There have been a couple married couples that go up there, but it's been highly, because we're descended from Victorians, because we're the Puritans ran the country.
But I'm just wondering, like, could you actually physically, ejaculate in an environment like that?
Dude, look at it. Check out this claim. It says in the citation I just gave you from Futurism. Globers love that site. But it says that NASA.
I had a great question. You just stepped on, Sin.
No, because I was still on my point.
Cool.
Whatever.
All right. Russians did what to each other now?
They said sexual penetration has never occurred in space. This is
that's why they sent William Shatner up there in the Blue Orgy.
Yeah, along with the green girl, right?
Yeah, they played Duck, Duck, Goose.
Was Bezos with him again? Was he also in space? He has been in space in like 5 times now or something.
Wasn't his brother supposed to go with him or something?
Oh, wait. Let's make a conspiracy about that.
They also say you don't have sex in space because after birth. Never heard that one used.
Holy shit.
One step for mankind, 1,000 miles for coronavirus.
Did the coronavirus get any training?
Hey, no. Okay, you guys.
Okay, this mystery thing that we will not call virus.
You know, Kirk was
did
Canadian?
it receive training?
Napa, you didn't know that Kirk was Canadian? Yeah, so was Spock, I believe.
Yeah, I had no idea.
No, Spock was. They were both Jewish, so.
Oh, of course they are.
Of course they were.
Of course they are. I love how you saved that little tidbit for the end of that.
Well,
By the way,
it's a fact.
Jewish. Yeah, I bet it is.
You didn't see the little yarmulke on top of the rocket?
That's funny.
I was under the impression that yarmulkes were only used for bald spots.
No.
No, it's frisbees for on flat Earth.
I was about to make a joke about
Did you hear what he just said? He said there's black everywhere.
He said there was blue down there and black up there.
Oh, is that what he said?
Yeah, stop hearing things you want to hear.
So Blue Origin, he cryptically said that Blue Origin never went up there. That's what he said. He said the Blue Origin's down here, and the black space was up there.
So like you didn't have to do like the little
a lot of stories.
When they like turn and little what do they call
What was that,
it?
Naps?
You
when
know
they
the
turn?
little
What do you mean?
thing that they get in for like G-force type, I guess like training and stuff. Like they didn't have to do all that.
No,
did they?
No, they skipped right through that.
Damn. Okay.
It's so thin. Did you hear it? He says it's a mile.
What?
He's trying to cut him off so he doesn't give too much info.
Holy smoke.
Daislow's brain is grinding like crazy now.
I can't tell if he's trying to
Schizophrenic.
communicate with us.
Schizophrenia, like going maniac crazy now.
This is your brain on drugs.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. He's going to kiss him in the mouth.
Uh-oh.
Corona, this is, I don't know, bro.
Die slow. No C word, bro.
Whoever thought you couldn't talk about alcohol in the 21st century? Oh my God. What are they doing?
Great narrative, Dyslow. Great narration.
Quick question for you, Funk. Are you up to date with your particle physics? Particle physics?
He's crying. He's crying.
Dyslow, you know we also watch the same thing. We don't need you to say what they are showing on the screen, right? I'm not up to date, Synclenser. Did something happen recently?
Oh, I just realized what you guys are watching.
Yeah, we're watching Solaris.
You missed the tears rolling down his face.
Look at Bezos.
He's acting like a little baby.
Bezos is like mind controlling him. This is weird. Oh, dude, this is like a possession. He's possessed.
Oh, dude, this is such bullshit, bro.
Wow, play it up, Shatner.
He's playing it hard, bro.
Oh my
Y'all are
God.
amazing.
This is pathetic.
Yeah, it is. It is pathetic.
Left Lane, are you watching this, dude? This is
I'm
an
driving.
Oscar award-winning fucking moment.
But I mean, I could imagine how the dude actually feels about the reality that he just went up into space. A lifetime achievement on top of everything else.
Dude, they have a Blue Origin T-shirt right next to him as an ad, like as he's crying.
Of course, it's a private company. Of course, you have to fucking advertise it.
Of course, they're trying to sell T-shirts.
But they, they went to 350,000 feet though. That's pretty high.
Would you cry if you did that?
I
don't know. I would be scared shitless because I hate flying. So,
if I was a 90-year-old man and was able to do what he's done, I would probably get emotional.
Imagine being 90 years old and still lying to everyone you can. Like, does he have that shame?
Synclenser, you watch it. What the fuck? You
this
just watch it now,
he's
and
on
you're
his
saying
deathbed, and he's actively lying to people, as many people as possible. This guy.
But you did just watch it.
He's got hell to pay.
Did you watch what happened, Synclenser? Did you see the rocket fly up?
They went up in the sky and came down.
350,000 feet.
Yeah, they went way the fuck up in the sky.
They didn't go 100 meters up from the ground.
So the bigger the number, the more true it is, right?
No, it's the bigger the number, the more freaking awesome it is.
The bigger the number, the more true it is.
No.
That's your logic. Because if he went 60,000, you wouldn't be crying, but 300,000, you're like in tears.
Oh, I went to 30,000 feet. It's not that amazing. Going to 350,000 feet is pretty high, right?
Well, if you're not laughing, right? I've seen enough.
Yeah, it hurts. The truth hurts.
What a pathetic man.
I feel the burn. Flat Earthers.
I'm not talking about you, Fox. I'm talking about this clown on this TV show here.
I'm just talking about you guys.
Crying because his days of banging groupies is over. That's why he's crying.
That, because, I mean, he sold his soul. Like, I would be crying too if I was on my deathbed and I had already sold my soul.
How was he on his deathbed? He's not on his deathbed. He's just
Well, that's
old.
the closest to heaven that he's ever gonna get, likely. You know? So he's crying because he knows he's never gonna make it there. Because he sold his soul. So, you know, I think I now appreciate what this means for Globers.
Yeah, this was like serious like confirmation for me, dude, that I mean full on bullshit.
Why is that?
Because he's you got a movie actor up here crying, trying to narrate what he experienced, and I know a lie when I hear it, man. I can hear the bullshit in his little tale that he just told.
Like you're doing now.
Did you watch? Did you actually watch the rocket go up and go where they said it went?
Maybe he's still acting, Slow. Maybe he's still acting.
Yeah,
he's acted before when he was supposed to be in space in the movies, right?
If this was like Tony Hawk, then I'd be like, okay, Tony's not gonna lie to me. But Shatner, he's an actor, bro.
Maybe there's some sort of revelation going on as well. This will ultimately equate fact and fiction, you know, because he's such an acclaimed science fi actor. This will equate both and will help humanity wake up. I think the name is interesting as well, Blue Origin, and then we have the big Bezos rocket dick. So Blue is a porno movie, right?
Blue Orgy.
Blue Origin.
And Virgin Galactic. I said this the other day because it hit me that they're naming these things like Virgin Galactic because it's never going to penetrate through into outer space. It's always going to remain virgin, and the cherry's never going to be popped.
But here's the thing, man. And I was asking this the other day, which went higher? And someone said it wasn't the Bezos, it was the Virgin thing. And I was thinking then, what you just said there is true. So we're never going to reach breakthrough. But no, apparently that the Virgin went up first, and the Bezos penis rocket came up and went right through and beat the maximum height. So yeah, I say the Virgin was impregnated in that symbolic sense anyway.
Was this the first one Bezos went on?
Yes.
Does anyone know when the Virgin, the company, was founded? I think it must have been the 80s, right?
Yeah. I remember that guy driving a tank trying to sell Coca-Cola or something. He had like his own Virgin Cola. He's driving a tank.
Oh yeah, I guess they did that, yeah. Mike Oldfielder was a big thing for them, wasn't he? So even back then in the 80s when they founded the company, they were like, okay, yeah, we will have to rename this company Virgin so that in something like 40 years from now, when we make a spaceship, then it will be Virgin because it doesn't penetrate into space. That's some good prediction skills, man.
Yeah, not bad, not bad.
all symbolic stuff, and all the ball earthers taking everything literally as usual, and missing the point, missing any possible point anyway to be made. If we lose the literal, then you get to the true meaning of things. It's presented. I think Bezos and Branson, etc. They're all just front men. They're all just front men. Whatever we're going through here has been scripted out from the very start. That's my way of looking at it. Scripted out from I'm talking the very start. Whenever that was. Wherever the fuck we are. Is my language. Where and when and why ever the hell we are. Who knows? But I think by not taking the literal in these presentations, looking more to the symbolic, we can get maybe a greater grasp on some of these questions.
Hey, Naps, how's that Tempur-Pedic? Is you guys finally got that thing broken in good?
You are
No,
so
for reals though. For reals though.
Yes, we have. Thank
That
you.
shit's amazing, isn't it? Isn't it the best bed ever?
It feels so good.
Oh my god, I love my Tempur-Pedic.
Me too. I really do. I'll never go back to regular mattresses again.
Naps, I thought you had problems sleeping.
This sounds like a corny advert. Seriously.
Huh?
I thought you said you had problems sleeping.
I do. Sometimes I have like insomnia. I don't know. It's weird.
All right, so the Tempur-Pedic's not as great as you're trying to make it sound.
No, it's. Why are you? What are you doing here? Like, why? It's still comfy and it's still just amazing. It's worth it. It's worth the money.
Worth every freaking penny. They're expensive, but I tell you what, man, there is no comparison to having a good bed and a good pair of shoes.
Mm-hmm. So true.
A good pair of shoes in bed. Even better.
Oh, knocking the boots in the bed, what?
Yeah.
I knew you was gonna go there. I was just waiting for it.
As someone suffering from RSI,
That's what she said last night.
Keyboard on that list.
What was that?
What was that?
Yeah, as someone suffering from RSI, I would add owning a good keyboard and a good mouse to that list.
I heard somebody say a mouse was actually invented to slow people down. Like, you think having a mouse is more efficient as far as like navigating, but in all reality, it's there to slow you down. And I thought that was pretty interesting.
Damn, I could be doing this way quicker.
I haven't heard that yet, but
Yeah, because when like DOS first originally came out, there was no mouse, so people got really good at using the control keys and control commands and stuff, and it was the hardware couldn't keep up with the speed of the user throwing demands at it, so the mouse was created to slow down that the user from using the key command.
I actually use keyboard a lot for. I just created a really great macro, and it's great because it took very short amount of time to actually create, and then it saves me a lot of time. I'm studying in university, so I'm constantly going to different Moodle pages from different courses, and I have them all. I can kind of launch a command line where I have custom commands where just a few key presses opens the specific Moodle page for that given course, and you can basically do anything from it. Open programs, open web pages. It's really, really handy.
Yeah, it's way more efficient than, physically searching for buttons and such.
Yep. Also, I changed from a normal mouse to a trackball. Those actually are a very good option if you ever need to try something else instead of a mouse.
Yeah, it'd be nice when they come up with some type of a cerebral interface.
Yeah, eye control or brain control.
Yeah, brain, like yeah, exactly.
But then, what if they reverse the direction and it's not you controlling the computer, it's the computer controlling you? Mm.
Yeah, then we're getting into singularity and such.
I just thought it before, but I mean, why the Ball Earth Borg or the antagonists? Why might they be so reluctant to even look into possibilities of fakery? Because we've only one short life, as we're told, and if our life is just immersed in lie, it's too much to take, isn't it? It's too much to take. It's cognitive dissonance. That's in the sort of the innocent sense. But yeah, I certainly, as a ball earther, when I came to find out about lies before I was a flat earther, I would be hopeless at this stage. I would have found out the lie, and then I would have realised that, well, I've only one short life, and it's after being fucking whittled away. It's after being whittled away, and all my dreams, all my hopes shattered because of men lying. But then I came to flat Earth, and I saw that there's a greater power in play, and well, this is just a small experience, a short experience for us. But what do you think about that? Are you afraid? Are any of the bowlers here afraid to confront the possible lie head on? Because of those reasons? Too much for your psyche to take.
Yeah, I think you would have to essentially start back at square one. Like if you were going to accept the possibilities, I think you would honestly have to really go back far to your understanding, and from there, like, it starts to get kind of scary for people, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, it is all encompassing, and you would definitely have to go back to base levels. But look, let's have the truth as individuals. Do you want the truth or not? Do you want the truth for your children or not? So let that be the ultimate decider. But Dicelo, I'm sure you're in the same boat as me, as many flat earthers are as well. There's a higher power in play if we're not part of it ourselves. So potentially this is just an experience we're having, which makes a lot more sense then as well, that everything would be a lie. Because, well, all there is not just the material, which is what heliocentrism and beyond sort of leads us towards, isn't it?
I look at life kind of like a basket and a strainer. Like, you've got life inside this basket, and you've got these different strainers to where things are being separated depending on how they flow through the strainer, and depending on where they reside determines their afterlife, I guess. I don't know, that's just kind of how I see things. It's like this experience is separating you from the rest of the group and categorizing you into such a group, and from there, like, the next experience might be something catered more towards, like, what you're what you've kind of placed yourself towards.
I get you. It carries on, built on where you left off in this life experience, and you're sort of coming to terms with what is. That's why is to be or not to be. That is why is the S word, the sword. We decide what is. And if we are co-creators, if we are creators, we can craft our reality or influence our reality in some way. But then that makes the is word, which is the sword, all the more powerful. So I can sort of get you with that, man. When I came to having a faith in something, that's scary as hell. I now consider I live forever. We're immortal. In a greater sense, we're having a sort of an experience, venture into the physical here, into the vision. We're coming to that, a great relief in one sense, but an absolutely scary, terrifying notion to live forever, all the time in the world, to do everything. What wouldn't you do? I think you'd live your own life maybe 150,000 different ways, just changing something slightly every different time, you know what I mean, to affect a greater outcome. Because why not?
It's kind of like God's got a piece of fruit, right? And all of us here in this experience are combined in this piece of fruit. And depending on your choices here is going to determine which part of that fruit you are. Are you going to be the peel that gets removed from the fruit to be devoured, or are you going to be part of the fruit that was intended to be taken in? And that's just kind of how I see it. Like, this whole experience here is a defining factor of what is going to determine how you're perceived ultimately, not only internally but externally.
Yep, very good, very good. Is that fruit contour? Is there any curves to that fruit? Is it moving?
It's a toroid.
Very good, but I mean that's why in my own brain, I'm absolutely certain of it now. The truth is always known. The truth is always known, and the only way we can sort of come towards the greater truth is by following the clues. By following the clues and understanding that there is nothing new under the sun, or as I say, there's nothing new under Aristarchus.
I agree. All truths have been said. It's a matter of what you're going to come across and what's going to resonate with you. That's going to determine your truth.
Yeah. And now is a specific time as well. Remember, we've been given the internet the ability to go so deep into all of these research areas, and without that, I don't think it would have been possible. So therefore, for me, it's just it's a progression. It's the next step along the line. And the internet came to us after, primarily anyway, after it took off after 9/11, which I think is very significant as well. So very significant. Yeah. I feel sorry for the Boulderborg in one sense, even though I'm pretty certain that they in the collective need, they've been let in on some secret or other. I don't know what, but they've been let in on some secret or other because that allows them to cooperate then, sort of stand by one another. You'd find that flat earthers are generally on their own. You know, I don't adhere to anyone else's model of flat earth. I don't go to anyone else for support when it comes to me talking about my thoughts on flat earth. I think that's sort of general across the board. There's plenty of individuals here, even in this panel. Whereas that's why I call them the Boulderborg. It's the one mind, you know. It's the one mind, and the anti-conspiracy crew, who they all sing from the same hymn sheet. So my only reckoning is that they've been left in on the secret, whatever it is, the greater secret, and that allows them to, in honor, I guess, they're participating in the noble lie. That allows them to carry on the way they do, and in some senses,
to deny the truth. Is to deny oneself.
Right, but if you deny the truth, this is what I think. If you deny the truth, but it facilitates the awakening of someone else, then it might be all worthwhile. And I think we should all agree, without the challenges and some very, very intelligent and cogent contributors on the Ball Air side, of course there are, qualified as well, without that, conflict, without that challenge, we wouldn't have reached the heights we're at.
100%, man. They have an important task, and them being them only defines what the truth that we have even more so. Like I don't look down upon it. I just look at it as a conviction of the truth.
And Dicelo, this is what I mean by sort of clues, sets of clues in place. Well, we're all arguing here, heliocentrism or not, or Earth-centered existence, or sun-centered and beyond existence. In the word helio, lies inside there. But who gave us heliocentrism? Well, Aristarchus of Samos is where it originated from in Greece 2,500 years ago. I say those characters didn't exist. The man didn't exist. That's a clue for us then.
I hear you bring this name up quite a bit, and I feel like I've heard this name before in what was that popular show, Game of Thrones? Wasn't this name one of the characters?
Yeah, man, that's what I'm talking about. Another clue. House of Stark. Arya Stark is the main protagonist. I haven't seen it too much. I've seen little clips and pieces of it. I never followed it though. Yeah, Arya Stark. So Arya Starkus. Arya Starkus is first of all in prominence. He's the guy who brought us heliocentrism. He's ultimately the man responsible for the Big Bang in a sense. Heliocentrism is a base for materialism, which is material-only existence, culminating in the Big Bang, where everything comes from nothing. So this is the arena we're all engaged in. When we as flat earthers come to look at our surrounds with new eyes, well, we look at the moon primarily. And they've named the most mysterious crater on the moon, the most mysterious object in our universe, by some accounts anyway, as crater Aristarchus. So another clue for us. Not the end of the road, but another clue for us. And as you said, Arya Stark is the House of Stark from Game of Thrones. Starman is Elon Musk. Tony Stark is F.E. Man, Iron Man.
Hey,
so these clues are put out there in the ether, and they're there for us to sort of grasp onto.
Hey, Peter, can you take us all the way back to Aristarchus as the first to present heliocentrism? Because I'm just. Can you take us all the way back to that? You said Aristarchus is where we get heliocentrism. So you're talking about the Greek character that's over 3,000 years ago, right?
2,500 years ago, yeah.
Okay, close enough. So what do you know about what he said that was heliocentric?
To be honest with you, not much.
So, okay, but every time you talk about this, and I'm not trying to be a dick, you always say that Aristarchus is where we get heliocentrism from, but you just said right now you don't know how he says anything about it. So I don't understand how you're making these connections. It just seems to me that you look for synonyms and homonyms.
No, hang on, Travis.
Okay,
let him explain. Let him explain.
Yeah. I'm just trying to.
When I say not much, when I say not much, I didn't delve too deeply into what he presented, what he put forth. What I'm saying is, officially, he is accredited as the originator or the father of heliocentrism. That's all I'm saying to you. He's the man that has us all up in arms now. That's what I'm saying. I don't go too deeply into the story. None of these characters existed for me, but the name itself is very significant. And he's from Samos, S-A-M-O-S. So I'm SOS, right? So SOS International signal of
aside from the synonyms and how you see these connections, we're trying to derive some sort of other connection that we can see and where you've drawn this conclusion.
Well, as I say, it's a game of clues, right? It's a game of clues. I'm your Copernicus. Travis, let me ask you this. Do you think Copernicus existed, Nicholas Copernicus? Think he existed, or he's just a character?
You know, this whole game of clues, man, and searching for things that might not be can be very exhausting, right?
No.
And time consuming and amount to really nothing other than just a nice, fantastical story. But we like facts,
do you have a Patreon? Because I feel like I want to donate to it at this point.
But hang on, hang on though. So how far have we come in flat Earth thinking then, Die Slow? I know people have come to lots of different points or thought processes. I can expand upon this, but not in a sort of an intimate fashion. I can't tell you the life and times. I haven't studied what Aristarchus has actually went on about. I just realized from early time, this is all a script. This is all a script leading to certain places. If I was to tell you that I hold that Aristarchus is the singular source of all skylights, this is why stars get their name. What would you think about that? This is rooted at the North Center as well, everything emanating from the North Center. I'd say that everything is leading somewhere. Now, I mightn't be right, but...
I mean, it sounds like a numerology just with words. Like, it's cool. It's cool. I'm not denying the fact that you're able to make these connections. However, I just personally, I don't roll that way, right? Like, it's hard for me to accept things based upon like this connection pathway you're laying out here.
Can I reflect for you guys though as to why that's so hard? Like, why do you feel like it's so hard to do that? Because I 100% agree with you guys, Slow. Why do you think it's so hard?
Because it's like I said, it's very time consuming and exhausting that could potentially amount to nothing, more than likely amount to nothing. And life is too short to just to derive conclusions based upon these type of connections you're outlining.
But have you reflected on why is it so exhausting to listen to people make up stuff about letters?
People to make stuff up about what?
Exhausting, you say?
Why do you think it's so exhausting to listen to Pete make up stuff about letters and words?
Oh, because there's no tangible fact to trace that to. It's literally just a word game.
Yeah, there's no
cipher.
cipher.
Hang on, please. How do you know? I talked for about, what did I say, maybe a minute? Less than a minute. How do you know? You think I haven't got more to say than that?
I'm not saying you don't. I'm not saying that you don't have
the surety of all the borders and all the mathematics.
Okay, I'm going to come to Dice Slow's defense, Pete, because now I'm going to get aggressive. I have heard you for over 2 years, and I still don't know what the cipher is. I don't know what the pattern is, bro.
Fair enough, Travis. Don't get so pissed off.
Love you, Travis.
Don't
That's
get so
great.
pissed off, Travis. But remember, 2 years ago, you said yourself you changed your mind about the reflection and the mirage, now changing from an upright position to being along the axis. I told you that 6 years ago, if you were listening. So I'm not saying that you won't find it difficult to follow what I'm saying and just jump in. Of course you will. Of course you will. I'm just pointing out certain things. If I say ultimately I believe that Aristarchus is the tree of life, so when we talk about flat earth and we're talking about living on a stump, that's what I'm saying. For me, I could write loads of books on all of this stuff and put my time in. But once again, I think that the truth is already known, right? And if the clues are given to us, then they're there to be pieced together.
Pete, there is one claim you've made that I believe wholeheartedly.
What's up? Will Smith is Barack Obama. Nice
hold on, Pete.
I'm sure about that one.
Pete, there's one claim that you've made that I 100% agree with you on.
Go on.
No one, and I mean no one, comes up with the, and this is quoting you, shit that you do.
You remember where you heard Aristarchus, man. Any of my shit, compared to any of the shit that you talk and spend thousands of hours on.
No.
Hang on, please. Let me finish my sentence. Any of my shit, fair enough. I haven't fucking preached it to the same degree that you have. I haven't preached it at all. But it smells of roses compared to all of the official shit that you spout out on a continuous basis, day in, day out, month in, month out.
Yeah.
You can call it shit all you like.
Dodo, I heard about Aristarchus, I don't know, 20 years ago when I was doing my undergrad degree in classics and linguistics.
Yeah. Funny thing, I've been in this arena for 5 or 6 years, 2016 in YouTube. I was the one who had to bring attack before I knew anything about the greater context of the real Aristarchus, not the man, not the fabricated man, not the moon crater, the real Aristarchus, the source, right? Yeah, I was of the same mind. But that's 6 years ago now. That's 6 years ago.
All right. Have you ever heard of Panini?
Who?
Panini.
Pandini. I don't know what that means.
Panini. Panini.
Panini. Yeah.
Panini.
Panini. Isn't he an Italian opera?
Not as in the Italian sandwich, as in the ancient Sanskrit grammarian.
No, I haven't.
Okay. He's about 1,500 years older than Aristarchus was. And he talked about the orb of the earth. So no, the idea of the globe earth did not come from Aristarchus.
Well, Aristarchus moved. I never said the globe earth. Aristarchus is the originator of heliocentrism. He moved the focus away from the earth center to the sun. Right?
Yeah. So, Meisty, I would ask you: does the orb have to do with terrestrial geography, or can it refer to? Okay, so again, I'd have to look at the sources of that to see, what the discussion is. But there's no difficulty in talking about the way that we see the world, which is with 180 degrees above our head. So,
No, it's because the ancient Hindus went to the south also, and they knew the fact that, like, hey, the Earth's definitely a sphere. In fact, they called it an orb.
Whoa! Wait a minute there, RC. You're saying the ancient Hindus knew the Earth was a sphere?
Yeah.
Okay, because I got evidence. I got evidence showing to the contrary.
No, you don't.
Really?
Let's see it, guys. So let's see it. Yeah.
Okay. So should I post this?
While you're looking for that, RC Meisty, you believe all these characters existed given historically, right?
Do you have a meme? You have a meme
created here's the thing, RC, is you're acting as if the Hindus refers to a people, and in fact it's a religion, and it's the other way around. The Hindus is a place, and it's a people.
Yeah, I know.
I'm talking
about the people. I'm talking about the people of the ancient Indus Valley who wrote things like the Bhagavad Gita. And if you've ever heard of the Samskrita Vashna or Yama or Yama, then you know that both of them refer to the earth as an orb.
No, I have, RC. And when you look at all of their temples, okay, the ancient Indians were some of the best keepers of some of their writings and what's the word I'm looking for? They essentially they documented everything, and they did it in such a way to where it couldn't be skewed, it couldn't be erased and rewritten as most of history was. So this is one of the beauties about the ancient Indian culture.
And do you like Daiso? Can you actually present what you think? Because I can give you freaking verse and chapter where they talk about the earth as an orb. You said no, they don't. I lived in India. I've been to hundreds of temples all over India. Every one of them represent the earth and outer space as spherical.
Well, I'm just curious, RC. Is there anywhere you haven't been that you don't know everything about? Because it seems like when it comes to Greece, when it comes to anywhere, all of a sudden RC's been there and is walked amongst the people and shit.
Yeah, would you like to know the dates that I lived there? I mean, I have no problem giving you that either.
I highly doubt you've lived in India, bro.
All right, I lived there from January of 2011 to November of 2011. And then I lived there again from April of 2013 until I think it was probably November of 2013. So a little over a year and 3 months of my life, year and 4 months of my life, I've lived in India.
And what was your purpose in India?
Studying Sanskrit.
You had to go to India to study Sanskrit.
No, I lived in Mathur and Hosahali down in Karnataka, because that's one of the villages that everyone there is a native Sanskrit speaker, and they use spoken Sanskrit in everyday language. And so that's why I went there, because everyone in each of those villages speaks Sanskrit as a native language.
Well, we've already had this discussion, and Prakrit is the actual language they speak. Nobody really uses Sanskrit too much anymore.
You don't know anything about Prakrit, okay? Prakrit is just
okay, but I know one of the very few translators to still exist on ancient Pali and ancient Prakrit.
No, you don't. Okay? No, you don't.
Yeah, one of a handful.
Pali and Prakrit are just different words for Sanskrit.
No, this is what Sanskrit came from.
Hey, no,
this is the original language.
Just because you think you know Ken Wheeler doesn't actually speak any of those languages.
Yes, he does.
No, he doesn't. He mispronounces the words all the time.
Here's the thing. In order to speak a dead language, somebody would have to actually hear what you're saying. So yes, he knows the dead languages, and he's able to reverse them. But as far as conversing with someone else,
they're not dead languages, Dyslo.
Yes, ancient Pali is a dead language, and ancient Prakrit is a dead language that is only used by a small few people.
No, it isn't.
In maybe one generalized area.
Hey, guys, sorry, Meisty. I want to end this back and forth of no, it isn't, yes, it is, no, it isn't. Hey, Meisty, just off the top of your head, what's a reference that I can look up for the Panini data?
But for the Panini what?
He's asking about the Vedas, I believe.
Yeah, the Vedas don't reference Earth as an orb. They don't reference Earth as anything.
Okay, whatever the reference was, I'm just asking off the top of your head, can you just give me a ballpark as like where to look up or like a keyword to put in for it?
Yeah, it's right when Dhritarashtra in the second stanza of the second book of the Bhagavad Gita. It's where Dhritarashtra is describing the earth.
Okay, so the second book of the Bhagavad Gita?
Yeah.
All right.
Second stanza.
RC Meisty, when you went to India in 2011, were you aware of the flat Earth controversy? Or it was sort of in its early stages back then, but was that in your mind? Did you have that in your thoughts?
I knew that some people, I had heard of people like, I'd heard of the book Zetetic Astronomy before.
Yeah, very good. What about Flat Earth Society?
No, I never heard of the Flat Earth Society.
Yeah, I started looking into Flat Earth possibly about 2011. And by I'd say the end of 2013, I was a flat earther, right? But I was just wondering, you claim, do you have any suspicion regarding the historicity of any of these works that are presented? When you mentioned the predecessor of Aristarchus of Samos, you should know that I hold that man never existed. I hold none of those men existed. Ancient Grecians. But do you have any sort of critical mind as to where these writings are coming from, or do you just accept the historical story?
Game of Thrones, bro. That's where it came from.
Yeah, guys, look, you need to stop believing guys from Lexington, Kentucky, when they tell you that they know ancient languages that you also don't know. You should probably check with somebody who actually knows
Ken
those
Wheeler's
languages.
your daddy, bro. Ken Wheeler's your daddy.
I mean, that's fine. You think he's my daddy?
Sorry. He owns you.
Okay. I think what Ken Wheeler owns is a really old Mac desktop and 20 acres of land in Lexington, Kentucky. I think that's what he owns.
He owns a fantastic mind as well, RC Meisty, whatever you think.
Well, see, a wise man wouldn't weigh a man upon his physical material possessions, rather the wisdom at which he possesses. And if we were to weigh Ken Wheeler upon this matter, he's got several terabytes,
20 acres is pretty good these days.
Of information.
20 acres is pretty good, and it's a lot more rich than his claimed knowledge of Pali and Sanskrit.
He's a ball earther as well, RC Meister. You should take sort of consolation there, right? Or at least he doesn't come out talking about flat Earth in as many words. I've heard him admitting that Earth is flat, but not in direct words. The inertial plane, right? It has to be a plane. That's the only place that life can exist. The inertial plane.
Dyslo, you should give your boy over there a couple of Vedic verses and ask him to translate them on the spot.
Well, if you actually knew what you were talking about, RC, you would realize that when it comes to ancient Indian documentation, you have to have what's called a primer to decode any of it. This was one of the. This was one of. Excuse me, I wasn't finished, RC. Excuse me. This was one of the beauties about the ancient Indian text, is that kept them so well preserved, was the fact that every single one of their texts required a way to code it. Otherwise, you're going to get an entirely different story, similar to like how the ancient Egyptians had their hieroglyphs, and why people are having such trouble decoding the hieroglyphs today is due to the fact that requires a key, a legend, or a primer, just as the ancient Indian culture did.
Dyslo, have you ever seen a primer before?
Yes.
All right, what do they look like?
Well, I mean, it depends on what language we're talking about.
Ancient Greek.
Well, that would be a symbol at which you can use and reference and either place before or after.
No.
You know, yes.
So one of the most famous primers that exist is Dionysius of Halicarnassus' primer on his ozone. And you know what it looks like? It's just some notes in a margin with explanations of the words he's using. That's what a primer is. Do you know what Panini's primer looks like?
I don't know if maybe you're referring to the wrong thing, but I said I didn't say a primer. I said a primer.
Used primers in ancient Sanskrit, and he would always start the first 2 chapters of each one of his books as the primers. And what they were just definitions of what he's using and abbreviations of what he's using for it. That's all a primer is. Dyslo.
Okay, is a premise and a primer.
Do you want me to repeat some of them from memory for you?
Do you have me muted or something?
What?
Oh, do you have me muted?
No, you just keep talking over me.
Oh, well, I just thought I was asking you a question in reference to what you were asking me, but okay.
Sure, go ahead.
I don't remember what I was saying now.
All right. So why don't you look up what
I remembered.
like, rather than just say, hey, Ken Wheeler seems to know what a primer is, and I've never heard this word before, so I'm going to look it up. Why don't you actually go look at a primer? Why don't you go to like any of the freaking classicists that are near universities near you and say, hey, can you give me a nice ancient primer that you look at? And they're like, oh yeah, no problem.
Well, I don't mean to sound semantical or pedantic, but are we referring to the same thing? Because either you're pronouncing it wrong, or I'm pronouncing it wrong, or you're referring to something completely separate.
You learned it from Ken Wheeler. He says primer because he never heard anyone actually say it.
But are you sure it's actually being pronounced proper when you say it?
Yes.
What's the root word here?
It comes from primus in Latin, which means the first. It's the first thing that you look at before you start reading a text.
Right, and in English, prime is the way you pronounce it. If you add an R, it's primer. Primer.
Yeah, it's only because you hear Ken Wheeler say primer, and he doesn't know how to pronounce.
Well, that's
basic words because he just.
Let me ask you this. What's the word premise? Is that referring to primer?
No, that's a different word.
Premise, yeah, but is there any kind of relationship?
Yeah, it's a different complaint. That comes from pre-emo in Latin, which means to send before. So a premise is something that you lay out before you start working on. The primus comes from the Latin word first. They don't share the same roots. Pre and emo is what premise comes from, and then primus, which is what primer comes from, is a completely different word.
Well, that's how I was associating it. I know what a primer is, like when it comes to like even something
primer on it.
Or like either that or like an engine or something. You know what I mean? It's always like a series. Yeah, so
that's what I'm saying, dude. Like,
but
here's the thing: people who've actually used this shit, rather than guys on the internet who you just believe.
Here's the thing, dude.
On the internet.
Yeah, I understand you have a major bias, dude, because he smashes your entire fucking indoctrinated system. But here's the thing, RC. Whether he says it primer or premer is regardless of the fact. The fact of the matter is he's accurate in what he's saying, in the sense that in order to decode anything, RC, anything, you have to have either a key, legend, or a primer, as you would say it. And this is the only way to understand. This is the only. Excuse me, RC. You just keep over talking me, dude. You keep clipping me, bud. I'm trying to be respectful of you. But if you're gonna play this fucking game with me, RC, it's gonna get nasty real quick, bud. So just try to be respectful.
RC knows everything, Dice, though, so you have to bear
just try to be respectful.
RC knows everything.
So you keep fucking throwing me off.
So here, let me jump in, Dice. Let me jump in. RC, what's something that you have heard Ken Wheeler claim about linguistics that you can take issue with?
Yeah, I showed Dicelo, for example, a Latin translation that he tried to do a little while ago that bears absolutely no resemblance to the Latin that he puts next to the English. The words, like, number one, he gets the grammar completely wrong when he gets the words right, and then the other half of the time he doesn't even get the words correct. Like, he just actually misidentifies a bunch of words.
Yeah, but this is RC's biased interpretation upon the matter.
No, I got another guy in here who also speaks Latin and was like, "Yeah, these words don't align."
In fact, Ken Wheeler.
Then I showed them to you in a Latin dictionary, and then you're like, "Oh yeah, that bears no resemblance to how he translated this word."
Yeah, it's just funny how Ken Wheeler literally had to do a video on you specifically because of all the little accusations you were making, and had to literally pull files out from the past to show that you were wrong in the accusations you were making upon his translation.
So he's never made a video about it.
Yeah, you relentlessly were emailing and contacting him to the point where he had no other choice but to fucking destroy you on a video.
I emailed him 3 times, and he still never took me up on his offer to actually do a live translation. He gets to pick a text and give it to me in Greek. I get to pick a text and give it to him in Greek. Why do you think he never did that?
Well, I saw the video, RC, and I mean, You might be convincing the panel, but you're not convincing me.
Actually, answer my question. So Travis asked, "Where's the specific instance where he is shown not to know what he's talking about?" And I gave you one. In fact, it was embarrassing enough that he published the thing online for everyone to see, and more so in Latin, which was an ancient language that tons of people know.
Yeah, and Ken Wheeler would never publish something that was inaccurate and leave it up and not fucking fix it. So you're wrong, dude.
So what? So why
this
did
is
it?
all
Why
this is all a feeling-based argument.
So Daiso, why were all the words when you and I sat down that we looked up that he was translating? Why were none of the words correct that we looked up?
RC, I didn't look up the words. I was taking your information for it. That's all I was doing, RC. I was allowing you.
Went through the Latin freaking.
I was allowing you to speak to me upon it. I didn't sit with you and go over anything, RC. I listened to what you had to say. That's all I did.
I live streamed my going through a Latin English dictionary.
I don't remember that part, but nonetheless.
Well, no shit. I'm sure you wouldn't, because he's tearing down your freaking daddy.
Ancient Greek isn't my forte, dude. I mean, who am I to say it's right or wrong?
We were doing Latin, dude.
Latin? I mean, come on, Pig Latin. I mean, that's same. That means no.
Dude,
there's no connection for me on that.
Hey, watch
that's
this. Watch
not.
this.
Who am I to say?
Hey guys, can we wrap this up? Let's maybe try to find another
Travis,
topic.
can I do an example with you? Hey, Travis, what do you think the Latin word mater means? M-A-T-E-R, mater.
I mean, someone would have to have interest in this sort of subject
it would be
to even dive into it.
Okay,
what is that, Travis? You got it right, I think. What is it?
Mother.
Good job. He translated it as son.
Okay.
Holy shit.
I don't think so.
Son? What is
S-U-N. S-U-N.
Give us examples, RC, instead of just your words, please.
I already gave you the freaking example. I'm driving right now. I can't pull it up again. Hey,
okay, well, when you can, go ahead. But when you can, prove it instead of just saying it.
Let's have this be the last one, RC. I'd like to move on. I think others would too, unless I'm wrong.
Sure, go ahead. You guys can move on.
Well, I know what matter.
Yeah. All right. Anybody else hear anything that prompted you to want to bring up another topic or a different topic or? Movie suggestions, song suggestions. By the way, Tears for Fears just came out with their new title release song.
Really?
Yep.
I didn't know they were still alive.
17 years was the last time they released an album. They're coming out with another one in February.
Awesome. Yeah, man, they were pretty talented band. Pretty iconical.
Oh, for sure.
Breakfast Club, man. I mean, come on.
I think you're thinking of Simple Minds.
Oh, maybe. But I think Breakfast Club...
the Beatles were a flat Earth band. Do anyone
Didn't the Breakfast
the Fool on the
Club
Hill?
have one of their songs in there?
I don't think so. Not in the soundtrack. I'm a pretty big fan of the Breakfast Club, and unless I don't remember, what would it have been? Do you know which song? Mad World or The Working Hour? Nothing prominent stands out for me, because it would have been I think the Hurting would have been their first album, and then Songs from the Big Chair. But anyway,
I don't know. I'm not that big of a fan. But what was that their most popular song? Was Everyone Wants to Rule the World or some shit?
Yeah, I would venture to say strongly that wasn't in the Breakfast Club.
Okay.
Sowing the seeds of love. Remember that? Bring back any memories? That's a great song as well.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's probably Simple Minds. I'm thinking you're probably right.
So many flat Earth bands in history. As I said, the Beatles were a big flat Earth band. Their song "Fool on the Hill" gave it all away in a sense. I think it's when we look back, we can see that flat Earth is some sort of an open secret amongst those in the know, and that's why I reckon, now is the time for us to come to realize what, not just bands, whoever else knew whatever they knew way back when. way back when.
I want to bring up a topic. Because this all kind of started about RC making a claim is the Hindus believed the Earth was a sphere, and what culture was it that perceived the Earth to be supported by a turtle or a tortoise or something? There was like some sort of a
Indian
metaphor.
That would be that would be the what do you call it? Stephen
Hinduism,
King universe.
Or the Vedic astrology. No?
Yeah, because I always remember there was like an ancient culture that essentially believed there was a flat plane supported by this turtle or tortoise or something. That's how it was like.
That's Vedic cosmology, as far as I remember. But I'm going to post something in chat for you, Die Slow, and again, it's along the lines of what you just mentioned there. So you have the turtle and the elephants, 4 elephants on the back, and then the disc earth on top, right? I said it's all symbolic. Turtles representing self-containment, saline waters, longevity. Elephants, strength, solidity, memory, and then the disc on top representing the flat earth. I'm going to post something for you, which is very, 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 very interesting. As far as I know, I'm the only one on earth has figured it out. So if you look in chat, and a more magazine. So this is economist over, but if you look down at the bottom, if you zoom in and look down at the very bottom, you'll see a turtle, which is center screen, and you have these little lines coming off them as if he's missing his payload. So the object of this, the hidden puzzle within the 2015 Economist magazine, #1 prime magazine on Earth, is to find the elephants and find then the disc Earth. Well, PJ has done that, but I hope you can see what do you call it in screen. So I could go into more detail about that, but I won't. That was just because you mentioned the turtle, and this is what it all represents. This is a flat Earth. This is when flat Earth took off as well, right? So this is a flat Earth. What do you call it? Puzzle here, in more ways than one as well. Alice in Wonderland is featured, where the reality, everything is flipped. All of those different characters, they're the puppets. The puppets on the stage. All the politicians. The truth lies in the cartoons, that's what I would say. The truth lies in the fabrications. Everything is inverted, but that's very interesting. Our challenge there, just to say it, is to find the turtle's missing payload, which is the elephant and also the disc on top, and you'll be amazed where it leads. If you want me to give you the answer, actually, I can give you the solution if you want. If I can post the next picture. I've drawn in the lines and I've explained how to get through it, and it makes perfect sense. It's not the end of the puzzle. But it leads to a specific
Let me hear your
area.
best. Let me hear your best American impersonation. I want to hear your American voice.
Man, I'm not good at doing American. I can try sometimes, but come on, man, come on. I can't
Let's hear the
do
cowboy.
that sort of shit. I tried that before, man. I could do it, but for how long? For how long? I guess I'd be good at certain accents over other accents with a bit of practice. But
give it a go. Let's hear it.
Well, that was a bit of American. Come on, man. That was a bit of an American accent, but not too much, I guess.
If I can do your accent, you can do mine. Come on.
Well, you have a particularly American accent, but man, what are you asking me here? Come on, what are you asking me here? Why don't you put your cards on the table and ask me what you're asking me, man?
That sounded pretty good. You know what that reminded me of? If you haven't seen the first season of Fargo, the TV series,
okay.
And I can't think of his name, but he was Dr. Watson with Cumberbatch. That actor, you sound like him because he's got a British accent. You sound like him trying to do an American accent. So
okay. I don't have a British accent. I have an Irish accent.
No, I know. I know UK, but
Ireland.
Okay. I could hear you trying in that one. I could hear it.
Yeah. And of course, with a bit of practice, I guess I could definitely work on it. But I'm not inclined to do that. But I'd be very interested in. And have you any thoughts on that 2015 Economist cover magazine? Because I can give you, as I say, the solution. Let me tell you how it connects to everything. This connects to the Beatles. This connects to flat Earth. This connects to beyond flat Earth is what I would say. Earth is not flat. The surface we live on can be viewed as flat and station, but Earth itself is something different. But if you want, I can give you my solution posted to it. Let me give you a clue where to start. Look at the Pied Piper as you come in on the left if you're looking at the image. We are to follow this simple clues like children must become. Just follow the line. It's a forcing the line sort of a puzzle. If you notice where the Pied Piper comes in, his pipe is pointing in a certain direction. Of course, the Pied Piper led the children away from all of the vicious adults. But if you look where Putin's knuckle is pointing down as well, that's our starting point. And if I was to tell you the solution, you wouldn't believe me. You wouldn't believe me. You'd say, fuck off. You'd tell me to piss off out of it. But I can tell you, it's the dodo. The dodo and Mauritius is where it all ends up. When we follow the clues, we follow the line with a direct, sort of follow the arrows more than anything else, with a direct reasoning behind how we're getting to where we're getting, well, then it all makes absolutely sense. And of course, the dodo...
I feel like if I listen to you for 5 more minutes, Pete, I just might end up clinically insane.
Man, see, that's what I get all the time. That's okay. Let me post you my solution to it then. The only man in the world who's figured this out. Let me post you the solution to it and see what
well, I mean, I was trying to find the direction of Putin's knuckle, and I didn't see any dodo down below it.
Yeah, I didn't see
You're
any
not going to
dodo
see.
either.
What do you mean? That's not. So once again, I have to fill in the puzzle. But there it is. There's the puzzle filled in. What do you call it, Travis? So follow all the lines around, and you get to one particular right next to Obama's leg, where the box is. That's the solution. That's the solution, and that entails the dodo and Mauritius. Mauritius being where the dodo, the sole, what do you call it? The sole place where the dodo is to be found. Of course, the dodo bird never existed. So how does it connect to flat Earth? Look at the Gleason's map and turn it to Australia's at the bottom. So that's the point here. But that's not the end of the story, by the way, as well. So well, 5 minutes, die slow. 5 minutes. That's all you can give me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm starting to fall into the rabbit hole now. I got
Don't worry about that. We were always in the rabbit hole. For goodness sake, we're trying to climb out of it.
So let me ask you now, Pete. The dodo bird wasn't, this is a cartoon character, right? For a while, they had a cartoon on the dodo.
So much written on the dodo. I'm not sure about the cartoon you're thinking.
Oh, you don't remember the cartoon on the dodo bird?
I don't think so, man.
Oh.
What context? What context was that in?
Hold on a second.
You know the dodo bird. It was if you're a dodo, you're a fool. But the fool on the hill sees the sun going down, while the eyes in his head see the world going around. If you look at any representations of the dodo, it's the opposite. The dodo is treated with utmost respect.
So you remember Spy vs. Spy?
No, man, I don't know any of this stuff.
Oh, you're such a Mick, dude.
Listen to me. I have more fucking clues. Actually, I lost my hard drive. I didn't, but it's still there, but I couldn't read it. I have so many clues collected on the dodo. You wouldn't believe it. I could write about 2 or 3 books on it all. So I haven't heard of that particular...
well, maybe you need to look into that.
Maybe. Post a link there to it, but...
All right, let me do some digging and I'll post something to you.
Let me tell you briefly what the dodo represents, just from my own thoughts anyway. First of all, it's external and internal are connected. So externally, the dodo represents a divided state of the land, post-destruction of something. I say the dodo leads to Aristarchus. So the tree of life was cut, then you have a stump, right, as it juts above the waters. That's the Gleason's map. They always show you with Australia at the top. But Australia, if they flipped it around so Australia's at the bottom, it would be too obvious. So we have to understand the dodo bird never existed. But the internal story is the dodo represents the divided state of us, male from female, and self from self, spiraling fashion up down the spine. This is why it's the solution here. This is why it's the solution to this hidden puzzle on the 2000, which is an absolute solution to it, and it's absolutely correct. But I don't think anyone else in the world has found it. And even if they did find it, they would have no context for it unless they were flat earthers. That's what I think. This whole 2015 cover screams flat earth at you. And there's so many clues in there. And one of the big clues, look at the top right, and you'll see the 2 faces on what should be the sun and the moon, but it has a picture of the earth as we know it on it. All different clues for us. And I could go further into that, but I won't.
Can I ask a question? Why does the dodo represent the divided self into male and female or something like that?
The divided state of us. God divided gives the son. G-O-D-O-D. Oh, dodo. We are male torn from female.
So check out check out DD Dodo. I think it's DD Dodo Future Spy. Yeah.
You broke up there, DD Dodo what?
Dodi Dodo.
Dodo.
DD Dodo Future Spy.
Okay, I got that first. I never heard that. Future Spy Recipe for Disaster. Okay, bud. Thanks a lot.
I had a second question. Why do they call shit doo-doo?
Let me tell you a brilliant one. All the Game of Clues. Michael Jackson, right? One of the most, the king of pop, one of the most famous characters in history, or recent history anyway. He had a particular nickname, and it was only reserved for close family and friends, etc. But it was Doo-Doo. D-O-O-D-O-O. And I think if you look that up on YouTube, you might find him, if I had a clip of him embarrassedly saying that or admitting to it. Now, it turns out that he faked his death.
Here's another one.
He returned as, hang on 1 second, he returned as the 5 Alive Dodo. Would you believe that?
So here's
Fucking
another.
hell, man. Come on. Yeah, go on.
Dodo Rumble.
Dodo Rumble.
Robo.
Brilliant.
R-O-B-O. And then Dodo, and then Rumble.
Robo Dodo Rumble.
Where are you
Say
putting
that 3 times.
Die Slow? Where are you putting these?
Robo Dodo Rumble. Okay.
I'm just trying to help give him some more information he can dive into.
That's good. Let me just say to Larry,